Did you know that every 39 seconds a new cyber attack occurs somewhere in the world? As businesses increasingly rely on digital systems, the demand for skilled cybersecurity professionals is higher than ever before. And this is where certified ethical hackers, which is CEH, steps in. Trained experts who fight cybercrime from inside. They hack systems legally to identify weaknesses and patch them before even the bad actors can exploit them. Welcome to the Certified Ethical Hacker course. I am thrilled to guide you through this exciting hands-on journey into the world of ethical hacking. Whether you're starting from scratch or looking to refine your cybersecurity skills, this course will equip you with all the tools and techniques to become a skilled ethical hacker and help safeguard organizations from cybersecurity threats. First, we'll kick off with an introduction to ethical hacking and explore the role of certified ethical hackers in protecting systems and networks from malicious attacks. Next, we'll cover the ethical hacking lifecycle and the methodology used by ethical hackers to conduct penetration testing and vulnerabilities assessments. We'll then dive into network scanning and enumeration, teaching you how to gather valuable data about targets without leaving a trace. We'll get hands-on with system hacking techniques, learning how to test for weaknesses and exploit vulnerabilities in different operating systems. We'll also explore the fascinating world of malware and how ethical hackers analyze and mitigate its impact. Then we'll get into web application hacking, focusing on common vulnerabilities like SQL injections, cross-site scripting, and also cross-site request forgery. You'll also learn how to conduct wireless network attacks and the best methods to secure Wi-Fi networks from common intrusions. We'll explore the world of social engineering and how to protect against psychological manipulation techniques used by cybercriminals. Lastly, we'll dive into advanced topics like invading detection, securing cloud infrastructure, and combating denial of service attacks. If you're looking to advance your career in cybersecurity, check out the Certified Ethical Hacker CEH V13 course by Simplilearn. You'll learn how to think like a hacker and use AI-driven tools to protect systems from cyber threats. Gain hands-on experience with over 550 real-world attack techniques, and work with 4,000 plus security tools in cloud-based apps. This course includes official EC Council study materials and an exam voucher. Upon completion, you will receive the Certified Ethical Hacker certificate from EC Council, recognized globally in the cybersecurity industry. Enroll now. Before we get started, here's a quick question for you to answer. Which of the following is not a part of ethical hacking process? Is it reconnaissance, exploitation, remediation, or is it social engineering? Let us know your answers in the comment section below.
Hello everyone, good evening and welcome for today's session. I'm Sudeep. I'm the Learner Success Manager for today's session.
So this is from the EC Council. So EC Council is one of the renowned certification vendor into the cybersecurity. There are multiple certifications from EC Council, and one of them is CH. The full form is Certified Ethical Hacker version 13. So these versions keep getting updated, like something I have been around with CH from V8, and today it's V13. So like it will be keep changing every year. It depends upon the curriculum how it is going to be updated. So with the recent technologies getting updated, with the recent attacks getting updated, the CH certification pattern also keeps getting updated. So V13 was something which was released in 2024 officially. It started, and we have been continuing till date, V13 only. So as you see, it says like certified ethical hacker. So this is the program which is going to contain like 20 modules. So it's especially those who are looking into enter into cybersecurity, who are completely new, who are like newbie into it, not having any kind of knowledge what is cybersecurity, and to learn how the things happen, how the hacking will happen. So all this something which is being covered in this certification. The modules are also designed in such a way, starting from like module 1 till end of the day we have module 20. So like starting from the introduction to ethical hacking to like each module has its own importance, and every module is linked and every module is important for our in the process of learning security related topic. So from the module number 1 to module number 20, you can see in between there are some techniques, there are some topics which will be specially focused on technology specific, like system hacking, network attacks, cloud attacks, mobile attacks, so wireless attacks, IoT attacks. So there are something, the course is designed in such a way to cover the security aspects in every technology. So is, as I said, yep, this is a kind of a course. One of the most important thing is this program is divided, like this program is designed in such a way 70% of practicals and 30% of theory we have. So with this, the major motive of this certification is to make learners know how the hacking can happen, how the systems can be hacked, what are the different technologies and their loopholes. So like it's a kind of a platform where more into hands-on, because there are some certifications like I know in security which are purely some theory based on a topic based, but this is completely the hands-on is must, like we need, that's how the course is designed, and that's how the access also is provided to you all. The lab access or the content access we'll go through, like in our upcoming sessions, how the things are going to happen. And coming to this examination pattern, so CH examination pattern is, there are two types of exams: knowledge based exam and practical exam. So the certification you all are enrolled for with EC count with Simplilearn is knowledge based exam. So see, it's all about the training is same, but the way how you are going to test your skills is something, it depends upon you, either knowledge based or either CH practical based. So, but this course which you all are enrolled for, you will be testing your skills with a knowledge based exam. So where you can expect a multiple choice questions of 125 questions that should be cleared in like 4 hours. The passing criteria depends upon the examination difficulty and examination pattern. It changes, like it's a kind of 70% on average we should be getting clearance to pass this exam. And there is also a practical exam which is like you need to clear 20 practicals in 6 hours. So now this is something like it's all about how you are going to test your skills. So CH practical as well as knowledge based. So this is something you all are enrolled for. So once you complete the course, like you will be able to uh, get this again vouchers where you can apply for the examination and clear the examinations. So the questions will be like scenario based questions, like even though they are multiple choice questions, like which is a knowledge based exam, they are going to even test our practical skills. That is how the exam is designed. So it even contains some scenario based questions. It's not like direct questions which is asking you to pick one of the option, but it contains some screenshots of outputs or some tool specific questions. So we will see how that questions will be and what kind of questions we get. But yep, you all are designed for knowledge based exam. So if you want to additionally prove your skills for practical exam, this is something extra charges you need to pay for EC council and get the examination done. But anything is fine, like it's all about end of the day, are you getting certification or not, either CH knowledge based or practical exam. So the main point is you should be able to get get the clearance. And you can also see on the screen, so this was completely divided into three important phases. Like the complete course is designed in four phases: phase one, phase two, phase three, and phase four. Like phase one and phase two are something which we are going to spend a lot of time, because these are the modules which completely important for our foundational topics of the security and also ethical hacking. The phase one and phase two. Yep, phase three and phase four are also an important topics, but they are something, as these foundations are clear, these topics will be easily understandable, and how the things are going to work. So as I said, it is going to cover from the very basic to advanced, That's the reason this certification, we consider it as an entry point for cybersecurity learners who are trying to choose their career. So where we are going to learn from very basic till intermediate of the topic of what we are going to. So I'll share this link with you all. You all can explore. So the main focus is we are also designed this curriculum again, and the training part also we will be spending 70% time on practicals and 30% time on theory. The theory is also something at an initial level to clear some foundations, to clear some fundamentals. Like we'll have some theory in the phase one. Okay. And yeah, this is something, the kind of job roles today this certification is accepted for. Like you all can see the different kind of job roles where this are. So today, like in every cybersecurity job role, CH is something considered as a mandatory, because as I said, that is going to prove that yes, this person is having some kind of knowledge in security part. So yep, this is about a short intro. So as I said, like this is something coming from the EC Council. You can see they are not only having CH but also, so you can see they have multiple certifications here. One of them is certified ethical hacker. So they have something penetration testing, forensics, SOC, incident handler, threat intelligence, cloud security. These are again multiple, but the only one which is, yeah. So actually CHV13 is something today, it has included some AI based tools. So as I said, the versions keep changing. That is purely because of whenever a new technology or a new process or new techniques coming up, yep, they also keep changing the content. So maybe next year we expect CHV14, maybe in the month of Jan or February. It depends, like if something new technology, new attack, new tools that need to be added. So V13, we have, they have added some AI based tools which are helping today security professionals. How can we use the AI based tools and improve our work? So we will see those kind of AI based tools. But the key things that should be important is, that is important is you all should also spend time on hands on. Okay, you will be getting some knowledge on theory part, but end of the day, if you want to learn the hacking and if you want to learn the how the process of cybersecurity is today followed, the hands-on is should be must, where we will be dealing with some real world scenarios, where we will be getting some, it's a it's a lab. Like I'll give you the lab introduction and everything. So just go through these links so that you will be getting some additional information related to like what is CH and what exactly you're going to learn. So the links. Okay, this two now. Okay, this is something, a kind of a course like which comes under the technology of cyber security. Okay, what is cyber security? Cyber security important today. How cybersecurity will be in future growth? These are the few questions, because end of the day, like I can also say now one, like, we can also have one more question like why did you choose cybersecurity? Or the question is like, yeah, why did you choose the cybersecurity? Yep, you all can answer anything. Like first, let's start with what is cybersecurity. Okay, so cybersecurity. Now, if you the word cyber. Now, if you ask me, is this something a new technology? I can say not really. We do have something called few years back. we used to call it as a information security. So the focus was here only to protect data, like because every organization used to have very much data related to the organization, business, clients, and their project. Like the focus was only to protect data. But today, why it is called cyber? The reason is today, like how the digitalization has changed our life. We all know, like everything like e-commerce, digital learning, like online learning, or online healthcare, online banking. Okay, like the online everything has been like finance, banking, health sector, education sector. Okay, so all this has been something today, entertainment sector. Okay, something moved towards the digital platforms. It's not just about the information, but today it's something beyond the information. Today we are seeing IoT based cars or IoT devices where the completely internet can control the things. We are seeing robotics. Today everyone is talking about AI, but at the same time we are talking about how this can negatively impact. Okay, till now everyone was focusing on like, okay, we let's create some technologies, let's create some new technology, but from now we should also think about the negative shades of technology. Okay, we are like very much today we are seeing how this uh, digitalization has been changed. Cybersecurity is not something only for organizations, it's even for our personal life also. We do see people losing some data. We do see people losing money in the online. We do see some kind of, today we are seeing especially something called digital arrest, like where the people are being emotionally played and getting some important financial from them. Okay, so the thing is the things has been changed. The way how we used to use internet a few years back and the way how we are using internet today has completely changed our lives. Today there are in industrial revolution, there are some industries where they are going to run complete plant without zero manpower with the help of some machinery which are connected to IoT. So the reason I'm saying here is, yes, today the word cyber, it's something where like whatever the technology you name me, there are cyber attacks which, there are organizations who belong to health industry have been involved in the hacking. There are organizations who belongs to financial industry belong involved in the hacking. There are organizations who belongs to entertainment industry who are involved in the hacking. It's not just understanding that cybersecurity is only for IT. It's a wrong. Wherever there is a computer doing the job, we need a security professionals. We as a simply learn, we when we have a security team who is going to take care of our employee security, organization security, server security, because we have an employees logging in, students logging in, having an important data, having a transactions going on, like everywhere, like wherever there is a system doing the job, we need a security professionals. Yes, in simple, yes, today it's a kind of a technology where the focus is to prevent organizations from not being hacked, or prevent organization data, prevent organization assets that are not being unauthorized access. Everything should go through with a proper authorization, with a proper access controls. Yes, is cybersecurity is important today? Yes, it's very much important today. It's not only just individuals, like organization point of view, as an individual also it is very much uh, important. So the thing is like it's all about, there are few attacks we are going to learn in upcoming classes where we don't need any computer, where we don't need any tools, but still we can perform cyber attack with help of using our human emotions. Yes, it is important today. Like if I just walk you through few things now, for example, the recent, like if I attack, which there are few attacks, but one of the attack which made much impact is like uh, one of the organizations which comes under the retail and e-commerce, like Mark and Spencer's. Unfortunately, it's involved in a cyber attack where the revenue loss was very high. So they lost an operational profit. You can, unfortunately, this was they complete a large scale online clothing organization. So it belongs to like M&S, the Mark and Spencer. And now if I talk about something like health, this is something okay. If you see this, this is something related to AIMS Delhi. Like for example, I hope you all know that this All Indian Medical Science, All Indian Institute of Medical Science, like Delhi hit by a cyber attack. Like unfortunately, like it's a kind of a renowned hospitality in the country. Unfortunately, they were hacked and complete data has been stolen. Just a minute. Okay. So I hope you all know this AIMS India. So unfortunately, this is something health sector. So previous one was online retail, and this one was a health sector. Let me show you one more. Now, this one was like oil and gas industry. So oil and gas industry, we call it as a colonial pipeline attack. Now in the US, this was a unit which is going to distribute underground gas across the multiple states in the US. But unfortunately, this entire plant was hacked, and like it's a kind of a concept where we have seen the first time the oil and gas industry getting impacted by the hackers. And imagine they have complete control of this plant. They can completely increase the pressure of the gas, decrease the pressure of the gas. They have control of complete distribution in entire country. But like almost 5 days there was an interruption in the gas supply, but they have they acted very well and take down the systems within 2 days. They have under their control, but still it was hacked. And there is one more organization called JBS Food Factory, which is one of the most renowned in the US. Unfortunately, even they are involved in the attack. This is a food industry. Okay, recent for you all are aware like so I hope you all are aware of this boat entertainment systems. So like who are in India, like from India, they especially know the boat entertainment systems. They have this headset, some handwares. Unfortunately, they were hacked, and 75 lakhs boat customers for sale at €2. Contact ID, email ID, credit card details, and information. Yeah. So the thing is now after looking into these many different organizations, these many different cyber attacks, like what do you think? Is a security something important or not an important? So yep. So this is something we'll the four layers: physical layer, data link layer, network layer, and the transport layer. So we will see next the fifth layer. We have something called session layer. So have you seen these words, something called session expire or session timeout? Have you seen these kind of words, session expire or session timeout? Yeah, especially in some of the confidential servers or like important servers, especially the payment gateways. Okay, so that is something where we will see sometimes the session expire or we will be given restricted active, like limited access to the sessions. Okay. So session expire and session timeout you have seen. This is going to purely happen because of some specified time has been set to each and every session that we are trying to access. Especially we see on payment gateways, like you will be given 180 seconds, or sometimes if you not properly log in, the session timeout thing. See, today, like, okay, we have the details like data, MAC address, IP address, TCP, UDP. This session layer, from now, these remaining three layers: session layer, presentation layer, application layer. Now, these are the three layers which are going to especially focus on how they are going to be making users to connect, or users to understand and receive, the end user, how they are going to receive. The session layer, the major motive of session layer is to establish, maintain, and terminate. These are the three actions which are going to happen with help of the session layer. It's going to establish, it's going to maintain, and it's going to terminate the session. So today, if two systems are able to communicate each other, or if two systems are able to, like, in communication to each other, and it's a expire or terminate the session, this completely happens with help of the session layer. These are the three major responsibilities that happens in the session layer which we have. So today, like, it acts like a bridge between the two devices, bridge between two dev- devices. It acts like a bridge between two. So it's session, okay, establish, maintain, and terminate, and acts like a bridge between two devices. So coming to the, in this, we don't have any specification for the data type. I mean, only till the starting four layers, like bits, frames, packets, and segments and messages. These are the only starting four layers. We have the different formats of data. So coming to the session layer, here onwards, like, we call it as a message only. So it's responsible for making two devices connected and communicate and sync each other with the details which we have provided, like TCP, UDP, IP address, MAC address, and data. Next layer we have presentation layer. Now, presentation layer is something which is responsible for three important things: data translation, or data compression, and data encryption. So three things: data translation, compression, and encryption. So these are the three important things which happens in the presentation layer. So what is this data translation is? See, we have zeros and ones. The data is in the present in the form of bits. So this will be converted into the human readable format. So this happens with help of data translation. The 010101, it converts into human readable format. So today, in the first layer, whatever the data we are converting, it converts into bits. But when it is reaching to the user, like either audio, video, image, PDF, document, PPT, or any program files, everything, the data translation is something going to take care of. The zeros and ones, are binary, is converted into the human readable format. That is something where the presentation layer will take. The name itself says presentation. So this is going to present the data which is available in the various formats. So data translation is something which happens in the presentation layer. Data compression. Now today, you all are using the WhatsApp. Okay, like, see, by default, WhatsApp is going to compress the images. Now, for example, when you are sharing some images which you have taken on the internet, okay, so they reduce the quality. For example, if you are sending 10 MB of photo, it will be converted into 4 MB. Like they will reduce the size. Even when you're trying to upload something to the Google Drive or Google Photos also, you will get an option like either HD or the reduce the size. See, most of the applications will follow this data compression because they don't want to store data as it is. So the data compression is nothing but here, this is a place where it is going to do reduce the size of the files, or reduce the size of data, like it may be whatever in. So data compression, data translation, and data encryption, this is something data security. So it's like the data encryption is a concept, we'll talk about this more. The only users, like send receiver and sender, can read the data. In between, no one can understand, because there are some attacks where we can steal the information, like what two people are communicating to each other and discussing to each other. So data translation, data compression, and data encryption, all these three are going to happen in this thing. So remember, these three things happens in the presentation layer. The name itself says presentation. So encryption, compression, and translation. And like you can see, so three things. Okay. The last one, we have application layer, number 7, application layer. Now in application layer, now this is something where today, like the end user is able to access something. For example, see, Netflix is having lot of video content with them, but end of the day, we need application to access those videos. Zoom might have a service to provide online call, video call, screen sharing, but end of the day, we need Zoom application. We have a internet to access the different browsers, but we need today an application called Chrome. Like, so end of the day, this application layer is something which is which is something where it is going to fulfill the receiver needs. So this is something, whatever the services we provided as an organization, now a human can access. Okay. Now, for example, iLabs, that is an application. So like the Zoom app which you are using, the Netflix is an application, the Gmail is an application. Okay. And WhatsApp is an application. So these all are, whatever the resources which are running by the organization, we use with the help of applications only, you will be able to access. See, today we have different types of services, like email related apps. Okay. File transfer related files, like share it, or streaming apps. Okay. Like streaming apps, especially the OTT platforms. See, all of them today, whatever the data you provide, in order to access them, we need this applications. So it acts like an interface between a user and the organization data, whatever they have. So overall, these are the 7 layers which we have today in the OSI layers, to understand in each layer what is going to happen and how the data is being present. So just I'll give just 2 minutes of time, every one of you go through this screen which is available here. Just have a read of, like, it's a one line explanation for each and every layer what we have discussed so far. Yep, this is a pictorial representation of what we have learned. Like you can see, in physical layer we have cables, in data link layer we have MAC address, in network layer we have routers, in transport layer we have people running here and there, in session layer we have bridge. Okay. In presentation layer, we are having the cupboard, which is an indication of data encryption. This is a, like, it's an indication of cardboard like data compression. Okay, and on the top we have an application layer, and it indicates the Google as an application. So this is a pictorial representation of what we have learned till now. Okay, so this is something and a quick understanding of what we have in the 7 layers, what is going to happen. So we have 7 layers in the left hand side. See, there is nothing changed. All what we have discussed, TCP, UDP, three-way handshake, everything we have. But if you see in the right hand side, they have converted these 7 layers into 4 layers. So physical and data link layer, we are calling it as a network access. Network layer, we are calling it as an internet layer. Transport layer, we are calling it as a host to host layer. Application presentation and session, we are calling it as an application layer. Okay, so whatever we have discussed in terms of 7 layers, they all have been converted into the 4 layers, but it's all remains same: three-way handshake, the encryption, session management, everything is available here. Okay, so OSI model and Department of Defense model. So this is something called DoD. So you can see here there is no, we call it as a Department of Defense. So that is something we have that should be remembered as a part of uh, this model, a DoD model or TCP IP model. So now if we talk about the IP address, so it is called as the Internet Protocol address, and it is provided by ISP, and it is IP address is available in the network layer, and we have today two versions of IP address, that is IPv4 and IPv6. So we will learn about these two things: what is IPv4 and how it is represented, what are the things we have. So IPv4. Okay, so this is the example is it's completely it's a numeric. Okay, like if we talk about it's a numeric. So IPv4, it's a 32-bit address. So what is this 32-bit address is? It is nothing but in the background we will convert this number into zeros and ones, and it is going to occupy completely 32 digits. So 32-bit address we call it as IPv4, and it is completely numeric. It's something not infinity, it's finite, like it's between 0 to 255. See, the last number of IP address can be only 255, like it cannot be greater than 255. In each position of this 4, we will have only up to 255 is the final number. Okay, then we have something called like it is capable of connecting 4 billion devices. Okay, 4 billion devices, and it is having 4 octets. They are differentiated by dot. Okay, 4 octets, they're differentiated by dot, and IPv4 is having 5 classes. Like it is divided into 5 classes: class A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, and IPv4 has no inbuilt security. Okay, no inbuilt security IPv4 is having. When it comes to the IPv6, now let me know one thing. In past few years, the internet connected devices, the usage of internet has increased or decreased? So can we say like even number of devices has been increased when you compare in last 3 years? Like for example, like 10 years back in the home, we have only like one or two devices which are connected to internet. But today, like it's more than, I can say easily 10, like smart TVs, smart ACs, smart mobiles, smart watch, laptops, personal mobile phones, like all these are capable of connecting to the internet communication. So what is the main motive is today we have this IPv6 address in order to meet the demand. As IPv4 is capable of connecting something around 4 billion devices, it's a finite number. Like this today IPv6 we have especially to meet the demand. Like it is 128-bit address. What is this 128-bit address? It is nothing but in the background it is represented in the form of 128 zeros and ones. So everything will be converted into zeros and ones. And this is alphanumeric, like it is containing A to F and 0 to 9. Then it is capable of connecting 340 plus some deletion devices. It's a very big number, and it contains total 8 octets, and it is differentiated by this. And there are no classes in IPv6, and it has inbuilt security. Like with help of this feature, some attacks can be stopped. Inbuilt security, we call it as an IPsec. So no classes, inbuilt security, 8 octets, 340 plus unit deletion devices, alphanumeric 128-bit address, and this is something. When it comes to the classes, now IPv4 is something we have 5 classes. In IPv6 we don't have the classes. So what exactly these classes are and what is this classes meant for? See, when this IP address has been evolved, like when they started using the IP address, it has been divided into something 5 classes you can see on the screen. Like they want to differentiate in such a way, like the large networks will have some kind of IP address. Okay, like small networks will have one kind of IP address, or the like as research purpose they will have one kind of IP address. So it is like it is designed in such a way based on the requirement the IP address should be taken. Like you can see on screen, some large corporate networks will have one kind of. Okay, so how can we identify the classes? So like how can we identify these classes and what are the classes we have? See, in order to identify the class, only the starting number is going to be taken into consideration. Like for example, class A, anything which starts between 1 to 126, only the starting number, remember. Example here, only the starting digit is responsible for identification or classification of IP address. So as you see here, like in between 1 to 106 is something stands between 1 to 126. Okay, so that is something we say it as a class A. We are not worried about remaining numbers, especially in order to identify the class. Then we have something class B, 128 to 191, and like example, if you take an example like 146. So if you see only the starting number, so 146 is in between 128 to 191. So this is something it's ignored. Now class C, we have 192 to 223, and example we have this one 212 is only in between this range. Then we have class D, 224 to 239, and example if I take 232. So 232 is a number which is in between this range. then class E, finally 240 to 255. Example 251. Okay, so this is the number in between. So if you remember, only the starting number is going to be consideration in order to identify which class it is. See, these all are divided by something called IANA, who is responsible for providing all this internet number assigning authority, we call it as. So like they are responsible for all this categorization of the classes. So as I said, only the starting number is considered to identify which class they belongs to. Okay. Now a quick question for everyone. This IP address belongs to which class? So this is actually an invalid IP address. It does not fall under any class. Invalid IP address. So this is how the questions will be, guys, in the examination. So everything looks like you know, but the moment you see the options, it will become bad. I clearly said IP address cannot be greater than 255. But what is the IP address count here? 272. So this is how the questions will be going forward also. They test all the practical scenarios and the clear observations on the commands and the output. So this is how the questions may look like easy, but small tricky things will be applied. So this is invalid IP address because this IP. So I see there were a lot of questions between 127 and everything. 127 is something does not fall under any category. 127, we call it as a loopback IP address. Okay, let's say now it's called as a loopback IP, or it's called as a local host. It's called as a default IP address. Loopback IP address, local host IP address, or default. See, what is this 127? Now, see, 127 IP address is something which is given for every system. Now, for example, when you buy a laptop, there are some applications which need to be, which will be only working when they have an IP address. Now, when you are buying a new laptop, maybe that will not have an internet connection, or maybe you are in a place where your laptop is not able to connect to any internet. There are some apps which needs an IP address to run. So what happens? Every system is by default assigned with this loopback IP address series called this 127.0.0.1. This complete 127 series, we call it as a loopback or local host or a default IP, which is given for each and every system. Now, suppose, see, Google Chrome will only work with IP. But when I am not connected to Wi-Fi, when I am not connected to Ethernet, I may not get IP address. So at that point of time, this is going to help us in order to identify, in order to get some dummy IP address 127, like loopback IP, local host. We call it as a default IP. Okay. So in IPv6, nothing like that. This is something we have in IPv4 loopback IP. Okay. So this is something we have regarding the uh, IP address. Okay. IPv4 and IPv6. Something you must remember all this. They are going to really helpful in our like practicals when we are selecting the target, scanning the targets, attacking the machines. We keep running around them. Okay. So I hope it is clear between what is IPv4 and what is IPv6, the key differences between the both. Now let's discuss about network ports. So let me show you something before I discuss network ports. Like how many of you used these ports which you are seeing on the screen? So are you seeing nowadays these ports, these many ports we are seeing for a system? these all are like hardware based ports, like to connect to mouse, to connect to keyboard, to connect to external screen, to connect to USB audio video jack. Are we using same ports nowadays? The reason is something like I can say today, yes, today also we are using more than these many services. Today we are having audio sharing, video sharing, screen sharing as an additional services. Some wireless file sharings we have. So I mean to say, at one point of time, we have this hardware ports to do the job. Hardware ports, which helps for external connections, cables. We also call it as an hardware ports or physical ports, like where you connect with help of the cables. But coming to the something we have here, logical ports, which are we are having 65,535 ports, logical ports we have. There is nothing but 1024 well-known ports we have. 1024 uh, well-known ports we have. See today, like when I say well-known ports, like yeah, 1024 range is in between 0 to 1023. Okay, 0 to 1023 well-known ports. Okay, so today we are connecting, like we are doing online file sharing. Okay, we are doing email activity. Okay, we are doing right now screen sharing, like audio sharing, video sharing. Okay, so there are like, for example, port 80, port 443. Like today, you all are aware something called HTTP, HTTPS, correct? Yep. Yeah, so HTTP and HTTPS we have. So for for your and human understanding, we use HTTP as a protocol name, but in the background, every protocol is going to have a port number. HTTP is something which runs under port 80. HTTP is something which runs under 443. We have something called FTP, which is nothing but file transfer protocol. Today, this file sharing activity, like for example, if you have used share it, airdrop, mi drop, all this use something called FTP port 21. So this we can't see with our eyes, but every system is going to have this 65,535 ports. Out of that, well-known ports are 1024, which are useful for at least well-known or most used services, something called SMTP, which is nothing but simple mail transfer protocol. Like 25 is useful for your Gmail services or Outlook services, Yahoo. All this comes under the SMTP, simple mail transfer protocol. Yeah, so like this, we have like multiple ports. We'll keep learning. So especially if you go to the internet and if you type most hackable ports, very important guys, ports acts like an entry point to hack the systems. The greater the number of ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked. These all port numbers you must remember, the one which are showing on the screen, like port 21, port 22, port 23, port 25, port 53, like port 69, or what this port stands for. Because these, like the moment these ports are open, we will learn something port scanning and identifying the open ports. These ports will represent like what kind of services are running on the system. So the greater the number of ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked. 21, 22, 23, 25, 53, 69, at least something you need to remember, which is being on the screen. We'll keep learning these ports as they come in. So, but out of whatever we have out, for example, like if you go to the Google and type ports used by Zoom, if you type this, you will come to know which port numbers the Zoom is going to use. Zoom is using TCP 8443 and 801, 8000, 8801, 8802, and it uses UDP ports 3478, 3479, and 8801 to 8000. So, like Zoom, like this, every system. Now, for example, ports used by PUBG. It's a game. Like it is going to show you what are the ports that are being used by this game. So every application will use ports depending upon the services it provide, whether it is providing screen sharing, audio sharing, video sharing, or email or data transfer, or it is giving just a resource to share. So these ports are acting today to represent the services which we used to do with help of cables and hardware. So as I said, every port has its own importance. So if you see here, if you see here, same thing. At least these ports, you should remember the ports which are available on screen. Like for example, RDP port, we have the 3389 port, SSH remote activity 22. We have something called telnet, which is for 21. So at least these ports, sorry, 23, these ports you need to remember before we get into the upcoming classes. Okay, so yep, this is something related to the network ports. Now this is something we need in the networking. We expect this much in order to learn security or in order to learn ethical hacking. At least whenever something comes as per the topic, we will discuss in network security or networking related attacks. But yep, we started with the networking concepts, like all the 7 layers, each layer what it is famous for. I clearly said every layer has an attacks with the kind of activities it does. We have attacks which can be performed on network layer, the physical layer, data link layer. Every layer can be hacked. Like we have something DoD model, as I said, and also IP address, we discussed about it, and port numbers like IPv4, IPv6, and ports. Next we will start with M1, introduction to ethical hacking. So we will discuss something over here, like introduction to ethical hacking concept. So something related to, so as I said, the module number 1 and module number 0, like which we discuss on networking, they hold some networking like theory concepts, like especially the fundamentals of cybersecurity are covered in this module number 1, introduction to ethical hacking. Okay, so the main outcome of this module will be some of the key uh, principles of security, the difference between ethical hacking and hacking, the components of security, like on what security principles we can say the organization is strong, and something related to the uh, vulnerabilities, 0 day complaints part. Yep, something we will discuss here. The first thing we are going to start our discussion is something called CIA triad. So any certification, the major part or something which we need to discuss is CIA triad. Okay, so like this is something which is going to help us in multiple ways. Like this is going to help in evaluating the security. So often just often any attack also. So yeah, CIA triad, the like whatever the certification we start, the first thing something we discuss is the CIA triad. So as you see on the screen, it's in the triangle shape. So C stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Especially today, if an organization wants to start a security, or if an organization was involved in any cyber attack, first thing is the CIA is going to help us to evaluate confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So first, if we have this clear understanding, we can, it is going to help us in two things. One, it will help you to understand what are the what are the standards right now organization is maintaining, and also if there is any compromise happen, uh, also how can we evaluate what is the impact. Okay. So in general, now in general question, what do you think confidentiality means? So confidentiality means only like authorized people or authorized users should have access to the data. Like for example, like who are belonging to the organization, like only clients should have access to the data, only known users should have access to the data. The confidentiality means only authorized users should have access to the data. It's not like everyone can access. Only now, for example, you all enrolled with Simplilearn. Only the enrolled people will have access to the iLabs and ASPIN accounts. So it depending upon the job role or depending upon the user, the access should be given. It's not like everyone can access without proper permissions and without proper authorization. That's very bad. So whatever the data we have now, see, for example, I am working as a trainer. Now I will have only the trainer access, like maybe related to the content, maybe related to the labs, and but I am not going to have access to the financial information of your students or personal information of the students or the information related to organization budget. No, according to the role, you will be given access. See, if I'm working with an Amazon as a security engineer, I will be having access to only the information that I should get access as per security engineer. I will have nowhere access to see what the customers are buying, what are the items they are getting ordered, what are the items they are getting refund. That is not my job role. Okay, so that is something we have uh, over here as a part of confidentiality. The authorized people should have access to the data. It's not like everyone can get access. That's something wrong. So information should be only given access after proper approvals. So coming to the integrity. Integrity means only authorized people can modify the data, make changes to the data. Okay. So like if you see modify, edit, tamper, now these kind of things will come under the integrity. Now, see, for example, I have no access to give you, like no provision to give you all access the iLabs. It is something only our administrator users have access to modify or make changes towards your data. So in every organization, we will have a specified team, a group of admins or a group of employees who are authorized to make some changes and modify. So it's not like, now see, when you are doing some research regarding a person, okay, you are doing research regarding a person. Now, you got an information from the Facebook and you also got an information from passport. Okay, you have two types of information. One, the information is from Facebook, and one more, the information is from passport. Which one do you think is more valid, or which one you will give importance? The passport data you will give importance, or the Facebook data you will give importance? So passport data you'll give more, because the reason is passport data you can change after proper validation. Now Facebook is something you can directly log in and you can even modify, but when it comes to the passport, the data can only be changed after proper validation. Now see, it's something you need to take a proper proof and proper validation, then only the data can be changed. But when it comes to the Facebook, you can directly log in and you can change. No one is going to validate. So integrity means only authorized people should change the data. Now, if no, anyone can change anyone's profile, then there will be no meaning for that. So, like even in Simplilearn, only the admins are responsible for making some changes towards the account, like either transferring to the course or transfer towards some other person. I mean, integrity means in every organization we will should have a set of group of people who are allowed to make modifications. Either they want to modify their profile, either they want to modify their the any data which they have provided. The authorized users should be doing after proper validation and verification. So the best example is, if you want to make changes towards your Aadhaar card also or passport also, you need to visit nearby centers, you need to provide valid proof, and then the changes will be applied. So the integrity means if an organization failed to maintain integrity, then there is no meaning for their data, no value for their data. Now, it's coming to the last one, availability. Whatever the services we provide as an organization, they should be available 24 by 7, 365 days, or whenever the user requires. So it's not like we are providing services which are not valid, like not up to the mark, then obviously people start switching to the different way. So like what are the services we provide, it should be available 24 by 7 or 365 days whenever user need our help. Like if we are not providing proper services, obviously people start switching to alternate apps. Like if Zoom is not providing proper services, people should start switching to the new apps. So the CIA, confidentiality, integrity and availability, plays a crucial role in our security part. How? Now today, if there is any cyber attack, first we will start with CIA. So now, for example, I was referring through a breach. What was that? Boat India cyber attack. Now what happened? Due to this cyber attack, like 75 lakhs customers data was sold on the dark web. Due to this, all the confidential information, which was around the 2 GB, which was sold in the dark web. We will see what is dark web. But the thing is, I just want to understand, out of these three, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, here the impacted part is confidentiality. The reason is, see, from now, by reading the case studies, okay, when you are reading the case studies, we need to understand what is the impact, whether the impact happened on the data, like all the confidential data has been stolen, or whether they have modified anything towards due to this cyber attack, or due to the cyber attack the complete information is like site is down or infrastructure is down. So for example, when we are start reading this attack of the boat, this is purely the confidentiality has been breached. The customer information which should be kept very much confidential, like name, address, contact number, banking details, email ID, address, unfortunately they have not kept it confidential, and it was hacked, and now everyone has access to this data which was sold in the internet. So when we are reading the case studies, now we should understand what is the impact due to this attack, whether the impact is the data has been stolen, or data has been modified, or systems went offline. Now for example, there is a attack on Singapore health data breach. There was a very bad attack which happened on the Singapore health database. The Singapore health base, like Singapore government maintains something called like one nation, like one patient ID. Like they will maintain all the health records under one patient ID on each and every in database. Like across the country, wherever they go through any hospital, if they provide this patient ID, they will get all the details, like what is the height, weight, age, gender, what is the current disease they have, what is the heart rate, what is the current medication they are taking. Everything they are going to come here, especially when we talk about the patient ID. Like if they provide, like how we are having Aadhaar card, similarly they're having a patient ID. Unfortunately, this organization has been involved in cyber attack. Okay, this organization has been involved in cyber attack. They completely modified the records. They have changed the height, they have changed the weight, they have changed the records, and all these things. Now, according to you, what is the impact? Confidentiality is impacted, or integrity has impacted, or availability has been impacted? They got access to the database and they have changed every patient record. They changed the height, they changed the weight, they changed the medication they are taking. Now, according to you, which one is impacted in this out of these three? Confidentiality, integrity, or availability? Which one is impacted? What is a major impact? Confidentiality or integrity? There is an attack on Singapore health database and they completely modified the data. They changed the complete patient records. What is the impact here? Confidentiality or integrity or availability? Integrity is the major. I clearly said the words like modify, tamper, edit, because they have not copied the data, they have not deleted the data, but they have modified the data. They tampered the database. So while going through such kind of news, Okay, every time you should be make sure. The major thing is, I want to say, we are learning this CIA, which is going to help us in major parts, especially in understanding the different types of attacks. How can we evaluate the attack? Like if an organization is compromised, what is the impact? Whether confidentiality has been impacted, integrity has been impacted, or availability has been impacted. This CIA is going to help us. So we will see there are certain, like in a broader way, we may have 10, 20, 30, 50 plus attacks, but we need to know what is the impact, whether this attack is going to impact on confidentiality or integrity or availability. So such like that, this is designed CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. Okay, so we will see of how this is going to be impacted in further classes of CIA. There is something called one more non-repudiation. Now, now this is something like we cannot deny the activity which has been performed. So today we have like valid proof. Now, for example, every device is capable of generating some logs. So we cannot deny the activity. Now, suppose today, if someone has made a online transaction with proper authentication and proper protocol, like we cannot claim for any refund from the bank because we have made a proper transaction with help of the password, the login, and some MFA, maybe with the help of OTP. We have made a transaction. Now, if we claim that this was not something which not done by me, there are very rare cases like which we cannot claim back or get a refund. Now, for example, if someone says like we have not joined this session, but we have enough proof that like when did the user join the session and when did the user logged out of the session, because today we have enough digital evidences that prove the activity and that something user cannot deny the activity. So that is something we call the non-reputation nature. So the user cannot deny any activity, like whether like the person who received also cannot deny, the person who has sent also cannot deny, because we have enough proof that is going to claim that this activity is completed or this activity is done. So this apart from CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, non-reputation is also something which need to be remembered. Okay. So then coming to the next. So if we talk about attack, okay, what is an attack? See, attack is a combination of few things. Attack is all about motive, like there should be a motive, there should be a method, and there should be a weakness. Now, all these three together combined, we call it as an attack. A motive and a methodology and a weakness. So, like weakness is also called as like vulnerability. So, all these three combined, we have a motive plus method and plus weakness is called as an attack. So, like if we talk about motive, motive. So, it is a kind of a place where now, for example, what is the motive of learning this course is you want to get a certified and you want to get a knowledge in cybersecurity or ethical hacking, or some of them are looking at this career development opportunity. So similarly, every before we do an attack as an hacker, as an ethical hacker, there is a motive. Now, a simple question, like from you, why do the hackers hack the systems? Yep. Like, why do they hack the systems or the organization? Like, what is the reason today why they are hacking the companies? What is the reason? What is the motive behind the cyber criminals performing attack on the companies? What do you think? What is the main motive that makes hackers to hack the systems and organizations? What would be the motivation? See, financial benefits, we can say. Like the main motive is one of the motive is financial benefits. And One more motive is to steal information. That means data. Then, yeah, like some motivation is to disrupt the business, like to damage the business and reputation. Or sometimes, yes, it is because of some uh, religious or political agenda, or to take revenge for fun or for show off. Yeah, some of them do it for some testing their skills. So, like these many motivations we have. Some of them do it for money, some of them do it for data, some of them want to disrupt the business, like they want to damage the business. Maybe they are a competitor, or they don't want this organization to have a better business, want to damage their reputation, want to make people to lose their trust on this company. So it's end of the day completely damage the business. Or some religious or political motivations on the principles of some political grounds or religious grounds, or they want to take revenge, like counter attacks or something. They want to take revenge on the previous organization, the previous employee, or a customer who is not satisfied with their benefits, or a customer who is not satisfied with their service. So they do involve in attacking. Some fun show off, like they may learn, they know about security and they start using it for fun and show off. And finally, testing the skills. So these many different types of motivations we have. It's not just for money, and it's not just for data, but there are other things which are going to be making very. So this is something you must remember. Now, the reason why these are important, because sometimes some of them will keep saying that only the organizations who have a better finance, or the organization who had a good amount of money get hacked. That is completely a false statement. It's not about money. It's not about all the time only financial benefits. We have other motivations also. Suppose if someone says, hey Pawan, we are a small people, we do a very small business, our revenue is small, our growth is small, do you think hackers still be behind us? Yes, they will be still behind us, because they are not just going to only for money. There are other factors which are going to impact. Okay, like financial benefits, or stealing information and disturb business, or religious and political, take revenge, fun show off, and testing the skills. So it's not like only for money. There are other factors which are. So these many motivations we have. We cannot say an organization who is small, an organization who is doing very little business, an organization who is not completely into the uh, like market. It's there. These are something we cannot consider. At the end of the day, if they target, anyone can become a victim. So the first thing is, in order to perform an attack, we need a motive. The attackers need a motivation. So these are the different types of motivations we have. Coming to the method. So method here, we for method, we we call it as a, now for example, like everything, there will be some process, some methodology you follow. Suppose you want to start some business, or you want to start learning some new course, or if you want to start learning some new skill, some methodology you will follow. Now for example, you want to learn you are following a methodology of enrollment with online platform Simplilearn, and attending the training, and doing practicals and gaining the knowledge. Some of them will follow a different approach of only self study, or maybe they are going to some offline methodology, wherever they have a scope to visit offline institute. So some kind of methodology you are going to follow. And in order to crack the exam, like you will be practicing different sets of questionnaires or practicals you are doing from different platforms. Like everyone follow different methodology according to their approach. So here also, in order to perform attack, like there is some methodology that need to be followed. So we call it as a TTP. So tactic, tactics, techniques, and procedure. So TTPs, we call it as tactic, techniques, and procedure. Like what kind of tactic they are going to try, what kind of technique they are going to try, what procedures they are going to follow. Now, for example, they want to hack the user with the email, or they want to use what kind of tool, what is the procedure they want to follow, what is the process they want to follow. All these three are going to define like what kind of tactic you are going to use, what kind of technique you are going to use, and what is the procedure we are going to follow. The tools, like whether you are going to use Kali Linux or Parrot OS or something out of these three tools, like what is the methodology you are going to follow. We call it as a tactic, techniques, and procedure. Like what kind of attack, what is the procedure you are going to follow, and what is the methodology to hit that. So method means TTP, tactic, technique, and procedures. So finally, we have weakness. So weakness is something we call it as a bug, or it is also called as a loophole. It is also called as a vulnerability. Okay, so weakness, it's the other names are, see, 100% in order to do any attack, there should be some kind of weakness. So like the weakness can be in the software, the weakness can be in the hardware, the weakness can be in the process, the weakness can be in the humans also. That is nothing but employees or the users. So software related bugs, hardware related bugs, process related bugs, and humans related bugs. Now, for example, like 2 years back, we had a bug in our process. Like we used to see the CH enrollments are like 50 to 60 enrollments per batch, but whereas we used to see the students who are joining around 100, because there was a loophole in our process. Like anyone with our Zoom link are allowed to join the meetings and attend the class, even who are not enrolled, if they start sharing the link. But now it is not like that. It is designated per user, per account. So the moment they start logging in from different account, it gets log out. So it's like we have made the process streamlined. So every organization, like maybe their login mechanism, the process of how they connect to the client, so there will be a loopholes every process. So whatever the attacks, yesterday we saw case studies, especially the attack happened on the boat, the attack happened on the Ames India, the attack which happened on the uh, this pipeline attack. Everywhere there will be a vulnerability. Without weakness, without vulnerability or this, they cannot hack the computers or the systems. See, this one, it can be, as I said, it can be in a humans also. We'll talk about that. There are some attacks. There is a module which talks about human based weakness and human based vulnerabilities also. So it can be anywhere the attack can happen. So it's not just only because of software or hardware. There can, we can expect everywhere this kind of uh, vulnerabilities. Okay, yeah. So the, and one more thing is, for this software weakness, like vulnerability is all about a loophole or a bug or a weakness. See, for vulnerability, we have a fix. Okay, we have a fix. That means like we have a solution. We have a solution. In other words, we, in technical words, we have a patch. Okay. Now, for example, uh, you all will receive something called updates. Like you will receive updates. You will receive updates in your Play Store, App Store, your Windows machine. Like, what are these updates meant for? Like, what do you get from these updates? Like, why do they send updates for you? Like, what is the reason? Like, you keep getting updates in Play Store, the App Store, your mobile or your laptop or your new features. Good. So usually they are meant for new features. Okay, now sometimes, yep, new features, some of bug fixes. So it can be either for new features or bug fixes. See, today, like, okay, we can say it's a 50-50 ratio. Sometimes, now for example, WhatsApp, it updates every week or every alternate week, but very few times we see new features. Every time it looks the interface same, the application same, but something happens in the background. It's something related to the bug fixes. because there will be two scenarios. Either it can be for a new features, either it can be for a bug fixes. But today, lack of knowledge, many of them ignore the updates which are produced in their systems. Many of them ignore that. See, like, because maybe they are not aware of the things that they think all the time updates means only new features. No, the updates are also meant for bug fixes. Because see, vulnerability had a solution. Like, if you are not updating the system properly, you will be hacked. So, like, weakness is something you already have a solution, but you are not performing that well. So you have a fix, you have an update. So, but you don't do it. It's because of lack of knowledge, lack of intent, lack of awareness, lack of ignorance also. Like, they do ignore also. So today, like, what this Microsoft has come up, like some of the things we call it as a patch Tuesday. It is also called as update Tuesday. So what Microsoft has started something called Patch Tuesday or Update Tuesday. Every month, second Tuesday, they are going to release set of updates. So it depends, Arjun. That nothing like that mandatory or anything, but all of them should be updated. So it all depends. Like, they start announcing in the news and everything as a criticality. But yeah, so like here, if you see the Patch Tuesday or Update Tuesday, it's a term which actually started by Microsoft, but recently it was followed by even Adobe and Oracle. What they have did, Microsoft has decided, like, every month second Tuesday, they are going to release set of updates. Those are only meant for bug fixes. Like, those are only meant for fixing the loopholes, not for new features, not for something anything new options. But they have decided, like, only to release every month second Tuesday. So I mean that something, if comes up critical in between, they are going to release. But they have taken this as a day where they can keep it, like, every month second Tuesday they release set of patches which happen. Now, for example, I think in this month it is completed on, you can see, Microsoft September 2025 Patch Tuesday fixes 81 flaws and 20 days. So like this, every month they have started doing this, because this can make sense. Like, every administrator across globe can be following the same thing. So, like, main thing to remember is updates are not just meant for new features, but also the bug fixes. So the most important thing is vulnerability have a fix, have a solution, we have a patch. If you are not doing it on the right time, then your systems will be hacked or systems will be involved in the compromise. So now this is something we have for vulnerability. Like, we have a vulnerability analysis module number 3, where number 3 or 4, we will be elaborately discussing more about this. It's an interesting topic because there are many job roles which is going to be discussed, or which is going to be performed only on the vulnerability management side as well. Okay, so then next, okay, number 2. So here, along with vulnerability, we have something called 0 day. Now 0 day, this is opposite for this. We don't have a fix, we don't have a solution, we don't have a patch. Even the developers of the organization also not aware of this 0 day. Now, best example I can give you is COVID-19. Like, we have a very big health infrastructure. Unfortunately, when the COVID-19 is into the market, like, we have no solution for that. We are not medically prepared. How can we identify this virus? All we did is we have seen how many people have been impacted because of this. And also we have seen the situation, like, where the people has been deceased. Until unless we get a vaccine, we have all been faced many challenges. Like, it was a very difficult, same way 0 day is also, if 0 day is discovered in Microsoft, if 0 day is discovered in the Zoom, if 0 day is discovered in the Google Chrome, it is a situation where we don't have a fix, we don't have a solution, we don't have a patch. Even the developers of the product also not aware of this bug. Like this was identified by, like recognized or identified by the security researchers. So when there is a 0 day, it's a very critical time because we have no solution. The only solution is to shut down the machine. But if we shut down the machine, the business disruption will happen. We cannot continue the business. So recently, like there was a 0 day in Microsoft last month. We call it as a tool shell 0 day. This was on Microsoft SharePoint servers. Like almost many, like you can see, like in July, August, it was very much booming till September. Tool shell is a high profile 0 day exploit chain targeting on Microsoft SharePoint servers. It is designed to give attackers persistent unauthenticated remote to a compromised server and a backdoor. So that this means, like when this was announced initially, there was no solution. Even Microsoft is not aware of this bug in their product. So like almost now Microsoft took 2 to 3 days to give a solution. In between these 2 to 3 days, how many might have been infected? How many might have been hacked? So 0 day means we have no solution. So the only solution is we need to wait until the owner of the product provides some solution or provides some patch. So like one more example I can give you. There is a vulnerability in Apple iPhone. So this was something like on the Apple mobile we have. So what happened is when people started sending this Telugu letter in the WhatsApp, or when they started uh, typing on the keyboard, the mobile phone used to crash. Not only mobile phone, like yeah, iOS, like mobile phone, the Apple watches, Apple TV, all this has been impacted with this, and this was not even aware by the Apple developers. It's identified by the security researchers that there is something, a letter which is called GNA. The moment it is typed on the mobile phone, or if they received it as SMS in WhatsApp or messages, the mobile phone will crash. The moment they type it in any search bar anywhere, the mobile phone is crashed. It was identified by the security researchers. Now what happened? Even Apple is not aware of this. Okay, so even just a minute. Like I'll take some time and look at your questions. Like first I'm going through the topic. So like even Apple is not aware of this. So now what happened? Like even now Apple has taken 2 to 3 days, like no 2 days to fix this. But in between these 2 days, what is the solution? How can we safeguard? Myself, I have sent it to 20 people who use iPhone. This letter, their mobiles has been crashed, like unexpected shutdowns, restart. So that keeps happening. So 0 days are something where we don't have solutions. But when it comes to the vulnerability, we have a solution. There is already a patch in the sense update, like it's a fix. Okay, like it's a fix. Now, for example, we observed there is some issue on our electricity in general. So immediately the electricity department has provided a fix for that by giving us new line or giving us new equipment or giving us new connections. Like it's a kind of a solution. It's a kind of a patch. Patch is nothing but it's a kind of a solution like that is going to help us in being safe. So the thing is, this is a kind of a situation where the hackers or not a hackers, like they even see, yeah, they keep sending this letter and they start crashing. Apple almost took 2 days time to understand this and fix this. But the problem here is in between these 2 days, how many might have been infected? So 0 day is something very dangerous today. Till today also we have no proper solution. If there is a 0 day, all we need to do is closely monitor the systems. How we safeguarded in the COVID-19, like monitoring our behaviors and health checkups. Same way, when there is a 0 day in the market, all we do is we try to watch the systems close. Yes, correct, Divya. When they miss to see the flaws correctly, this 0 days will occur. So the security researchers, their job is to like actively exploit the systems, actively look into the bugs, loopholes, what is the ways they can compromise the system. Their complete focus is to hack. Somehow they will find it out, some loophole in our system. By the time even developer is also not aware of that. Things to remember: vulnerability, we have a solution. There is already an update. You need to just go and update your system. But 0 day, we have no solution. We call it as a 0 day vulnerability, 0 day malware. It's all pretty like brand new. Even the organizations or developers are not aware of this. Yep, the company should itself hold the responsibility if there is some 0 day occurs. So today, in order to perform an attack, these three are very important. There should be a proper motive, proper method, and weakness. All these three will help to perform a successful attack. So these are something uh, you need to remember. Now, next is okay. Some might have question: what is this human-related vulnerability? Let me give you one example. So every one of you, just read this paragraph which is on the screen and let me know whose mistake it is. Is it a mistake of organization? Is it a mistake of employee? It's a mistake of employee. So it's a clear sign of human error. So it's because organization has implemented a strong password. Organization has implemented a strong MFA. Now, a person user should have a knowledge of what should be respond for. So attackers found weakness in the employee. So that's why I said today even we have weakness in the human. So we will discuss about what these attacks are, what is the name of these attacks. So you can go through link. There is a module number 10, I remember. That is something which is going to focus on only the attacks which happens related to the human errors. Okay. So okay, now next, if we discuss now, apart from 0 day, as I said, there is no solution for 0 day till today. Also, no proper solution. And similarly, we have something called insider threat. Like, what is this insider threat? Is see the today whatever level you join. Okay, we have some kind of data, some kind of access will be given to the employee. See, even I joined as a trainer. I have complete trainer access. I have access to all the cybersecurity content, and I have access to all related training, students, enrollment, and everything. When like every employee will have some kind of information. Now, what happens in insider threat is, unfortunately, the employee of the organization will start selling our data to the competitors or to the electronic media. They start leaking important information to the public, or which is going to impact the organization business. For example, in a manufacturing industry, they deal with a lot of new things like design, especially in the mobile industry, new design, new features, new output, new architecture. But unfortunately, they release into the market before it actually launches. So what happens due to that? The complete business we may lose. We may lose. Sometimes the lawsuit might be filed on us of using copyrights. Like much more challenges. Like employee works with organization, but unfortunately, due to maybe employee feel like they want to take some revenge, or employees attracted to some money, or employees attracted to some kind of external affairs. Unfortunately, they start giving out important information. Who is part of the organization? The employee is part of our company, but unfortunately they start spreading the false information. Now this is a kind, again, till today also, like, we don't have a proper solution for this. After COVID-19, it has increased more because employees started working from home. So when employees started working from home, they all have our device in their home. They have access to the data from anywhere in the globe. So like insider threat is a something like, yes, we have some solutions. The people say you are not allowed to use USB, you are not allowed to connect to social media platforms, you are not allowed to use personal email in the work laptop. These all are some solutions we have, but end of the day, if employees remember everything in the mind, employee remembers everything in the, they, we can't do anything in that situation. So insider threat, the employee who is part of organizations start behaving weird. So Yogesh, that's a good point, but I can say every organization will create an awareness session when they are onboarding only. But even still, like, the employee should be having awareness that we should not accept the MFA request, even though if it is flooding. So we should verify whether we are getting a call from right networking team. No one is going to ask like the mobile the password, and no one is going to accept the OTP or share the OTP, even though if it's a flood kind of thing, they have something to do with the process. So that is something they have succeeded. So the major role like, lies with the employee only. Even okay. So knowing best practices, yes, even organizations who conducted proper security awareness training also, it is we do see this kind of attacks because yep, now we are learning security, we are very much focused, but we can't expect every same thing from the development team or the finance team, HR team, marketing team. They keep doing mistakes even after, like, knowingly or unknowingly. There are multiple factors which make them. So here the main factor was fear, like they have threatened like your account is going to be going on hold, she believing that, and the compromise has been taken place. Okay, so insider threat is one. So next comes, so these are a few things. Next we will talk about the hacking concepts. So we'll discuss about this hacking. So, like, if we start with what is hacking. What is hacking? It's all about gaining unauthorized access to systems or to data. Okay, like where they will try to gain access to the unauthorized systems, unauthorized way where they are not allowed to take, but unfortunately they gain access. So gain unauthorized access to the uh, data or system or accounts. So when authorized, okay, it's all about doing illegal activities. Okay, it's completely the hacking is a terminology where it's completely having a bad intention or uh, doing illegal activities which affects in a negative way to the organization. So when it comes to the ethical hacking, yes, here it's a good intention, like they are performing attacking with valid permissions of organization. Okay, like we here in terms of ethical hacking, the name itself says ethical. They maintain certain ethics, even they know how to hack the systems and crack the systems, but they do only for good purpose and good cause. Moreover, so the good cause is something, they want to identify loopholes, they want to identify vulnerabilities, they want to identify the system related, like the flaws which are available in the organization, so that they can fix. Now for example, today, like, we will be hiring ethical hacker just to perform hacking on our organization and let us know what are the loopholes we have, what are the ways they can enter into our organization, what are the ways they can damage our organization, so that something I can fix, so that something I can think about a better solution. So the ethical hackers today, like yes, organizations are hiring. There are job roles where the people who know how to hack, the organizations are hiring. It is not for doing counterattack, but it is for the safeguard of the own organization. Suppose I have constructed a house. Before I go to my new house, I have hired a thief and asked the thief to perform the robbery. Like basically, I want to see how they are going to perform robbery, in what way they are going to enter into the house, even though it is safeguarded with all the locks and all the proper protection. So if they were able to break the things and enter into the house, they will let me know, like you are using the weak locking mechanism, you don't have proper monitoring team like like CC cameras, or you don't have proper alarms, like which is going to give alarms when something breaks out. So like all the loopholes they are going to be saying me, I'll try to fix it, so that if there is a actual hacker or actual thief comes in also, that will help me to identify things. So it's like a hiring a person who know how to hack, but trying trying to get report and fix the things before something really bad happens. So that is the job role of pen. We call it as a pen test, or we even call it as a penetration tester. Penetration testing is different from penetration testing. The testing is something like software testing, that's performance testing, quality assurance. This is something related to completely. Penetration testing is something related to the hacking or cyber related test. So like we have job roles like junior penetration tester, or we have a job roles called VAPT, vulnerability assessment and pen testing. There is one more name called as red teamer. So red team, like these are group of employees who has knowledge of how to hack. So this EC Council CH also very much focused on giving you the skill of ethical hacker, and this will finally help you to land into a job of the penetration tester and pen testing. So it will help you to learn like skill, in what way we can hack the systems, what are the tools we have, in what way we can produce some reports and everything, some value added. So we call it as a pen testing or penetration testing. So junior pen testing, VAPT, red teamer, these are few alternate names we have. Okay. So like that's our ethical hackers also. So where we know hacking, but using the skill for a good cause. Okay. So now, for example, now like Yogesh or Divya, like they gave me a project. Sir, we are launching a new app, or we are launching a new organization, new product. So we want to know if there are any loopholes in our app or the site or the applicate product, so that we can safeguard the things before it go live. So I will try all the way to hack the system, to perform password cracking, or performing some network related attacks, something application related attacks, and I'll finally say, see, these are the things which I found, please fix them. So it's a kind of a situation where we are hiring the hackers to perform hacking on our own organization. We even call it as a to calculate or to evaluate the hack value, we call it. We, to what extent we can be hacked, so that if you are not doing you if you are not performing pen testing, if you are not performing this uh, penetration testing, it's like you will be not aware of how the companies, how your organization, what loopholes you have, and how they can be hacked. So that is something we have over here in terms of writing. Now, so there are uh, types of pen testing. So these all are fundamentals, guys, which are very important, because this some might, as I said, many of them might be new. It's all look new terminologies. That's the reason I said the module number 1 is designed in such a way to clear all fundamentals to the learners. They know everything related to the security law. So Types of penetration testing. We have black box pen test, white box pen test, we have gray box pen test. See, in black box pen test, you will be provided with no information. All you will be provided with is just the organization name. In white box pen testing, you will be provided with full information. You will be provided with all the access required. Like you will be provided with all the access required. In gray box pen testing, you will be provided with only partial information. When I say partial information, like you will be just provided with organization name, what kind of business they do. Like we are a Simplilearn and we have some 5 servers. Servers are hosted in Amazon and we use a technology of Java, C, C++, and we use some online Zoom platform. Some partial information will be provided. In black box, no information will be provided. In white box, full information is provided. Okay. So what do you think, like which one will be the more costly out of these three? Which one do you think it will be more cost? Yep. So black box will be more costly because when we are not providing any information, they need to invest time to find out some information. So black box will be more costly when you compare with nothing. So white box is something we'll provide all information, all required. Even they'll provide all access. They'll provide access to the computers. They'll provide access to the internet of the company. They'll provide access to the servers. They'll give username, passwords, everything. So, yep. So it depends upon. So we are going to learn all the things like if you have been given with any organization name also, you will be able to do black box, white box, and gray box. That's how the course is also designed to learn from the scratch when user is just having the organization name, but apart from that, they don't have anything. This something. Okay. Okay. This is something okay. The part of black box, white box, and pen. Now coming to the one one question for everyone. Mm, How much time do you think the hackers will take to compromise the organization? Like, how much time do you think they will take to hack the companies? Like, according to you, like, how much time do you think they will take to hack the system? Think they are like having top security? If you are thinking like, if the question is like depending on the security posture, they're having a strong security posture. So, how much time do you think a hacker can take to compromise the organization? So on an average, they will take like the time to hack an organization is 3 to 6 months. It's not like 1 week, 1 day, or overnight. Even though they are having weak security, full security, that is something you will come to know a minimum of we spend 3 to 6 months. So they'll take 3 to 6 months. That is something we have a timeline. It's not like most of them have a misunderstanding that something which can happen overnight or 1 day, 2 days. If that is the case, then we can't even have it. Then we will not even have a time to safeguard the things. So it's something which takes the so it's like 3 to 6 months. So what makes this organizations to take 3 to 6 months is you can see on the screen. These are the 5 phases of hacking: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, covering tracks. So they go through all these phases before they start any compromise. So, like, this is a process that need to be followed: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing tracks. So like okay, that is something we the course is also designed in such a way. The next 5 modules are also reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, covering tracks. Almost till module number 7, we have same. Okay, so yep, that same thing will happen here also. When we start to perform an attack, it is something. The first step starts with reconnaissance and footprinting. That is nothing but it's all about doing research as much as possible, like how can we hack an organization, what are the loopholes we have, like what are the technology they use, what is the kind of business they do, what are the servers hosted, how many employees they have, everything, like starting from zero to we need to collect information as much as possible. There is no wonder in reconnaissance itself they will spend maximum of time, close to 2 to 3 months. The greater the information you have, the greater the possibility of being hacked. So that is the kind of a thing we have in the reconnaissance. So like that, we need to explore each stage, how the scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and covering tracks. So scanning is a stage where network scanning, vulnerability scanning, port scanning, something we have over here. It's a place where we will interact with the targets and try to fetch some additional technical information. In gaining access, this is the stage where the hackers will try to take control of the systems and maintain access. It is a place where the hackers will hold the access for the longer time. Now, after spending 3 months of time, and if I hack a system, I don't want to get caught in 3 seconds. I want to maintain access at least for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, depending upon my goal. If I want to copy everything from the laptop, I need to have at least access for 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. So maintaining access, and finally covering tracks, like how the traditional thief will follow the procedure of having a face mask, having a hand gloves, having a pepper spray or something, because they don't want to get tracked or they don't want to get identified. Same thing will happen here also. So covering tracks, like they will clear all the traces of what they have had. So remember these 5 phases, from reconnaissance to covering tracks. That's what we are going to learn hands-on from all the next coming modules. Next one, by now you should understand how important the security is and how organizations are being hacked, and the process that need to be followed, the vulnerability, 0 days, the methodology, motivations, the CA triad, and all this we have learned. And we have come to a situation where it feels like every organization needs a security. Now, a quick question for everyone is, like today we all are using many applications. Like we are using Google Photos, we are using some online banking like PayPal, Paytm, PhonePe. Like we are using a lot of things. Like even you all enrolled for Simplilearn. Now everywhere you are giving lot of data, like your mobile number, your social security numbers, Aadhaar card numbers or PAN card numbers, even your uploads, your credit card number, banking details. Now, for Google, we have given more than that. Our personal photos, our personal documents, everything we have provided. See on what basis you have provided this information. For example, today, if new app is going to be launched and the app says whoever register into our app, we will provide a 500 rupees of coupon, or like $5 of a coupon. 90% of us will go and enroll their services because we are getting some cashback from them. Now, on what basis you are providing all these details? Because you have, like, if someone from your neighbor's house is coming and asking you photos only, you will insist to give. You will not even share anything with them. But today, an unknown app access asking access to the location, access to the camera, access to the contacts, access to the photos, we are giving away everything. On what basis you are giving away all these details? Especially if I talk Google Photos or Paytm or PhonePe or PayPal? On what basis you have given all this information? Is it like it's a big brand, so I can give like that? Like, how can you confirm, if I be more technical, they are doing pen testing, they have a security team, they are maintaining proper authentication, they are maintaining proper confidentiality, they are maintaining proper integrity, they are maintaining proper availability, like how they where they are doing vulnerability management? How can we confirm all this, like our data is not being shared? So how many of you seen these kind of logos? Have you seen these logos anywhere? Yes, so you might have seen this. If you just open some apps itself, they will be on the landing page itself. They will expose these things like PhonePe. If you try to open Paytm, if you try to open PayPal, if you try to open on the landing page itself, they display this. But very few of us will recognize they are not just gateways; they are more than that. Like in order to get this on your site, there are something which we need to follow, certain norms and certain things. Like they are something, it says like PCI DSS verified by Visa, RuPay, like MasterCard, secure code, safe key. These are not something which are gained directly or by giving some money. These are something which we get if we follow all the norms as per their design. Like if we do proper pen testing, if we do proper authentication, if we do proper data handling, or if we do proper monitoring, all these things. Apart from security, there are a lot other things like what kind of systems you handle, what kind of working hours you have, like many factors they check. It's like a auditing every organization. If you don't have them, you will not have a business. If you not have a business, like it's like we don't get trusted. Like every organization will undergo. Now for example, the reason why you are doing CH is like some of them want even recognition also. Like if now HR says recognized by you are having a CH, means you are already certified ethical hacker, you have a knowledge of ethical hacking and cybersecurity. Same way, the moment when we see these kind of certifications, it's an indication that organization is following proper security norms. So we call it as a compliance, like governance. Like when you are getting these things, that is a clear indication that organization do follow certain security norms over here. So few of them are like one of the, if your organization is accepting credit cards related payment, you need to undergo PCI DSS, payment card industry data security standards. Okay, so now this is something we only gain if you follow all proper security norms. So there is also something called ISO 27000K. We call it as, this purely stands for information security standards. Sometimes the organizations say we are ISO standards, we maintain ISO standards, means in ISO standards, if they maintain 27000K, that is something which is related to security department. They are following all the security norms which were set by this ISO. So as you see on the screen, so the concept is, now these kind of things today makes organizations to follow the security, but no other options. I mean, some of them will have, like some of them ignore them, some of them give like it's okay, they are hacked also, what is the issue for me, hardly I will get a business loss, nothing more than that. So I mean, these things, if they don't have these standards, they don't get business, they don't get approval from the banks, they don't get investments, they don't, no one is going to trust the clients. Today we are getting, like we are, everyone is receiving projects across the globe. Now from US we receive projects in India, from India we give projects to UK, or from UK we receive the projects in Australia. This is not something happening because of just believing the client. They also look into what kind of certifications they hold, what are the security best practices they do, and all having, after all having this, they provide the projects and access to the data. So I mean, these kind of things today they have made mandatories, because many organizations I have seen in my experience, they are like least bothered about security because it's an additional investment. And like it's a kind of something where they need to have an additional team, and like they are least bothered, like they're in a situation like it's okay, we are hacked. But when things started changing, they are made mandatory. Like if you want to now, this is something called HIPAA, especially if your organization is related to health industry. Like we need to have this HIPAA certification, like Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. According to them, they set some norms, how to perform scanning, when to perform scanning, how to handle data, everything. See, if you see, even you are the owner of the accounts. Like for example, you all have Amazon, you all have some accounts in eBay or Flipkart. See, even you are the owner of the account, your credit card number will be only visible for your last two numbers or last four numbers. Is this correct? Like, or do you see full credit card number? Last four digits. The reason is that's what one of the standard of this PCI DSS they set. Even the owner of the accounts also, because people have an habit of sharing the data, sharing the credentials. Maybe it's not every time the owner of the account is getting logging into these systems, so they don't want to share even the full credit card numbers. So all these are something which are because of this compliance, we call it as. The reason is, see, I do see even some situations where the clients say, hey Pawan, we are only here for compliance. Like as we want to get certified, we are doing this security. Like we don't want to go much deeper. Like because we give a lot of suggestions to them, they don't follow or they don't meet. They say we are only here to like for a namesake. We are doing pen testing means we are doing pen testing. We want to show report to auditor, we will show the report to auditor. So such things are there. So these made today the security career. I can say like these made every organizations to have a security as a mandatory. So that's the reason every organization need security people of how to handle the data and how to go with the things. Okay, we will learn many things in the upcoming class where these are getting failed, especially the loopholes we have. So, yep. So this is all about the module number 1, where we have started with CIA, uh, and we discussed about all the things. So let's move to the next module. So in module number 2, we will have some practicals over module number 2, some hands-on lab and everything. Module 2 is footprinting and reconnaissances. That is what the first phase of hacking. Reconnaissances, recon in the short form they call, and footprinting also it is called. Like it's all about information gathering. Okay, information gathering. So here, like gather as much as information about target. Okay, like where the concept here is like we want to gather as much as information, like where we have no prior information related to the organization. You might be just provided with an organization name, like just the DoorDash, or you will be provided with an organization name like just Pet Petcom, or you will be just provided with an organization. But it's up to you how you are going to grab as much as information. So when we are trying to gather this information about the target, like there are some techniques. Like there are two types of recon. The first one, we have passive recon, and second one, we have active recon. So in passive recon, here, like we are trying to gather information without interaction, with target. Like for example, the methodologies that are followed, the online searching, the social media platforms, or from some shared databases, where we are not directly interacting with the target, with the user or with the organization, but we'll try to gather as much as information. In active recon with direct interaction, like where we will interact with the target and gather as much as information, like directly giving a call or a email or an SMS or meeting in person. Let me know one thing. Suppose if I search your name in Facebook, will you come to know someone is doing or someone is searching for you? Suppose if I search your name in Google or Facebook, will you get notification, or at least will you be aware of that someone is scanning for you? So you will not get notified. So this is something we call it as a passive recon. So where we don't interact with the target, but we will try to gather as much as information. But there are something like if I give you a call and say you won a lottery, in order to claim this lottery, give me the information like your bank account number, your Aadhaar card number, or social security number, or PAN card number, or passport numbers. Now that is something you might identify, you might not identify, but still I am interacting with you directly. Same way, today there are some situations where we can perform information gathering with interacting and without interacting. Okay, so this is something we have passive recon. We will see there are different set of tools we have to perform the passive recon and perform the active reconnaissance. So like what is the main motive, like what kind of information we want to gather here? So information is classified into multiple ways, like the organization info, like we want to know the employee details, or like telephone numbers, or some website technologies, and some location details. So this all we need to know. So employee details, telephone numbers, web technologies, and location details. And also like we need to know network info, like some domains, subdomains, IP address, or something like who is records, or understanding network architecture of the organization. Like all this kind of information we need to grab. And sometimes like system info we have, like web servers, operating system, configuration information, like all these things can be done. So these are the kind of information we expect. So when you are provided with an organization name, suppose Simplilearn, you need to find employee details, numbers, web technologies. In here, there is something I forgot to add. Emails also, emails, location details. Sometimes network info like domain, subdomains, IP address, who is records. Also, we need to know, and system info like configuration, server, all these details. Okay, these are the three important things that uh, we try to gather information as much as possible. So now we will see. Let me go through with. So there are many tools. We will learn both the passive way and active way. How can we gather the information? So let me turn on the lab. And one more thing, don't do practicals along with me if anyone is trying to do. Now, like after the complete topic only you try to do, so that if you have any doubts also you can, because while doing, if you do along with me, there is a possibility some questions you might get it, or you might miss some important things. So you will find like this in iLabs EC Council the moment you log in. So like I have access to multiple things here, but for you it will show you directly the CHV13 which you have registered for, and it will contain like this. So the C certified ethical hacker V13, and first one it shows CH lab setup. The expected time to complete is 40 minutes. So you will have, like, there is also the second module, footprinting and reconnaissances. The expected time 2 hours 30 minutes. Like, they will give some buffer time. It's not like something after completing this time you cannot access. You can access until 6 months. You can do multiple times practice also. Okay, so here you can see uh, footprinting and reconnaissances. Like, every module will have the labs which are designed, if you see, for all things. So the start, as I said, the starting 10 modules will take a lot of time and they have a lot of content. So here you can just click on launch, then the lab will be launched. You can see here, this is how the lab looks like. So in left hand side you will have the operating system, and right hand side you will have lab manual also. You can follow this lab manual step by step. A very detailed lab manual will have, guys, with every single screenshot. Now, for example, click on this settings, split windows, so that you will be getting a lab manual in a big screen. So a very detailed lab manual you will have with clear screenshot of what you need to do step by step. You can also follow this lab manual and perform the practicals. Okay, it's up to you. You can follow this or you can also directly practice on your own. Now, if you see, okay, let me wait, start, let me exit this lab. I'll come back again. Let me start this CH lab setting. So I want to show you something here. See, we have iLabs, we have access to these many operating systems. Like, we have access to Windows 11, Windows Server 2022, Windows Server 2019, the Parrot security we have, Ubuntu, Windows 11, again Active Directory machine, and Windows Server we have. And there is also one mobile emulator. For this module, it is not present. But I mean to say, this is like equal to, so you can see the different types of operating systems we have. So all you need to do is, for example, you want to log into the Windows 11, just click on Windows 11 and you'll have a keyboard option here. Just click Control Alt Delete and it will ask you to enter the password. So in order to give the password, listen carefully. Again, everyone will ask, where can I find password? What is password? Click on this keyboard, type text, type password. So automatically the password will be typed here. So you don't need to remember, you don't need to do anything. For every operating system, you will have the same procedure to log in. Not for Parrot OS. For Parrot OS, I will say, like, suppose if you want to log into this server 2022, the same. You will have a login page. Go to the type text, type password. You will be on the Windows server. So like this, we can play around with multiple operating systems. So it's like, if you want to build this in our own laptop, we need at least 30 GB of RAM. The reason is we need to run all these multiple things. Okay. uh, okay, Ravi, this says iLabs is, that is how the iLabs is. iLabs completely the cloud environment. That's the same quality you can see in, okay. So if you look here, going to the Parrot OS, just click on Parrot security. You will get an option Tor. So the password for iLabs is Tor. This one we don't have option, like, so it's a reverse of the root. Okay, so you can see here we logged into the Parrot, and if you click on the application, we have the main thing is Pentesting. Under Pentesting, we have multiple tools. Okay, so you can see here. So if you remember what we have discussed in the phases of hacking, like information gathering, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, same way, these modules are also designed in same pattern. Like we have tools related to information gathering, vulnerability analysis, exploitation tools, maintaining access tools, password cracking tools, like sniffing, spoofing, some forensic tools, all the tools we have in this ParrotOS. So yesterday, as I discussed, yep, ParrotOS is one of the operating system which is designed for the ethical hackers and hackers, where it is having all set of tools which we can learn for how to perform the system compromise and hacking. So that's why I said ParrotOS, take advantage of ParrotOS. ParrotOS is something which is on, sorry, iLabs. iLabs is something which creates a real-time virtual environment which looks like the organization work only. Okay, so if you can see all this, like according to the module, the operating systems will be given access to us. Each OS has, like, they have all installed the tools which are required for ch in each operating system. Additionally, if you want anything also, we can install and we can practice, but all operating systems and all the devices have the tools which need for performing the practicals. Okay, so you might not see all these operating systems in every module. So in v12 we used to see, but in v13, uh, what they have made is they have made available modules, like operating systems according to the module. So in information gathering, you have seen we have access to only ParrotOS and few Windows machines. Now in this system hacking module, they have given access to all these operating systems. So like this is one specialty, as I said, iLabs make opportunity to completely use iLabs in terms of getting hands-on. You can also build your own lab, but that will only contain one operating system, either Windows and also the ParrotOS. You can also do that. I'll also give instructions to do your installation part. But yep, so in order to move between the operating systems, on the top, just click whatever the operating system you want to open, and in order to get that password, just click on this keyboard. So if you're not seeing the login page, click Control Alt Delete. If you are seeing the login page and asking to type password, go to type text, type password. Server 2019, they have installed. So Windows 11. So this is about iLabs, but we'll still see, like we will completely continue our labs with help of iLabs only. So yeah, we'll take some break, and after the break, we'll continue with information gathering. So first we will see, uh, instead of directly going to the uh, lab, we will see like some of the useful commands in both Windows and Linux, because few of them are new to the Linux environment. So some, what are the common commands that can be used in the ParrotOS or Kali Linux. So whatever the commands we try in ParrotOS, it will work in Kali Linux, and whatever the commands we try in Kali Linux, they will work out in Parrot. So it's like same thing. The only differences is ParrotOS is a lightweight operating system. When it comes to the Linux, like it need a Kali Linux, it need a good RAM. See, one thing, like especially in the ParrotOS, the which is provided by the iLabs. So there are already some pre-installed, pre-downloaded folders also. According to the module, they have downloaded some folders and kept ready for the practicals. Okay, so if I, so something which we have on screen on terminal. So see, right now you are seeing ParrotOS very much user friendly. like you can go through and access through apps and open the required apps. So there are already some pre-installed applications which we have, browser apps and everything, which you are like, it's a user friendly right now, Kali or Parrot. But at one point of time, we used to completely access it with help of terminal in order to open any apps or in order to call any apps. It completely happened through terminal. So you all can see the black screen. So it's called as a terminal in Kali and Parrot, and also in Windows we call it as a command prompt. So the first thing you need to do whenever you get access to the Parrot OS, either in iLabs or in your personal lab also, like sudo su, it's a command which will help us to take the administrator privileges. So in Linux environment, we call it as a root account as a administrator. Like in normal Windows, we call it as an administrator, but here we are going to call root as a admin. So the like it is here, attacker is a username of this laptop. So we need to provide the password here, tor, TOOR. It is not going to display anything. It is not going to blink anything. The moment you type password and hit enter, that's it. Like you will get a root access, because there are some tools which only work with the root privileges. So that's the reason I say, whenever the whenever we are starting with Parrot OS and Kali Linux, the first thing would be typing with a root. uh, Getting a root account access is a better way. Okay, now here now once you type this, there are few commands, that mandatory commands, like everyone should be aware of. The first command is, you can type host name. Like, to understand this laptop name or this system name, you can just type host name. It is going to provide you Parrot. It all depends upon whatever the name we have given. Suppose you have given this laptop name as a hacker, or a laptop name as your personal name, or laptop name as an organization name. Like, it's a host name, it is going to provide you the laptop name. So once you type host name, you came to know it's a Parrot. And you can type one more command, who am I. So this is going to give you information related to who is the current user who is accessing this system. So it's supposed if it is accessed by the Pawan account, it will having a Pawan account name. If it is accessed by the someone like Mike, it will be the Mike account name. If it is accessed by some Ajit, so Ajit name, like whoever the name. So right now, the user who is accessing the system is a root user. So host name is a Parrot. Who am I will give you the user who is currently accessing this system. It is root. And if you just give this ID, this is going to provide you all the list of users present in this system. So suppose in this system there are 5 users or 6 users or 10 users. It is going to show you the moment you type ID. So as of now in this laptop, in this host, there is only one user. The username is root. So if there is any other users also, it is going to show you, like Pawan account, Mike account, Ajit account, okay, Divya account. It is going to show you the names, but the word ID will give you who are the active like users in this system. Okay, then if you type something called groups, this is going to show you who is the admin of this laptop, like who had admin privileges. Now suppose there might be 10 accounts. Out of 10 accounts, only few accounts will have administrator privileges. So if you give the command groups, so it will show you the who is the admin of this system. So root is the admin of this system. And there is something called, if you type history, this will let you know the all the commands which have been typed till now in this system. Like these were the last 6 commands which we have typed, like host name, who am I, ID, groups. Now this is something last 6 commands which we have typed. So these are few commands to remember, at least, like very common. They are not specific to any attack, but at least in order to practice the command starting with host name, who am I, ID, groups, like history, these are important to understand. So anything, if you want to clear the screen, just type clear command. Okay. So this will give you basic information like who is the user presently accessing the system, what is the privileges the user is having, how many users are available in this laptop, like for especially ParrotOS, all such information you can get it here. So the next command is to know the IP configuration. So like what is the configuration we have, like what is the IP address available for this system. The command is ifconfig. So if config will give you the complete network configuration of your system. Like your system is connected to Ethernet or a Wi-Fi or a Docker or any internal network. All the system information, interface information you will have here. So right now, for example, it is connected to Ethernet and this is the IP address of the system. So ETH0 is the interface. So ifconfig will provide you the IP address that is assigned to your system. Okay. Now, if you want expecting some more details, like alternate command for like ifconfig is IP space route. So this is an alternate command for finding out the IP address. So this will help you to get additional details. Like this is your router IP address from where this ParrotOS is receiving internet, and it is also showing you interface, very important. ETH0 is the interface because every system will have, if you remember, I explained MAC address, like we'll have wireless, Ethernet, Bluetooth, infrared, like multiple ways to connect to a network. So this will help you to understand whether you are using a Wi-Fi, whether you are connecting to a wire, whether you are connecting to a Bluetooth. So ETH0, which stands for this connection, which is happening through a wired connection. So this will help you to understand which interface. One is router IP, which interface, and your laptop IP. These are the details you are going to get from IP route and also IF uh, config. Okay, if config and IP route. So that is something. So that is something. These two commands, IF config and IP route. So we'll give you the information. So at least these commands, uh, you should remember like what we have discussed. Now, this will help you to understand basic configuration details of your system and network information. So one of the, like how can we use like information gathering? There are some commands like the first command is it's any device. It may be a connection type, you may anything. The commands remain same and it will provide all the information. So the ping command right now, which is being like I hit ping simplilearn.com. So this is a command which is usually used for checking the internet status and connection status. Now, for example, you have connected to a some Wi-Fi. How can you confirm whether you are getting internet or not? We usually go to the any browser and open Google or any Facebook, or we'll play video and we'll confirm that okay, I'm connected to internet. But in reality, the way network team or the way security teams, like how can we say we are connected to network and the target machine is live and they are accepting my communication? Like the thing is, this command ping will help you to understand whether you are properly connected to network and you are able to reach to the target or not. So usually what you people, everyone has to do is go to the Google and go to the Chrome and open any website and confirm, okay, website is working, internet is working. But here, like the ping command which we have, especially in the Parrot OS, will help you to understand like whether the target machine is live and ready to accept or not. Suppose you have been given a target Simplilearn.com to do pen testing. So the first most important thing is like whether we need to confirm whether it is live or not. So with help of ping, we can come to know this ping is a command which is designed like okay, which is designed to understand like whether the target machine is live. If it is live, whether it is accepting my traffic or not. So what information can we gather here? See, one thing is we can confirm the target machine is live. And one more thing is we get some additional information like the IP address which belongs to simplylearn.com. See, every site, every organization will have some kind of IP address. So as you see here, this is going to confirm, ping tool is going to confirm the target machine is live and also the IP address of the target machine. So ping here, you can either do with a domain name or you can either do with a IP address also. Like it is going to do, either you can go with a domain name, either you can go with a IP address also. So ping is a command, it will accept both. Either you do ping google.com, either you do ping IP address. So the things to confirm here is yes, the target machine is live and ready to accept the connection. So now like here, now the thing is either domain name. This is something related to the, we call it as a forward DNS lookup, and ping IP address, we call it as a reverse DNS lookup. Okay. See here, when you provided ping Simplilearn, okay, it is providing you the IP address in the bracket. But see here, when you provide IP address, it is not converting into domain name. So like in reverse DNS, like when you are calling a domain, it will convert into IP address. But when you are calling with an IP, it is not converting into the domain name. So we call this as a reverse DNS lookup. So if you have given with an IP address or if you have given with a domain name, first thing is to confirm whether the targets are live and targets are ready to accept your connections. So suppose if targets are not even live, if targets are not even like responding to your request, it's a clear sign the systems are not live or the systems are not responding. Maybe we need to think about like are they real systems or not, like are they really up and communicating with us, are they eligible for performing pen testing or hacking. This will confirm you. The first thing is whether the target machines are live. So that's how the ping is designed, target machine status, and you will come to know the IP address of domain name, okay, IP address of domain name and target machine status. So here ping, something about ping. Ping uses a special protocol called ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol. So ping uses this special protocol called as ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol, which is specially designed to check the target machine status the IP address of the, like it is going to grab the IP address of the domain. So forward DNS and reverse DNS we have. And one more one more thing is ping comes under the active recon. Active recon. What is active recon is target machines. Now Simplilearn.com or whatever the website you are trying to know, they can easily know someone is trying to ping, like google.com. So they can easily come to know whether the target machines are live or not. For example, the Google will come to know someone is trying to ping. So this comes under the active category. The ping tool which you are trying, it will create some active. So that's the reason it comes under the active recon. Similarly, along with ping, there is also something called, now ping is just providing us information the target is live or the IP address that belongs to the company, all these things. Now there is something called trace route. The command trace route Simplilearn.com. This will help me. The name itself says trace route. Okay, so this is going to trace the route, like in between me and Simplilearn.com, how many devices are there. So it will try to give us a, like, especially if it's an internal device or for belongs to some of our organization, it will better help us to predict the organization architecture. So it will try for maximum of 30 hops to find out the devices in between me and Simplilearn.com or any respective target. So trace route, the name, it's going to give us the understanding of network architecture, of how the information is traveling in your network, and in between you and the target machine, like how many devices are available. So this, so you can see here. So when I give trace route google.com, like it was trying to fetch information in between me and the target machine and showing me the how many devices are involved, what are the IP addresses, and this is also comes under the active reconnaissance of the trace route, uh, either domain name or you can provide IP, anything can be provided. And this also comes under the active. The reason they will come to know whether the target machine is live or not. So now same commands, when I go back to Windows also, so you can see when you are not seeing the login page, click Control Alt Delete. So it is asking for password. So when some systems have a ping disabled, we have some other alternate tools to go through and check. Like there is a tool called Nmap, HPing3, ZenMap. If the ping is disabled, we can go with those tools. And some passive reconnaissance tools also we have to confirm whether any services are running actually on these machines also or not. And there will be a clear difference. It says like destination host is up, but ping is disabled. So if destination host is really down, it will give us the destination host is down. So when pings are disabled, yeah, we can come to know they have disabled the ping, but the target is still up. Okay. Like now in Windows, we have command prompt. So in Windows, we call it as a command prompt. In Parrot, we call it as a terminal. So command prompt is something where we have, okay. So here also we have ping Simplilearn.com. Now you can see this is the results of ping in Windows. So we came to know the IP address. We came to know the statistics saying that the packet sent for, received for, the loss is 0. That means 0% loss. The target machine is up. See, same command, if I do it in Parrot, we already did ping Simplilearn.com. So what is the difference you are seeing? Like this is something in Windows 11. When I type ping Simplilearn.com, and this is something in Parrot OS. What is the difference you are seeing here? So this is the ping in Parrot. For example, I can give ping google.com. So this is the ping google.com I typed in Parrot OS. Now same, we'll type it in the Windows also, ping google.com. What is the difference you are seeing in between both? This is the ping google.com, which is happening in Parrot OS, and same ping google.com in Windows. What is the difference you see? So the difference is in Parrot, you will see continuous ping. We need to stop it manually by giving Control C. If you give Control plus C, it is going to stop, or else it is going to perform continuous ping. If I leave this system as it is till next week also, this ping will continue. I need to stop it manually by giving Control C, then the continuous ping will be stopped. You can see here total 104 packets have been sent and 104 packets have been received. 0% packet loss. That's an indication target machine is accepting your packets. And if you see in Windows, by default it is stopped. We can also make a command in Windows to do a continuous, but by default it is designed in such a way, by just sending 4 packets you need to block. So you need to stop it. Now the primary, okay, that is one difference. The difference in IP address, it depends upon like internet routing, all how it is going through. The one more thing is, this is the first attack you are learning. We call this as a ping of death attack. Ping of death. When you are continuously pinging a system, even if you know that system is live and ready to accept the traffic, when you are continuously sending it, this is called ping of death. So if I give Control C, yes, this is called ping of death, where we are continuously pinging the system. Even when we are aware that the target machine is live and target machine is ready to accept the traffic. So the attack name is ping of death. That's the reason few organizations will block ping. So they will block even ping also. They don't even accept the ping request. So eBay, it is going through. So let me try for irctc.com. So yeah, even actually, okay, Control C, even this is going through well. So you can see 10 packets transmitted, 0 received. That means they are actually blocking the ping. They are live, but they are blocking the ping request. So this is their IP address of the irctc.com. So it's a situation where they have blocked, but still it is giving out, this is a clear sign that the target machine is live, but they are blocking the ping request irctc.com. So here also it says destination net unreachable. So usually when you get a system is not live or system is not resolved, like DNS is not resolved, that is an indication that this kind of website does not exist and host is almost down. But this is an indication that target machine is live, but your connection is not able to reach. So because I showed you, right, ping of death, because of this ping of death attacks, people continuously ping the systems. Some organizations take this as a security concern and block the ping in the firewall. So block the ping in the firewall level. So ping here CL. So that's one command, but both are active reconnaissances only. So here we have trace RT. In Parrot, we have trace root. So here we call it as a trace RT. This is going to give us a trace route for the target machine from our laptop to target device. So these both commands we have in Parrot. Let me stop it in Parrot and Kali, which helps. In additionally in Windows, we have some commands like ipconfig, especially when you are looking for the IP address configuration. You will get the IP with the command ipconfig. You will get these details like Ethernet adapter. It shows, okay, it is giving you the IP address, and if you are connected to Wi-Fi, it will show you Wi-Fi adapter. If you are connected to Bluetooth, it will show you Bluetooth adapter. So how many adapters you have, like for your laptop, all those connections will be displayed here. So as of now, this has only Ethernet adapter, not Wi-Fi. So it is showing you the detail. ifconfig in Kali, ipconfig here. Like ifconfig is used in Mac, Kali, Parrot OS, everywhere ifconfig is being used. Now, if you are expecting some additional details for this, ipconfig/all forward slash. This will give you some additional details like what is the MAC address of this system, what was the last time when it is started connected to the internet. So all such information you are going to get it here. So ipconfig all, okay, and also you have here uh, host name. This will give you the what is the system name. The system name is given as a uh, Windows 11, okay, and also you can type system info. This will give you the all the information related to your, whenever you are anyone asks you what is the RAM, what is the ROM, like hard disk size, what is the processor, if you are using, like system info will give you all the information like what is the OS, what is the OS version, the manufacturer, what is the hardware components, the BIOS components, network cards, what is available, like all information you can get it from here by using system info. So this commands, and also similarly you have who am I. This command will give you the name. So right now it's an admin user who is present in the uh, system. Okay, so display the currently whoever is logged into the system, and there is one more command called net user. So this will going to list out all the accounts which are present in this system. Now, for example, in this laptop, there is an account called admin, administrator, like you can see guest, Jason, Martin, Sheila, like these are the different types of accounts we have in this. So admin, guest, Sheila, administrator, Jason, uh, Martin, like these kind of accounts we have in this system. So right now, the user who logged in currently is an admin. So net user will give you list of all the user accounts on the system. Okay, and there is something called task list. This will provide you all the applications which are running in this system. So like it's a moreover like a process manager or task manager, but this is going to extract information from the core of the system, and it is showing you all the applications which are running in this laptop. So At least like these kind of commands like CLS for clearing the screen. Okay, in Parrot it is clear. So at least these commands, something you should remember. Just for going forward in practicals, you will keep seeing these kind of commands more and more. But at least these kind of commands, you must have knowledge on what we are practicing. So this is something. Okay. Now we did the information gathering with help of, this is just a small active information gathering, and trace route also comes under the active. The organizations will have the traces. Okay. Now let's look into the passive tools. So there are some passive tools which helps us to. So now when I say passive, the organizations cannot trace. Like they can't even know, like if someone is doing recon or someone is doing the research on them. So the first tool, so this we don't even need lab also. You can directly access through your browser. So the first tool is Shodan, one of the powerful tool. So everyone bookmark this tool to do some research. So Shodan, search engine for Internet of Everything. So like you can see, Shodan is the world's first search engine for the Internet connected devices. Like if you click on Explore, you can get access to the information which are running industrial control system, some database, infrastructure information, some video game platforms, the devices which are open to internet, some in IoT devices, like especially, so you can see doors and lock access controls, some wind turbines, public CC cameras or public related some any kind of IoT devices, much more, like all of them you will have access from this tool. So create a login, you will get much more information from here. So here you can provide any IP address, you can provide any domain name, or you can provide any port numbers, protocols like TCP, UDP, SMTP, or IP address. Like you can, this is going to search and provide information related to that devices or information related to that IP. Now, for example, if I give the IP address, okay, if I click search, it says no results found. Maybe for this IP address there is nothing information to display. So if I just wait, let me show you. So we don't have any information for this. Like let me show ping. So if you have provided with this, so you can see like on screen it is going to show you both technical information and also the non-technical information. For example, if you see here, it is showing you the information related to general information, which is giving you the domains which are running on this IP address, okay, and to which organization it belongs to, and in which country it is hosted, and what is ISP we have. Okay, now same way we have in right hand side the open ports. Like what are the open ports we have on this site? Okay, that's a kind of information it's being displayed here, and also it is showing you all the technologies on that specific IP. So Shodan is a place where we can expect the information related to the technical as well as non-technical, and this is something passive recon. Like the organization or the IP which we are scanning, they cannot trace, or they cannot know that someone is doing research on them. Now for example, I gave one more IP and it shows the general information to whom it belongs to, and it is giving me the open ports which are available on this site, and also it is showing you what was the last scene, like when what was this, when was this information gathered. Yeah, when was this information gathered? So if I give, okay, the is not present. So this one also, like where you will be getting sometimes some information related to vulnerabilities also, and some information related to the technologies that are using by this organization. Like all such information we can get it over here. So now if you see this IP address, it is giving you country, city, organization, the web technologies which are used on this IP. They are using Nginx server, and you see the vulnerabilities which exist on this IP address. Like maybe you are not aware of this CV, we will discuss, but at least it is showing you what are the loopholes available on this directly. And right hand side, the ports which are open. Like if you remember yesterday, even when I am explaining you the concept, okay, uh, I said one I said one thing: the greater the ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked. Okay, so now if you see here, this IP especially having 20, 21, 22, 25, like 53, like there are multiple ports we have. So, and it is showing you this was from today only. So in today's scans. So, okay, so this is something we have. And yep, so if we are unable to find information in the showdown, there is one more site called Census. Like it is more accurate actually. When I say accurate, Census will be more focused on ports information. Like if you see showdown, it will focus on other information like technologies, vulnerabilities, ports, and personal information. But Census will more focus on the information related to the IP, like what are the operating system they use, see Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7, the ports which are open, the labels, and each port and its more in-depth information related to that port. So if you have been given with any organization name and if you asked to do first pen testing, these are the first few things which we do. First, we will find out whether it's live or not, and if we have the IP address available, then start like checking these kind of platforms, like what information it is visible and what kind of ports they have open, what kind of open vulnerabilities they are displaying, and what type of web technologies they are using. Like all such information we have getting in the internet without even contacting them. Okay, so these two tools like Shodan and Census both play an important role. Yes, actually, CCTV is, if you just give CAM, so they are going to give you directly the systems which are running cameras. So if your camera is also open to public and not having proper settings, yes, we can try to directly get access. So Shodan is going to give you, so so you can see something. So this is something like asking for me admin. So we try with a default. Usually speaking, this should not be available even for public, but unfortunately, lack of proper access controls, these are open to public and we can access not only CAM, many IoT devices. Like you can look into some IoT devices which are exposed to the public also. Like it's all you need to click on the explore and see more. So if you log in, you will get access. Like you see here, some turbines, some doors and locks, some Apple AirPlay devices, all of them which are exposed to the internet, they will be directly shown and give you the access to this thing. So maybe let me see if I something, I don't have it here, but yeah. So these two tools, Shodan is one, and also Census is one of the tool. The next one is who is domain tools. Now here also, if you are not having IP address, like you can either go with a domain name or IP address. This is going to give you the information related to the IP registration or the domain registration info. Like for example, I have provided this IP address. It is providing me that IP belongs to India, New Delhi, IRCTC, and it is registered with Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation Limited. And this is the IP address of that organization. And if I keep scrolling down, it is showing me like on whose name it is registered and what is the location. Now these all are something the personal information of this specific organization. Like you see, it is showing you the on which state and what is the location, on whose name it is registered, what the email IDs, the mobile numbers, the complete address. So all such information we can expect in this who is domain tools. You can either provide with a domain name or you can either provide with an IP address to extract the information. So this tool, we call it as a who is domain tools. So we can search with IP to get information related to again, all this comes under the passive. Next site we have uh, Netcraft, something called Netcraft site report. So here also you can provide the website link. So this will take some time. It depends upon information that expose to the internet. Even they purchase domain privacy also. There are some advanced scanning tools which we are going to learn in the port scanning or the scanning concept. Still the information can be retrieved. The moment any site which is exposed to the public, we have multiple tools and process to retrieve the information, whether they are using IPv4 or IPv6. In IPv6 and challenges, if we have, we can go with domain based information gathering. End of the day, it is also going to show you all the information technologies which are being used. So if you see, I searched the website name here, like simplilearn.com. Now it is going to clearly show me the background, what is the site title, in which year it was first seen with this domain, what was the site rank, and what is the description, like what business they do, and the network information on through which network they have registered. So what is that they have registered with Amazon, and they have IP address like IPv6 IP address, they have this. And you can also see their IPv4 address and the organization registration details like address of the organization, what they have given for registration, and also the area where their servers are hosted. Okay, in the location where their servers are hosted. And if I keep scrolling down, the technologies which they have engaged with, the additional third-party APIs or additional third-party webhooks, like everything, complete site technologies, site code, like on what basis it was built, all the information we can come to know from this Netcraft, like where we have zero knowledge about the target machine, but by end of the day, like if I give this rctc.com, it is going to show us. Yeah, so if you see here, this site, it is unable to present, but the details which we have, it is showing you all the information. So there are multiple tools like this which we can take help of and retrieve the information. See, the moment they are exposed to the public, we have scope to get information as much as possible. So Ajit, the background process is simple. Shodan keeps scanning the internet. They have active internet scanners across the globe. They keep scanning the internet all the time and get the information. And okay, netcraft.com will help you to this site report. And the next tool we have web archive. We even call it as a wayback machine, simplilearn.com. So what is the specialty of this site is this wayback machine is going to provide you the information like which year this site has started. For example, this site has started in September 3rd, 2009. And when was the last it was like updated? October 3rd, 2025. Now, for example, I can go back to any year from 2009 to 2025. If I go back to 2015, in 2015, October 15th, if I just click on this, let's click on October 12th. So it is going to show you on a particular day how this website was. Now, this is going to show me on October 12th, 2015, how the site was present. So it is going to show me that there is a specialty of this tool, Wayback Machine. We call it as a web archive. Now on October 12th, 2015, this is how the site was. Now this were like we have an option to browse all course, browse business course, browse technology course. Like this is how the website was on October 12th, 2015. Now the question here is, okay, Shodan was providing you the information, Census was providing us the information, Whois Domain Tools also is providing us information, Netcraft was also providing the information. But what information Wayback Machine is providing? How this is going to helpful for hackers? What we get if we look into the website, like how it was on particular day? How this is going to help the hackers? We have major info available with the Whois Domain Tools, right? We got the information related to irctc.com on whose name it is registered, where it is registered, on which state it is registered, the mobile number, the email ID, all the information, right? We got all the information in Whois Domain Tools. Even if I do it here, like the concept is even I like IRCTC. So it's irctc.co.in. So I am doing irctc.com. So it is actually irctc.co.in. So this will have actual thing. irctc.com, I intentionally doing it's a test. I don't want to expose the real one. But even irctc.com also have all the information available in Whois Domain Tools. Every information was provided on whose name it is registered, on which country it is registered, all the information we have. Yep. Now the question is how this Wayback Machine is going to help hackers. Like in what way this information is going to help us. Like if I go back to 2000 July, in what way this is going to help the hackers. Remaining all okay, we are coming to know the port numbers, open ports. We came to know the technologies they are using. So in what way you feel like this site is going to help us? Now almost August. If I go to 2014 and some random date. Yep. In what way it is going to help us? Actually, this site needs super fast internet. Even it's fast internet also, it takes some time to load. So it need to load the old site completely, how it looks like. So it expects some latency in Wayback Machine. Now you see, this is on March 3rd, 2017. This is how the site was. So the expectancy of user ID, password, like it will still take all your inputs also. Okay. So this is one good tool, especially to understand how the system was built in last few years. That's number one. And if accidentally some information is posted and removed later on, after recognizing this should not have been posted or this should not have been included. Okay, so Wayback Machine is one to consider. And next one, the this all are passive, guys. The organization cannot even know. Hacker target, this is also one more tool which is going to be answer for all the tools which we have discussed. This site will support to do ping. So you can do ping from here. So they can't even trace again. So like you can directly do ping from here. So what happens now, Google will come to know we are getting a ping request from hacker target. So like this is something, a tool which can help us to do lot of research, trace route also, and something we can use for finding subdomains. So very important. So when we are doing pen testing, every site will have some subdomains. So we need to find out those, because most of them will only concentrate on www.simplilearn.com. But there are also other major sites where some services are running, where we can try to focus on them taking down or getting access, because major organization will try to focus on securing the main site. But there will be something like faculty.simplilearn.com, student.simplilearn.com. So there will be some sites which are related to like cart.paytm.com. Like, so it depends upon site to site. Everyone will have multiple sites, like see staging.simplilearn.com, some career success.simplilearn.com. We can't expect they can also be secure. Like we can try on them ping, we can try showdown, we can try Zensis, we can try site report, because this is something we need to know for this site how many subdomains we have. So whenever you have been provided with any domain name, you should find out this. And also we can perform pen testing or vulnerability scanning, port scanning also. We can do it. Yeah, everything it will show. Every site, like complete site will be cloned. Srivatsa. If you go slide, site will be cloned and it will show you all the information on any year, everything simply. So like if you take here also something other site, now this is going to show me all the Paytm is a very big site. It will have multiple things. So you can see travel.paytm.com, gst.paytm.com, secure.paytm.com, like bus service sas.paytm.com, assets sas.paytm.com. So multiple subdomains we will have. So I also want you all to practice or perform this all scanning activity on the subdomains, not on the main domains, and also don't go with well-known domains. The reason is, like whatever we are doing, do it on some small organizations who are not well known. Then only we will be able to learn very much. If you do scanning on google.com, amazon.com, facebook.com, nothing we will learn. They are already having top security, all good security configuration. So when you are learning something related to this scanning, like information gathering, try to choose the site like which is very new, or try to choose an organization you feel like which is local. All okay. So this is something. Uh, have you been involved in any kind of compromise? So the reason, okay, now when you are doing research, information gathering, we will come to know email IDs, maybe from the Google, maybe from the site, maybe from the whois domain tools. We will know employee email IDs, we will know CEO email IDs, we will know some contact email IDs. there is something called a site have I been on. This will help you to identify. So you can provide your email ID, and this will help you to understand whether your email ID was involved in any cyber attack, like whether it was already compromised. Now, for example, I gave this email ID. Unfortunately, this was involved in one data breach. If I scroll down, like his email ID was involved in this city 0 day attack. So unfortunately, his email ID and passwords have been stolen. So like uh, this is something which is going to help us to understand like whether your email ID was involved in any attack, like if it's already breached. Now, for example, this email ID is involved in 2 breaches. So if I scroll down, he had an account in Rento Mojo. Unfortunately, it was hacked in April 2023, the Indian rental service. Unfortunately, in that, his date of birth, email address, gender, government issued ID cards, names, passport number, password, phone numbers, purchase, social media profile, everything was compromised. This was hacked in that this user details also is available. So if I scroll down, he had an account in Rail Yatri. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2022 in December. In that, his email ID, gender, name, phone number, purchases also involved. So the thing is, this site will help you to understand whether your email ID was involved in any attack. Suppose if it is, we will also learn in the next class from where we can retrieve this information also. From where can we get this information also? Like if at all I want to know Murli Krishna's all the information which was hacked, from where can I get such information also we can see. So if you look into this, so if you see this, my email ID was involved in 85 data breaches. Suppose I have an account in this Omni curse. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2025. In that, my email ID, geographic location, name, and phone number is available. And similarly, I have an account in OneWin. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2024. In that, my information is breached. I have an account in French Citizens. Unfortunately, it was hacked. In that, all my important details have been stolen. So, see, this is the reason they will say don't use same password for multiple sites. Now, what happens? Suppose if they came to know my password from the uh, this OneWin, what they will do? They will try same password on Google, same password on Facebook, same password on Insta, or same password on any kind of login. Because people have a tendency to use same password for multiple sites. Okay, so yeah, that is still accessed by these sites. They have active accounts in their sites still, but unfortunately, they were hacked. In that, my email ID is also present. So now this is something a helpful site. Whenever we get some CEO email IDs, some employee email IDs, we need to start looking into here whether they are already involved in any attack. If they are already involved in any attack, our job is going to become easy because we can get access to their hacked data. We will learn in the next class how can we get access to their hacked data. Like I'll easily come to know date of birth, email ID, IP address, phone number, mobile number, geographic location, government IDs, all such things. So this is something this site called Have I Been Pawned will help you to check whether your email ID was involved in any. See, this was involved in 13 data breaches. And if I keep scrolling down, it is giving me all the websites where he had an account. So he had an account in this site. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2020. All this information was compromised. BIOS, date of birth, email address, gender, location, IP address, name, password, social media profile, URLs, usernames was hacked. So he had an account in this. It was unfortunately hacked and this data is compromised. So this is something that's the reason we say like same, even though if you are using same like password, we should implement MFA, and you should not use same password for multiple sites. Make sure to use a strong password and use multi-factor authentication. Okay, so this is one site which helps us in two ways for our personal security, as well as when we are doing research about any employee or any CEO, we can come to know whether they have involved in any attack. Okay, if we change password, already hacked passwords might not work on these sites. So like anyway, your data is in the internet. It's we can't do anything now. But at least if you change passwords, they cannot try same password to log in or gain access. So we discussed about 0 day and vulnerability. Try to find out recent 0 days. I said one of them is tool shell, but you also try to learn something from them. We discussed about insider threat. So the hacking concepts, what is hacking, ethical hacking, what is pen testing, types of pen testing we have, and phases of hacking, the compliance part we have discussed, and phases of hacking. Try to remember the 5 phases: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing tracks. So next is footprinting and reconnaissance. We have information gathering with help of Parrot OS. What are the different tools we have? Uh, Helping the organization to identify, is it active or is it passive? Which one is a direct contact to the target? Active reconnaissance or passive reconnaissance? Yeah, active reconnaissance. So Shodan is an active tool or passive tool? And what is the password of Parrot? The password of Parrot is Tor. Yeah, so good. Shodan is a passive tool. Whatever we are trying to access through a web client, that's a passive tool. Sudo Tor. So the first thing I would encourage everyone like to go with sudo su, because there are some commands, there are some tools. We will only get access if we have a administrator privileges. So that is the reason behind using this sudo su tool. Okay, so there are like few tools I'm going to discuss which helps us in performing information gathering. So one of the tool name which we are going to start looking into first is the harvester. So anytime any tool which we are like seeing for the first time or listening for the first time, like the tool name is the harvester. So you can just type the harvester. This will give you some information related to what is this tool, and what was the version currently we are using this tool, and who was the author of this tool, like their email ID. Maximum we will find this information for every tool, and also how to build a command. They also give you the information. So in what way we can build a command for this tool. No, we can also have this hyphen h, like hyphen h stands for help, and one of the common keyword for every parrot or like every tool in parrot or kali. So this will help hyphen h, like any tool. Right now we are talking about the harvester hyphen h. Tomorrow we'll today or we'll talk about nmap hyphen h. We'll talk about something like Metasploit, ethercap graphical, hping3. It can be any tool. Like hyphen h is something which is going to help you in terms of understanding what is this tool, what is this command, how we can construct, what is the each field stands for. So the harvester is used for the gathering open source intelligence on a organization or a company. It will help us to identify or grab information from multiple sources. So instead of we manually visiting those sites and extracting the information, the harvester is a tool which is prepared in such a way to extract information from multiple places. Now you see, like some of the tools we already have like discussed. Like if you look into it, we discussed about Shodan, we discussed about Census. There is something called Hacker Target. Like this is a kind of a tool. Again, it comes under the category of passive, but this can extract information by using command line. So by using this command line only, we can extract the information. So in order to construct the command, so here we have how can we construct the command, like what are the things that need to be utilized. Okay, so for example, the harvester, so -d -d stands for domain, like any domain name we can provide, like ec council.org, and you can provide limit -l, like how many results you are expecting, like you're expecting 500 results or 300 results or 200 results, like we are expecting some 500 results. And -b source. Source is nothing but like from where you want to extract the data. Like there are, as I showed, we can extract data from Shodan, we can extract information from census, we can extract information from the hacker target. Like there are many more. Like for example, like we'll try with Baidu. So like this is one of the Chinese based search engine. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to extract information related to the eccouncil.org. So the expectation is this can extract information like the IP address related to the domain, the subdomains related to this domain, the employee email IDs of this domain. Like it will try to extract different types of information. So the harvester -d eccouncil.org, -l stands for limit 500, -b Baidu. So this is the format of the command, like how it will write. So if you see, it was able to only find one of the email ID. So actually Baidu is a Chinese based search engine, like how we are having a google.com or bing.com or ask.com, DuckDuckGo, similarly like that. So it was able to extract information related to one of the employee email, and also it was able to extract information related to some of the active subdomains which were available over there, like cert.eccouncil.com or store. Like here you can try out with all these types of subdomains what we have, sorry, sources what we have. So I tried with Baidu. We can even try with this Anubis, like what information this can extract from. So there is, so you can see now we are trying to extract from Anubis the information. So it was, according to this, it was unable, like it was not able to find any email, no IP address, but it found some hosts which are ending with eccouncil.org. These are the different types of hosts that are available with this Anubis under like different types of subdomains, and which were able to accessible from Anubis point of view. So every tool has a different type of information. So every source, like Anubis, Baidu, like this. Okay, all these are the different types of sources we have. So we can even try with here. The only part is this is also a passive nature of information gathering, but using this tool. So this tool we usually use to get the employee emails if there are anything present. Okay, no, this tool we have only for Parrot and Kali. The harvester tool is available. Okay, so this is something, yeah, you can try out with different types of sources which are available over here. Suppose you can try out with all the sources which are present over here. So the format is easy. The harvester -d stands for the domain, the target. -l stands for limit. You can give, by default it will take 500 as a limit if you don't provide anything. But if you want to provide anything, like if you are expecting a results up to 200, provide 200. And D and hyphen B stands for source. You can provide any source name, like whatever we have available from that list. Yeah, I know. The spelling is wrong. Intentionally, I was trying to do like any stereotyping, different lookalike Microsoft, anything comes up from that. I was not using the original one. Okay. Yeah, this command you can try out on the domain, whatever is given to us. It's again, this is complete tool, a passive tool only. No traces will be, nowhere we are directly interacting with the system. Okay. And the next one, next tool. So next tool you can give it, there is a tool name called as Sherlock. So till now we have been trying to gather information related to the domain, information related to the IP, all subdomains. We know if you provide a email ID, we can even check that information in the like have I been found whether this was involved in any attack or not. Now there are some tools, like for example, when we are trying to gather some information related to the some of the critical positions like CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, Security Manager, Security Architect, or CEO, like where we'll try to gather some information related to the user position, the organization, the location, the education qualification, or like the phone number or photos or videos. Like especially we want to understand the person's social life. How is that particular person's social life? So we have a tool name called as Sherlock. So that social networking sites are like online services platforms. Like we know people maintains some profiles on social networking sites. They provide basic information about themselves to make and maintain something connections, or the profile will generally contain some information like name, the contact numbers, or friends, information about family members, some their interest, their activities. Like especially on the social network sites, they keep posting the personal information like date of birth, education information, employment backgrounds, the names of their family members, or the places they visit, their likes, dislikes, like much more we can know from the social media profiles if we get access to such. Like example, LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, like they all will try to reveal information related to the person. So there is one tool called as Sherlock. Sherlock is a Python based tool, so which is used to gather information about a target person over the social networking sites. So it is going to search like vast number of social networking sites and give you the target user, like locates the person based on the name. Okay, it will give you even the URL also of the person you are trying to search for. The only thing is it is going to scan entire internet and give you the links where the user is having profile. Like we need to verify whether it belongs to the specific person we are searching or not, because suppose you are searching for Pawan, who is working as a trainer in Simplilearn, who is into the cybersecurity background. So like I mean, you know basic details, like you should start looking into the profiles those contains that basic information, because like this tool Sherlock will help you to search with a name. So like if I provide this name Elon Musk, so make sure we should use this inverted commas when we are providing two different names. The reason is, if we don't provide this inverted commas, this tool will take Elon as separate, Musk as separate. So if you want to combinedly take this and search for the entire internet, so like if we give enter, now this is going to search for entire internet related to the Elon Musk. So it is going to give you all the links wherever this user is found. So we'll talk about something called Google hacking database. We call it as an like advanced searches we can perform. So especially this advanced Google searching, again what we search in general in the Google, like it is going to let us like we can clearly understand some differences. How can we get through some exact information or relevant information related to the target or related to the organization or the user we are going. So we call it as an advanced Google search. So creating some search queries so that it will help you to extract the sensitive or hidden information about the target. Okay, so if in general, if I go through, so if you look into here, if I search for something called like hacking PDF, okay, so I typed this name like hacking PDF. So like it is providing me as of now some websites where the information is exactly matching PDF because my browser is habituated to do that. Suppose if I go with PPT, so I'll get something like you can see where it is having PPTX, where it is having PPTX, and it says exactly the PPT. So here, this is a general search which we usually do, but there are some parameters to improve this more and to get exact search results. Like for example, one of the parameter is like in URL. Okay, in URL hacking, and I'm expecting the file type is PPT. So now what happens? This okay. So what happens this? Now you can see how the search has changed here. So if you see, we got exactly all PPTs, and wherever we have hacking as a valid term. Previously, we saw we got the sites which are not referring to PPTs. But now, whatever the site you are going to open, they are relevant to hacking. And suppose if you type CH and file type PPT. So it is going to show you wherever we have like in the URL the CH, and it is going to provide you PPT. Suppose no sir, I am looking into the site, especially Simplilearn.com, or like instead of Simplilearn we'll go with the EC Council because EC Council is the provider of CH, right? So if you look EC Council, in EC Council site we want the CH and it should be PPT. So unfortunately, there is nothing available from the EC Council site where they are sharing the PPTs. So this is something like advanced search, which is going to refine the output, and we can only expect the output which we need. So like in URL, file type, or in text. Suppose instead of in URL, I want in text. In text, wherever is something called the cyber, we want the thing. So it is giving us all the PPTs wherever it is provided with in text cyber. So this is going to give us accurate results. Like for example, I'm expecting only from the site PPT site ecouncil.org. So I'm expecting from on, so nothing. EC Council is not sharing any PPT. If I change this to PDF, now see, EC Council is sharing multiple PDFs. So what is happening here is, if we are doing general search without these parameters, like this file type, if you are not using this, we call it as a Google Docs, this is going to provide you the output. but still this is going to take you to the sites which are not related to the EC Council. See, we are only looking into the EC Council sites, but you can see here we got something like expertteach.eu, and here also you can see some different site. So whereas I'm expecting only the results from the site should be EC Council, and also the file type should be PDF. Now, this is something which is only going to give you where the website contain ecouncil.org, ecouncil.org, ecouncil.org. Like where you can see there is no other site without ecouncil.org. So like this site file type, like whatever you are expecting. Suppose, as I said, you are looking for the topic related to the in URL, something related to the malware, and you want PDF. Now this is going to provide you all the PDF files which has malware. So like this we call it as a Google advanced search parameters, which is going to help you in refining your search parameters. The way you are going to search the internet is completely going to change. So before we go to the scanning the networks, have you seen any time or in the recent news, like any government or this police department, like have you seen anything like catching hackers? Like these are the hackers who caught while performing some cyber crime. Like have you seen such kind of news anytime? Like where they got sentenced to crime, where they have been involved in court of law. Like we keep seeing people losing money or losing something. Like suppose they caught hacking Microsoft, they caught hacking Google, they caught hacking Facebook, or they got hacking, they got hacking this person. We cannot catch them and we cannot prove them in court of law. Catching hacker, instead of spending time on them, it's better to improve your organization security posture, security profile, like how strong you are going to be having good security devices, good security monitoring, good security hardening. So we can focus on this. Okay. Now, what are the two system identities we have? IP address and MAC address. Without these two identities, there is no possible to connect to the internet and use it. Now, if I am connecting to any website, if I'm connected to any kind of, see today, you all use YouTube. The content is according to your country, according to your language, according to your location. That is purely because of IP address. You all use Instagram or something, you all will get some access to the advertisements. That is something which are made for local, according to your region, country. That is because again, IP address. So these are like two important things today we have as a part of identifying the end user. So like what are the IP address coming from, what is the MAC address coming from. But at the same time, we have two types of things here, as these are the identities which helps us to verify the end user. We even have something called IP spoofing and MAC spoofing. These are the two things which today the attackers will be utilizing in order to hide their traces, in order to not to identify, like they will hide their traces. Because yes, IP address is going to reveal the location, IP address is going to reveal the ISP type, the internet from where we are getting, and also MAC address is something which is going to reveal your device type, from where we are getting, like what type of device it is, what type of, so these two will act, but unfortunately they are performing this IP spoofing and MAC spoofing, which is going to completely change our digital traces. So which is going to completely change our digital records. So what is this IP spoofing and what is this MAC spoofing? How we can perform? We will see, so that at least by end of this you'll understand why it is difficult to catch hackers and why it's not worth to spend time on catching the people. So if we look into this, so if I type what is my IP, if I go to this site, you will be getting some information related to like this. So we have some high accuracy in the country, but not in the region and city. We don't have accuracy. We have respect to the country and ISP provider, how we are getting the internet, and this is IPv4 and IPv6. So there are some tools, we call it as a proxy, not a VPN, guys. Why I am not using a term VPN to discuss? We call it as a proxy tools. So these proxy tools are helping today the attackers to change their identity, especially to perform IP spoofing. So I know most of you might have used some tools to change the IP address and get access to some blocked apps or games in your specific locations. Like we used to change our location. Same way, we call it as a proxy tools. See, the reason why we are calling it as a proxy, it is something we are downloading them and making changes, because why not VPN? VPN comes with valid authentication, valid identity details. So for example, one of the tool which I prefer is Siphon. This is one of the tool which you all can download to your personal system, which does not provide any advertisements. Even it is available for mobile based also. So yeah, Windows system also it is available. So if you look, the moment I turn on, it is automatically connecting. And if I refresh the site, you can see now, like I am accessing the internet from the Ireland, and this is my service provider. All of them will understand that I am trying to accessing the internet from Ireland. Now this tool will help me to even change in between countries. Like I can change it to the France. So whatever the country it's okay. But this will change the location. No, this is called IP spoofing. Actually, this is one of the bad practice, and we consider even as an attack. In the organization, we don't allow employees to change the identity, because when they are trying to change the identity, it means that they are trying to do some illegal activities. So VPN is a different story. The proxy tool which is installed and trying to change your location, and because so you can see now it changed it to France. Now me staying in India, and if I'm trying to scan an organization or attack an organization, they will get traces of France. And it's like something they need to, again, where we are changing our identity and IP details. And things to remember is, just spoofing IP address is not yet completed. So most of the newbies, like most of these script kiddies, the mistake they do is changing IP address and think like we cannot get identified. The most important thing is, along with IP, even MAC address also should be spoofed. It's not just spoofing IP address, but MAC spoofing also need to be done. So as I showed you here, for IP spoofing, okay, we have proc, siphon, like hide my ass. There are many more tools in this category. Onion circuit. There are, so if you see MAC spoofing, yes, even for MAC spoofing also that need to be done. So we have one tool name called as Tmac, which helps you to perform the MAC spoofing. So, but most of them won't do it. They will spoof IP, and they'll try to, okay, now we can try and go and attack, but along with IP, MAC also should be spoofed. If I already have this tool installed, it is Tmac. expect some restart. Okay. So if you look into here, this is the tool Tmac. So it is going to show you like how many MAC addresses will system have? One, two, three, or four? Yeah, it can be multiple based upon the network. I mean, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, like I have a VMware, some Ethernet local. So it is going to show you were they changed. So they were not changed, and these are the MAC addresses I have, and which one is currently up and running and which one is currently down. Everything is going to show you, and what was the speed limit for that specific. Also, you are going to get it here. So if you see here, I have connected to Wi-Fi right now, and it is not changed. So here I can select the random MAC address, or I can select from drop down also. Okay, so for example, I can make this look like an Apple, I can make this look like a Samsung, I can make this look like an HP, Cisco. Like it's up to whatever I can select it and I can use it. So if I just click on change now, the MAC address is going to be changed. So this is what like we call it as a MAC spoofing. So with these kind of identity changes today, that's the reason like organizations like it's waste of time in investing to catch the hackers, because they do make changes to the identities. Even that is something very big. I mean, the crime, if that is considered by FBI, maybe they will invest time, because it's not something a one go and where we can catch. That's something we need to go through. People might think we can contact directly these vendors of proxy tools and get back the details. Even to get that details also, there is a procedure that should be followed to get retrieve. All of them are not ready to provide the details which we request. Even though they provide details also, like the same IP will be used by multiple people. Like there are some challenges to go through and catch. Now this is something very small way of what we have done. Now there is something called surface web. Is something you can get access to anything. Like you don't need anyone's approval, or you don't need any kind of person to create an account for you. You can directly go to the website and get access to the content and use the content. Deep web is something you need help of someone to create the account, someone to authorize your account, someone to prove your data, like which you need access. Because see, not everyone will have access to the LMS, and not everyone will have access to the Aspen, not everyone will have access to the iLabs. Those who only registered and enrolled and having the digital key will have access to the content. Okay, it is still available in the internet, but suppose if you go to Wikipedia, that is something everyone can access. If it is something in a news, like everyone can access. If it is something related to the Google, everyone can access from the platforms like social media platform, government sites, these blogs, everyone will have. But 90% of our internet will rely on deep web. I can say like 70, like we can give some 15 to 20 like percent for dark web also. So today all your internet banking, your organization related applications, or this study things, healthcare, they all come under the deep web, which is something you will have access based upon your profile, based upon your user type, and all these things. Like some of the examples, like you can see here, medical records, legal documents, some private forums, this educational sites based upon your profile, like this all are deep web. Surface web, Google, Facebook, Instagram, all this, YouTube, everyone will have access to the YouTube same content. So dark web is something which is not directly accessible through the browser which we are using right now, not with a Chrome and not with a Firefox, but we can get access with a browser called Tor. The full form is the onion routing. So this is a browser which is used. This is one especially used. There are some other third-party modules which they use this and give access, like Brave browser. But the one which browser which gives you direct access to the dark web is Tor, the onion routing. Coming to the scanning networks, the actual topic. So first we are going to learn, as I said, when we talk about scanning, we have few things. Like we have port scanning and also vulnerability scanning. Okay, when we start talking about port scanning, see, total how many ports we have? 65,535. Out of that, we have like well-known ports, 1023. It's like 1024 well-known ports we have. It's like 0 to 1023. They are like registered ports for some of the services we have, like 21, 22, 23, 25. Okay, 143, 145, and like 137, 110. Okay, like there are such ports, at least we need to remember them, like 445, 443, port 80. At least you need to remember them, like 3389. Okay, 1433. Some of I'm expecting every one of you at least remember these sports and what they are meant for, like what is 21 meant for, what is 22 meant for, what is 23 meant for, what is 25 meant for, like at least like ftp ssh telnet, because these are some kind of ports like most hacked, and the hackers do target these kind of ports, because see, ports will act like an entry point to the device, like entry point for device. Ports acts primary. They are going to represent the the services which are running on the system. Like I mean, this is something which is going to let us know what type of services they are running, what type of. Here we have like we this will help us to understand what is the target OS, like whether it is like Linux or Windows. It will help us to identifying their architecture. So like there are some tools to perform this port scanning, like it will help us to understand, check the whether it's a live system. Okay, and also we call it as an OS fingerprinting. See, in order to hack the system, first we need to have a knowledge of what kind of system it is. Is it a server? Is it a personal used machine? What type of ports they have? What type of operating systems they run? What type of applications they have installed in that system? So all such information is needed. Without that information, we cannot attack. Like in order to attack, we need those information in order to scan, in order to identify such information. Okay, so how can we do this fingerprinting? What are the different tools we have? So the tools are, so either in Parrot OS or the Kali Linux, we have some tools called as Nmap, Zenmap, or something called hping 3. Okay, these are the different types of tools we have, which is going to help us in performing the port scanning. The tool name is Nmap Network Mapper, which is going to help us in, and this is by default installed in the Parrot and Kali. So Nmap, the network mapper. So this is something we have. You can also set up in Windows, but it is a little bit complex. We have by default it is installed in Parrot, and so this is not something like a passive. I mean, there is no passive active in scanning. In scanning, we are directly interacting with the target machines after doing some IP spoofing or MAC spoofing. After hiding our identities, we are reaching out the target because I need to have some information related. Okay, Shodan will provide you, Census will provide you, but how can I prove that yes, this is a valid information or not? That is something port scanning will help you. Shodan will give you all the information, like technical information, what operating system, what ports, what technologies. But still, while I am going to attack, I want to have a better understanding in the architecture, I want to have a better understanding on the target systems. This port scanning will help you. So it's like it's an art to find out what are the target machines we have ports open. By looking into these ports, we can understand, okay, this is a printer, this is a server, this is a gaming laptop, or this is something personal using. All such information we can validate from here. So let me turn on the lab. We can discuss on port scanning. So yes, this is the, it depends upon the security mechanism. So if they are having any detection mechanism, they do get alerts. So now you see, like this module, especially they have given access to Windows 11 Server 2002, 19, Parrot Security, Ubuntu, Android, almost all the machines they have given access. So we will go to Parrot. What is the first command I need to give? So we go with terminal to access the tool. What is the first command I must give? Sudo su tor. So the Nmap, you can directly give this to see what you are going to get it as a part of this tool, like the information, like which version you are using and what are the target specifications you need to use the command. Or Nmap -h also will work. Help, it's also same output without h, or without h with h also the same thing. So here you can provide Nmap, like any website name directly, like google.com, and also, yeah, you can provide Nmap any kind of IP address also. It is going to accept. Like if you see here, the things that is going to confirm here is I have given just nmap google.com, and it is clearly saying the scanning report for google.com, it automatically converted into IP address, and this is confirming me the target machine is up. This is very important. This confirms me the machine which I'm trying to attack, or the machine which I'm trying to scan, the host is up. The other addresses that are having for google.com, it is providing you here, and it is providing you the list of ports which are open, closed. So there will be the port number and what type of port it is. It is TCP port or it is UDP port. And also what is a port state, whether it is open, closed, or filtered. And what is the service? Like, is it the, what is this port? Is it something HTTP, HTTPS, or FTP, or Telnet? So this will help you to understand the port state, and service. So if you look into it here also, we have Nmap for this IP address I have performed. And the moment I performed IP address, it has not converted into domain name. Remember, like the forward DNS lookup and reverse DNS lookup, like when you are providing domain name, it is automatically converting into the IP address in the forward DNS lookup. But in the reverse DNS lookup, when you are providing the IP address, it is not converting into the domain name. It is directly scanning the IP address, and it says the host is up, and these are the ports which are open and which are like, so it is going to have three things: open, closed, and filtered. Filtered is nothing but, I'll show you if somewhere we get a port status filtered. Filtered is nothing but it's an indication that there is the ports are behind some security controls like firewall or IPS or IDS. So we will be seeing the Nmap commands. We'll explore about the Nmap scanning. So I just gave introduction what are the commands we can scan and how we can perform that. So how can we find out our IP address, our system IP? Yes, ifconfig or IP route. Now this will give you your router IP address as well as your own system IP address also. Some of you have doubt, even you can scan your own system also, like this IP address 10.10.1.13. Even we can perform scanning on our own system also once we know the IP address. Okay, now we know this router. Yep, even we can scan our router IP address also to understand what type of device it is, Like you can scan your own routers also. So it will let you know what type of ports are open and what is a MAC address and everything. Now, see, one of the important thing here is now we have scanned the IP address of your own local system. Now you also scanned your router. Now, see, with the help of this router scan, like once we have the router availability, so you see, we can come to know how many systems are live in our network. Okay, for example, now you visit some organization or you visit some airport or you visit some railway station. Like in order to identify how many systems are live or how many people are connected to same router along with you, we can know with help of Nmap. So the command we can use for performing that scan is like you can provide your router IP. So Nmap 10.10.1.2 hyphen 255. You can provide this so that the complete network will be scanned to know how many systems are live. Like if I hit enter, now this will scan my entire network. Suppose you visited a coffee shop, and in the coffee shop you want to know how many people are connected to the same router which you are using. With the help of this command, we can come to know the how many machines are live. Now you can see here, starting from this IP, Nmap scan report for 10.10.1.2, Nmap scan report for 10.10.1.9, Nmap scan report for 10.10.1.11, and 1.19, and 1.22, and 1.13. So total, there are 6 machines which are live in this network. So it scan. Why I am giving 255? Because 255 is the last IP address which we can provide as a part of the network. So on scanning this entire network, we came to know the machines which are live, like 1.2, 1.9, 1.11, and the 1.19, 1.22, and finally 1.13. So these are the machines which are live as a part of our network scanning which we did right now. So now this is something which is, yeah, performing the scan activity. Okay. Now, like any network, like if you are connected, the only thing is you need to know, for example, in this scan, we are able to get even the ports which are open, the information of ports also. Sometimes, if it is a large network, if you feel like you want to only know the live machines, you don't want any information related to ports, you can type -sn. So this will give you the information only the hosts which are live. Now, if you see this, now this is giving you like starting Nmap and only the information related to the machines which are live. It is not providing you the ports. Like it is not providing you the ports information. It's only providing you the machines which are live. What is its IP address? And it says host is up, MAC address, and again it's not providing you the IP. So this is like when your requirement is only to find out how many machines are live. Your requirement is not to know the IP address, sorry, port numbers. Your requirement is just to know how many systems are live. So this command will help you to get the info. Now if you are expecting ports also, remove -sn. This will actually in the organizations when we are performing the port scanning, this will help us to understand the organization architecture as well. Like in this organization, how many systems are live right now? What are those systems? Okay. See, one of the generic thing that should be remembered by everyone, the greater the ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked or the greater the possibility of being targeted. Like if you look into this all 7 machines, we have almost like 2 machines, like there are too many number of ports open. Like almost this one is having 11 ports and this one is having 18 ports are open here in this. Now, the greater the ports open, it means the greater the too many services are running on that machine, and which is something a bad, I mean, see, we don't expect these many ports to be open for a public on a normal business machine. So whenever we are doing some activity, like we need to make sure, see this machine, like when you suppose, now this is my key finding for the like client. I guess we perform scanning, but we came to know like too many ports open, we need business justification. All we expect is 80 and port 443 should be open for web communication or web traffic usage. But unfortunately, if you see, there are too many ports open. So we will see about it. Like if you see, that's 10.10.11. If I give this is the output. A quick question for everyone. Look into this output. Total, how many number of ports are being scanned by this command? We need to know whether we are able to ping a live machine or not. You should be able to ping that machine. If you're able to do that, you can scan any network. It's not just limited to local. Now the question is, how many ports this command is scanning? You all can see on the screen by looking into this. If you see, but total, how many number of ports we have? So we have total number of ports 65,535. But if you see, this is only scanning 1,000 ports. It's a random 1,000. It's not like 2,000 or something. It's like by default, some random 1,000 ports are going to be scanned. So it says 994 closed and remaining 6 are open here. So like this is something we have in the by default Nmap. But when the expectations are like to scan all 65,535 ports, it's the command is -p hyphen. Now this command will scan for all 65,535 ports. So you can see 65,535 ports are being scanned. So like you can see previously there are only 6 ports open. The moment I scan -p hyphen, you can also see how many extra ports are open here. So I'm trying like this is something expected. So we need to perform with -p hyphen to get more information on the ports which are open. So same thing, like see actually like when we are scanning any site, like if we are scanning on a site which we don't have permissions, it's unethical. But still, when we are in the learning stage, we do perform. But there is one website for practice. The website name is scanme.nmap.org. This is for like practice. Instead of this website name, you can give any site. It depends upon the scan results might also be changed. It depends upon the system ports which are open and services they are running. So this is a website which is given for practice. See, in order to understand how much time it is taking, once you give the command, you can hit enter. You will come to know how much time it has been, like how much percentage of scan is completed and what is the expected time to complete this scanning. Because this is expected, guys. Don't expect results in few fraction of seconds. So the results can take time. It can go up to 10, 20, 30 minutes. It all depends upon how the target system is responding. So the target system response, the target system open ports, it all depends on that. So the way it responds, we are going to get the output. So let it keep running. It will take some time. So let me open new terminal. So as we saw, like some of the commands, -p. Now, like here, if you look into Nmap, like for all scanning 65,535 ports, we have -p hyphen. But at the same time, just now I was discussing like the well-known ports, like sorry, most hackable ports. Like we can also go with like we know the 21, 22, 23, 25, like port 80 or 137, 138 or 139 or 445 or 443 or like 14333389. Like if you want to only target on most hackable ports, you don't want to hack on all other ports, but you want to see out of most hackable ports if anything is open on the target machine. This is also something you can go with -p by providing the list of IPs, list of ports. Now this will let you know out of ports which are most hackable, how many of them are open. 8443 you can exclude it. Just those are not something which is very common, the ports are open, but remaining all like 22, 22, 25. Now this is a kind of a screenshot, we take it as a pen testing report. Like yes, we do check for most hackable ports if something is open. Yep, you do have something like 3389 and 143 445 open. Now this is something we need like business justification. Like was this aware for the user or like the system admin? All such things are also matter here. So this command you can use with most hackable ports. All you need to do is replace your target domain or replace your IP address. So yeah, single IP by default you can do with normal, you can do -p hyphen, you can also go with selective ports. See here, look into this scan, or now if you see uh, by default, if we do Nmap, so look into the output. Okay, this is the output. Now by looking into the output of this scan on this machine, what do you think? Is this a TCP scan or UDP scan? So remember one thing, by default Nmap will do TCP scan by default. So but we have TCP and UDP both. So in order to perform UDP scan, you need to mention Nmap smallest capital U. This is the UDP scan. By default, Nmap will do the TCP scan, and if you want to especially do the UDP scan, this is a command. And don't expect the results. Sometimes it can be 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 day, 2 days, because we all know UDP is unreliable communication. So it's not like mandatory we get a response here. It completely depends upon the port. It completely depends because UDP is unreliable. UDP does not provide any response back. So we can't expect here, but if especially if you want to perform something on the UDP scan side and to know what are the available ports, which comes under the UDP category. So here hyphen smallest capital U will work. So if I hit enter also, it is still like 4%. Even after going back to 99% also, it can still go back to 0%. It all depends upon the response. So if they ask you like how to perform UDP scan, hyphen smallest capital U, but by default, Nmap will perform TCP scan. No, if you like, if you want to mention it, hyphen smallest capital T, like we call it as a TCP scan. And total how many flags we have in TCP? Total how many number of flags we have in TCP? 6 flags, like SYN flag, acknowledgement flag, reset flag, push flag. Like these kind of flags we have. Total 6 flags we have in. Okay, the reason why I'm asking because we can perform Nmap scans with specialized flags also. Like we have something called Nmap hyphen smallest capital S. This is something called SYN flag. Like especially by sending synchronization flags, what results we can expect. So it is also called as SYN scan, shell scan, or half scan. Different types of names we have. TCP half scan, shell scan, SYN scan. the command is -s capital S. Like it is especially real close to HT only, but we can expect, like, because sometimes scanning multiple times we may not receive any results. So at that point of time, what we will do, we will go with some parameters like this: -s capital T, -s capital S. Like this, we'll look for the different things to explore. Like -s capital A, acknowledgement scan. Like, are there any ports which will respond for acknowledgement flag? You can see none of them are responding for acknowledgement flag. And we call it as a Xmas tree scan, -s capital X. We call it as a Christmas tree scan or Xmas tree scan. This is something, a combination of urgent, push, and finish. Like all three together, it's a name. Because these all are some techniques to see if at all, like if you are not seeing any response from any of the ports and any of the port number, this is something we try alternate. Nmap smallest capital A, Nmap smallest capital X, and we will see any response we can get from this ports. So remember, if they ask you like what is SYN scan, what is acknowledgement scan, or what is Xmas tree scan, like all this, the different types of scan types with acknowledgement flags or in flags. -X is a combination of urgent, push, and finish. So these all will be performed. These are the different tries like hyphens, more or less. Acknowledgement scan, -s capital X, Xmas tree scan. So these are the few things we learned. And also now these are like especially focusing on identifying the IP or identifying the ports and everything. There is one scan, we call it as an operating system detection scan, OS scan. Hyphen small, like capital O. This is called OS detection. Like we want to identify what type of operating system the target is using, like whether they are using Linux, whether they are using Windows, whether they are using MacBook, whether they are using Ubuntu or some FreeBSD, like what type of operating system they are using. Okay, I'm able to know the open ports, I'm able to know the applications they are using, but at the same time, I want to know what type of operating system they are using. So this -O OS detection scan will give us some information related. Okay. So now with this help, you can see the information, like this is common, like host is sub, the ports, this information is common. Along with that, you will have something called here OS detection. So it says like no exact OS match, so it is unable to find out the operating system they are using. Like this is also some information it is trying to provide, but nothing to understand or a human readable content we have. Now like this, like we can also try. So it all depends upon the ports which are open. Like I'll try for -11, like what type of ports, like you see here, these are the ports open. In the bottom it says the device type general purpose, running Microsoft Windows 10, and I can confirm the target machine, it belongs to Microsoft Windows. So some of, like previously it was able to detect, not able to detect, now on a different machine it is able to detect. It completely depends upon the system response we receive. Now for here, similarly we can do it on any site, like -O, the website name scanme.nmap.org. If I look into this, I want to know what type of operating system they are using. So if you see here, it is giving you information like ports which are open, and also the aggressive OS detection. It says like Linux 2.6.32. So it is giving me, end of the day, like it is something saying me it belongs to Linux flavor. Like I can, before I scan this in my mind, maybe they are using my Windows server or Linux server or any Ubuntu or any FreeBSD, like multiple operating systems in my mind. But after scanning, I came to know they are using something from Linux background, in a, not able to get exact version, but okay, we can confirm they are using Linux versions. So -O will have like much impact. So which will show us what type of ports which are open. Along with that, aggressive OS detection. Suppose if you have been given with any kind of IP address or a domain name, and expectation is to find out the operating system details. So this is something we have as a part of -O OS detection, operating system detection. Now, when we are not clear with these details, like we are expecting the exact information, the accuracy of operating system should be high. Then we have one more command. First, we'll try with this -A, aggressive scan. So if you look into it here, now what difference you are seeing, or what extra information you are seeing in this scan with aggressive? It is showing you some additional thing called version. If you all see previously, it was only providing you port, state, and service. But now if you see, the additional information we are getting is version details, which is completely the information related to the, this will additionally help. Now previously with -O, we were unable to identify what operating system they are using. But with aggressive scan, if I keep scrolling down, it will provide you information like open ports, service, and also version. Version will actually help you to do identify what operating system it is, what applications they are using, what type of application names, everything. But along with that, in the bottom, we will have something called host scripts. Most useful information, host scripts results. This will let you know the clear operating system details. See, it is clearly providing you the OS is Windows Server 2022, the version 6.3, and what is a computer name, what is a system name, which domain they belongs to, what is the system time, like right now what is the system time, how many users are available in that system, currently which user is logged in. So all such information you will get in aggressive scan. Most important thing is, yep, version details, operating system details, and also trace route also, it is combinedly available. So this will help you to identify like what type of operating system they are using and what type of applications they are using. So aggressive scan and -O operating system scan are the most powerful scans to get the additional information related to the target which we are trying to hack. Here also we got the information. Now you see, additionally along with port, state, service, we also have a version detail. So the expectation is like, yes, the host script, it will confirm what type of operating system they are using, what is the name, what is the computer name, what is the present time, like how many users are available on that system, currently which user is being used. So all such information we'll have in the -A aggressive scan. No sir, like I'm only expecting like operating version details also. You can use this command -s capital V. This is called version detection. This will not provide you OS host script, but only will provide you version details. So you can see the clear difference here, how it is producing the additional version details. So this will help you to know more about the uh, system. Okay. So host script results, we don't get it here. So we only get till version. So -A will give you the host scripts. So host scripts will especially focus on the target machine, on that host, what type of operating system, what is the time, what is the user who logged in, what is a laptop name, like all that results we will be getting it here. And remember, -a and -o are especially the kind of scans we will only perform after having proper permissions. It is unethical because they reveal a lot of confidential information related to the target to know. So the thing is, we usually do this in because this provided you saw right how the information they are kind of trying to provide all the confidential information they'll. So these are few different types of Nmap commands you can use. It's not mandatory, you should remember, because we do have some cheat sheets which you can follow for the like these kind of cheat sheets we have to perform this scanning with the help of different types of commands, different types of port specification, like version detection -a. Like this cheat sheet also you can use to, with the help of this also you can perform scan. But at least I expect, at least you should remember this for part of exam or to understand how to construct a command. Now we will talk about module 4, something called enumeration. So enumeration topic. So what is happening in the port scanning is we came to know. So here enumeration is something we have uh, where with this open ports available, can we get additional information? Okay, now okay, we came to know the ports are open, what services they are running. That information we came to know. But there are certain ports which can give us some additional information like the list of usernames available in the organizations, like list of usernames, the list of user groups, like some network share or some applications which are running. Like there are some ports which are designed like which has a nature of giving additional information, like which will add some good information to the context. Like it will give you with the with some of the ports like where we can enumerate. See, for example, we found some services which are running on the some of the machine. Okay, we came to know the port is open. We came to know the operating system. But with this port, can we fetch additional more data or can we get access? Okay, like for example, we have port 137 or 138 and the 139. This all will help us to perform something called NetBIOS enumeration. They help us to understand, they help us to get the system details, user details, all such. We have port 161. This is especially UDP. We have something called SNMP enumeration. And we have port 389. We call it as an LDAP enumeration. And port 25. This helps us to have SMTP enumeration. And port 53. This will have DNS enumeration. So whenever these kind of ports are open, we can expect some additional information related to the target and which is most authentic because these ports will reveal some information like this either list of usernames in the company or groups in the company, some network shares or applications which are running, host related all information we'll see. So if we look into this NetBIOS enumeration, like if at all you found on any of the machine when you're scanning, when you're doing pen testing, these ports are open like 137, 138 or 139 is open. Like we can perform NetBIOS enumeration. Like this is like network basic input output systems. Now this is something where we can expect some information like computer name, we can expect like any file sharing activities happening in the network, like the printer sharing activity is happening in the network. So all this information, these ports are designed to give the additional details. So suppose you did scanning on some IP, some domain, some organization, you found any of these three ports open. Okay, we can perform this NetBIOS enumeration. So like how can we perform, what tools we have? Let me show you. You can use Windows, command. So here, like you can provide like nbt stat hyphen a. You can provide like 10.11. So this will give you the information related to anything. So they have nothing, the open ports available like related to this. See, if I provide, as this IP address is having the 137, 139, 138 and 139, any one of is open, it is giving you complete name table. Like previously you saw, it says like host not found, it was not providing you any information, like 10.10.1.11. Now you saw, like the moment I gave same command for different IP address, it is providing you the name table, like how many users are available on that machine, what are the laptop name, what is the host name, because and it's also giving me the extra additional details like MAC address. So whenever we found any IP address which has that ports open, you will also get this information even in the host scripts also. But still, like this is one place where we can identify the target machine details. Now, for example, you have connected to some unknown network, or you have connected to some new Wi-Fi or some organization connections. Like this NBT stat hyphen C will give you details like if there is any machine which is doing some file sharing activity, if there is any machine which is, like if you see here, like these kind of details we have, which has, this will also reveal any machine which has these kind of system ports are open, like NetBIOS related services are running. Like even there is a command called like net use. Now this will give you, there are no entries. So this will actually give you if there is any file sharing is happening. If so, like what type of files are being shared and which folder is being shared, like any shared resources available in the network also, like we will come to know. For example, let me try this from a different machine. Suppose you connected to some office network and you want to know if there are any files or if there are any folders that are internally shared. So you can use this command net use. This will let you know if there is something shared with you or if they are sharing anything internally. For example, now if you see, this is the file which is being shared internally, a Z drive, and the path is Windows CH tools. Like this is shared internally. So this command will let you know if there are any file sharing happening internally. If so, from which path, from which folder they are being shared also, you will get to know. So suppose you connected to some network of railway station or a coffee shop of some metro, this command will help you to understand if there are any sharing services happening in the network. So like this NBT stat or this NBT C, like this all will provide you information related to any host name or any services that are running. So this is very okay. This is all, like I can say, this information is something we can even expect in the information wherever we have related to the tools like 137, like only computer name. This is something even we found in normal port scan also. It's not much interested, but still, like if you want to know what this net uses command, something which helps us to identify what are the device, what are the files that are being shared internally. So coming to the something most interesting is SNMP enumeration. Like whenever this SNMP enumeration, the full form is simple network management protocol. Now SNMP enumeration, now this is something which uses port number 161, and also this uses UDP services. Okay, you see it is going to run on UDP. Okay, now command, especially the Nmap command, like to perform SNMP UDP port scan on, like I want to perform port scanning just to check whether UDP port 161 is open or not, which is only going to show me whether port 161 is open or not on this IP address. Like what is the command which will help us? I want to perform only port scan. The first requirement is, remember, UDP scan. What is a UDP scan? Hyphen small s, capital U will perform UDP. And what is the second thing I am mentioning? We are only scanning one single port. To scan only single port, how it is going to happen with hyphen P 161. Like if you have been given asked to perform SSH scan, 22. If you want to perform 25, so single hyphen P 161, and provide the IP address or the domain name. This will reveal the information related to the uh, target, whether they have the open port is available or not. Yeah, that command also we can take hyphen su, but it will not specifically targeting single port. Like it will scan for all 1000 UDP ports, and UDP is especially not going to give responses. So when we are going with specific target, yes, Nmap hyphen small s capital U and hyphen P 161. Okay, and we can provide the any target, like either it's a domain name or the IP address. Now you can clearly see it says UDP 161 is closed. So if I type 22 and it says like UDP is open. The reason why it is very much fast is we are selecting single port number on a UDP. The results are very fast. But when it is going through 1000 ports or 65,535 ports, the expected time is very high. It all depends how the port is going to respond for. Now, if you see here, the port 161 is open, and especially the service which is running is SNMP. If at all you found at any point of time when you are doing this port scanning activity, if you come across any system, it is very rare case because it is highly informative. This SNMP port is going to provide you very good and vast information. Usually none of them will keep open, but if by due to some misconfiguration, due to some lack of knowledge, if they have this open ports, it is going to reveal like a lot of information. So how can we get that information is, there is a tool name called as SNMP check, and just provide the IP address or the domain name where you have this port is open. So this will extract the complete information. Like if I start seeing from the top, like if you see, that's the reason we very much give Actually, SNMP should not be open to public. Now you will understand why. See, if at all SNMP is open to public by using this tool name called as SNMP check, it is not even difficult. SNMP hyphen check and provide the IP address. You can see the information like what is this host, what is the IP address, what is the host name, what is the hardware, what is the contact, what is the location, what is the uptime, system date, domain. Next, it is providing me how many user accounts are available in that system. There is a user account Mark, Guest, Jason, Joshua, Martin, Sheila, DC admin, administrator, like these many different user accounts we have. And if I scroll down, I have like network interfaces, like whether like how many network interfaces we have, like Wi-Fi, Ethernet, Bluetooth, like which one is up. All such information we have over here. And if I keep scrolling down along with interface, like we'll also have the information like what is the network IP addresses that are connected to. And also if I scroll down, it will clearly show you in this laptop what are the applications that are installed. So you can see here, it will clearly show us like what are the network services that are available in this system. And also it will show you right now what are the applications that are running in this laptop, like what are the processors that are running in that laptop. It will clearly give you the name of the applications which are running right now executing. And it will also give you the list of the hard drive partitions, what were the hard drive partitions that were performed. Okay. And device information, it is giving you all the windows, and also it is giving you the softwares that are installed in this system. So all such information, like you can see the Google Chrome installed, Metasploit is installed, Microsoft Edge is installed, Wireshark is installed, some like what are the applications that are installed. And it is providing me total information related to that server. So like altogether, you can see if there is an SNMP port is open, you can see how much information we are able to view. We are able to view the information like the users who are available on the system, the host information, the processors which are running on the system, the applications which are installed on the system, the drive information, hard disk information, like whatnot. It's most like everything we have. That's the reason SNMP port is very, very rare. We found it is open on the target machines. If at all by mistakenly, if it is open and exposed to the public, this is something we can do with a single line step SNMP check. And it will give you complete information related to the target. It is not even a tough command. All we need to have is the port should be open. If SNMP port is open, we can get this additional details. Now this is like almost close to system hacked only. How can we get information like what applications they are running, what applications they are installed, how many users we have in the laptop, what are the system information like partition information. Almost we have everything what we need in the process of defense or in the process of attack. So that's the kind of a scenario we have with this SNMP enumeration, which we have or which you see on the screen now. So like enumeration is all about the ports which we are open. We will try to take the privileges of that ports and get additional details. So which one do you feel most dangerous, SNMP or NetBIOS? Do you think opening SNMP port to the public, is it a good idea? Like, do you think, suppose you are doing port scanning and if you found SNMP port is open, will you suggest to administrator to close or keep it open? Will suggest to close because you all have seen how important information it is revealing, which actually this will happen very rare due to misconfiguration only. It usually it will not open for every time. See, closing ports, it's not in our hands. It's an administrator. That's something who is going to do the job. Our job is to identify the open ports and report it to the concerned team. We are the security professionals. We know what happens if which port is open, like how they're, we will learn that. Our job is to identify the open ports. And that is something admins will have a better idea why was this port open, what services made this port open. So they will take a decision on a quick call of either uninstalling that app. And okay, so this is something you need to uh, check. So enumeration, I want you to understand, like most importantly, it is going to give us additional information based upon the ports which are open. If ports are not open, we are not going to get any additional info. Enumeration, there is like LDAP enumeration. Yes, enumeration is something gaining additional details from the ports which we have available. So if suppose there is a port 161 SNMP is open, NetBIOS ports are open. Not every port will help you to enumerate, but some of the ports like SNMP, or some of the ports like this SSH, or ports related to SMB, ports related to NetBIOS like LDAP, DNS. These will help us to enumerate and some get additional details. So when it comes to the LDAP, so this is lightweight directory access protocol. So especially this will be running on TCP 389, the port. So if at all, it's very rare, like if this port is to keep this port open to the public, but by any chance, if we see this port open to the public, we will be able to get access to the user profiles, like user profiles, or I can say the employee profiles. Profile. So you'll be able to get access to something like AD Explorer is a tool which helps to. So in this, we'll understand how many employees we have. Even we know in SNMP, but here we'll get additional details like what are this employee email ID, when they have joined, what was the registration date, what was the last password change, what is the location. So it was like we will be getting access to the user's profile or employee's profile information. So let me turn on the lab. We will see the practicals. So as I said, yeah, LDAP full form is lightweight directory access protocol. So see, in every organization, we will have something called active directory. So active directory is something where the place where we expect to have some information related to the employees, usernames, email address, departmental details, the system names, the every organized like the details related to their job role. All this information we will have. So if at all we came across any system when you are doing penetration testing or when you are doing port scanning, if at all you came across any system is having the TCP 389 port is open, like we can try the process whatever we are going to like show now. There is a tool name called as AD Explorer. So which is like advanced active directory viewer. AD Explorer is something which is provided by the Microsoft itself, but we call it as an active directory explorer. So this is an advanced AD viewer. So with help of this, we can identify, like we can navigate the complete active directory database and try to see the information which is available in there. But all we need is the TCP port 389 should be open on that any specific device, whatever we are trying to do. So this is available. You can also download this to into your personal system from the internet directly typing AD Explorer, or you can also go with this uh, open from the download from the Paratos or say iLabs also. So in my scenario, like I was aware that one of the system which has the port 389 is open. Not there will be little bit confusion between two ports every time. Port 3389 is RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol for the Windows. port 389 is something which is related to LDAP. So 3389 is RDP, LDAP. RDP will give remote access, LDAP will give us information. So whenever you came across in your network, if especially there is a port number LDAP is open, you can use this tool and provide the respective IP. Okay, so this will try to get us information from that active directory, whatever is possible. So you can see it is showing you the system name, and if I start exploring this domain information, it will show me all the information they have. So like computers, deleted objects, domain controllers, like foreign security principles, infrastructure, all this information. In the bottom you can also see TPM devices and users. So if you just click on users and expand users, you will also see all the user names, the employee names which are available. Like you can see like administrator, assist some of the system accounts, and also employee accounts like guest, Jason, Joshua, like Mark, Martin, so Sheila. Like these are the accounts which are available in this system, along with some of the service accounts which are also present. So like for example, if you just click on JSON, so we will have all the additional information in the right hand side, like when was this, is there is any login attempt that was made, so what was the full name, so what was the like email ID for this employee, and also what was the mobile number, like account details, what is the address they have registered with, like all information we will have here. Like some of the information is missing here, but in general we will have all the information like employment status, employment department, employment employee address, location, like what was the device which is allocated to the employee, all the information we can have. So right now we are having only information related to the user full name, and also like user email ID, when was the last active, when was the last login, when was the last log off. So all such information we are getting here. So this will help us, especially in the penetration testing, to understand the various employee details. Okay, so this is something like LDAP information which we have. So you can see the employee. So this is something only going to happen if we have the port port open. So the see, if in general, if the services are running, we will have like active directories, ports will be open. So this is something enumeration part. So like you try to explore everyone. Like there is also something from the SNMP enumeration, and also TNS enumeration. There are a few more enumeration techniques. Like you can give a try, but it's all about depending upon the port open, the kind of information we can expect. So either last one I would say the SNMA enumeration or NetBIOS enumeration, like today LDAP enumeration. It completely depends upon if ports are open, getting some additional information related to the port services. So now we will be moving to the M5 vulnerability analysis. So the interesting topic and most uh, important topic, I would say, the vulnerability analysis. So there is something we are going to learn some of the tools here, like commercial tools as well as some open source tools, which helps us to. So major objective of this module is we need to know the complete in and out process of how the vulnerability management is going to run in an organization, how the organization is finding vulnerabilities in their organized employee system, what kind of tools, what is the procedure that is being followed. So all that is the expectation from this module. We are going to learn some important tools which you can even install in your personal system also without any lab assistance. So we are going to learn vulnerability management and assessment process. So when we say yes, vulnerability today, it is one of the most important thing today. every attack which is happening, there will be some kind of loophole that is going to help. So without vulnerability, we cannot be able to take access or control on any machine or any process. See, as I said, vulnerability can be in a many way. It can be on an application, it can be in hardware, it can be on a human, it can be even in the process. So the complete vulnerability is something like a, you can see cat and mouse game. Like the way we are growing with technology, at the same time we need to check how important the systems are up to date without having any kind of loopholes that is going to help the threat actors. So vulnerability assessment, it is a kind of a procedure to identify, to analyze the systems like applications. What are the, are they having any kind of security loopholes or any kind of missing patches? This all we will be getting to know from the assessment process. So it's all about identify, prioritize, and remediate the things. So like if you remember, we have learned phases of hacking, like 5 phases we have. And also like we will be talking about OSI layers. Similarly, you can see on the screen, from we have something called NIST. So this is something which is going to play an important role in terms of some key security decisions. Like we call it as a National Institute of Standard Technology. So like NIST, which is maintained by like US Homeland Security. So if you see, like they in this, like they are focusing on multiple areas like artificial intelligence, cyber security, so next gen communication. So they have provided something called NIST framework we have on a vulnerability part. Like as you see on the screen, now this is the process, something which is being followed by many organization, the NIST standards. So how we are going to evaluate what kind of vulnerabilities we have, what kind of thing. So NIST standards we are going to follow. So you can see on the screen it says like there are total 6 phases, starting from the creating a baseline, vulnerability assessment, risk assessment, remediation, verification, and monitor. So these are the 6 phases we have. Like every organization do follows this in when we start the vulnerability assessment process in a day-to-day, like it's a weekly process. Vulnerability assessment is not like one time, it's a regular process that need to be followed and done. So as you see on the screen, like there are total 6 stages. We need to understand in each stage what is going to happen and how it is going to impact on our day-to-day work in this, especially vulnerability assessment. Like you can go and check after this class also, just jobs related to vulnerability assessment or jobs related to VAPT. You will see most number of openings. So this topic needs some research mindset, because in and out we keep seeing too many vulnerabilities coming in. Like it can be in an application, it can be in a mobile phone, it can be on a different thing. So if you see here, the first one, if we talk about the creating a baseline. Now, creating a baseline. See, now, so for example, I have in our organization, think like this class, we have 37 learners. So I need to identify out of these 37 learners, like which who are important for a business. Like imagine we have a 37 employees or 37 devices, like which devices are very much important to the business, like which devices are going to be make impact. Suppose if this machine, my laptop is hacked in this class, I cannot even continue with the class. Straight away, the class will be cancelled or postponed. So out of this 37, the most important machine is my machine. Then comes like host machine, like Sudeep machine also should be able to support to join the meeting and give the control. So like this, in creating a baseline, we'll understand the organization architecture, like how many servers you have, how many database you have, how many firewalls you have, how many personal laptops you have. So all these are something which we do it in the concept of creating a baseline. So in this stage, we'll take help of the administrator, or we'll take help of the organization infrastructure team to understand the better what type of technology stack we are using. Like we are using Linux machines, or we are using MacBooks, or we are using Windows machines. Like what servers we are using, are they related to Windows? Like it's all about creating a baseline. It's to understand and categorize the scanning importance. See, end of the day, we will scan everyone, but it's all about how you are going to prioritize the things and what way you are going to think, look things in a different way. Now, for example, if I am planning for a health checkup in my home, I will plan with my elder, my grandparents, then it will comes to my parents, then for me, then my children. That's how the health checkups we do, depending upon the severe. Same way, during the time of COVID-19, also the vaccination was also provided in terms of age matters. So, I mean, similar kind of thing. Creating a baseline is a stage where we will spend time to understand the architecture and categorize the things which are important for business, and like maybe our whole process to look into this system will be changed. Now, once they came to know my system is important to run the business, obviously they will be looking very close to my system, like what are the vulnerabilities exist, what are the system processing, how it is working, like how fast can we pick anything if it is critical. So creating a baseline will understand the organization architecture and its business. Coming to the vulnerability assessment. Now, this is a stage where actually we perform the scanning. This is a place where after creating a baseline, we will initiate the scan request. We will perform the scanning on the end user laptop. Then it comes to the risk assessment. Now, risk assessment is something where we will try to review the reports. We will understand out of these organization machines which one is having huge impact, or which one is having something we need to take a critical, we need to take immediate actions. So in risk assessment, we need some knowledge of report review and report understanding. We will learn that. And in terms of coming to the remediation stage, so here we will try to fix or solve the issue, like because sometimes according to our organization, like we will be updating, like as per the report suggest, whatever the actions we need to take, either we need to update the system or either we need to make some configurations changes to the system, we will be trying to do in a remediation stage. So it can be depending, like we will completely upgrade to the new system, new OS, or sometimes due to some challenges, organization were not able to upgrade to the new OS, they will all go for an alternates. We will see. We have something concept of like risk acceptancy, risk avoidance. So this is something we'll have. See, remediations, end of the day, we will provide them. Now, I may provide you to Ajit, like upgrade to the Windows 11 so that all the recent vulnerabilities will be lost in Windows 10. So I will provide you remediation set based upon your system profile. So if you if you are going to update them and if you are going to properly patch them, you will be not being attacked, like it will be mitigated. So the whatever the you have taken all the mitigation steps into as per the recommendations which we have provided, or as per the recommendations which we have received in the report. So recommendations will be provided as per the vulnerability. And next one, fifth stage, we have something called verification. Verification is a stage where like we perform a rescan, like to understand whether it is completed or not, whether it is fixed or not. And sixth stage, monitor. Monitor is something like to understand the behavior, like how the system is behaving, like is it working fine or is it not working fine, because there will we will see some issues after upgrading to the latest patches or latest OS. We will see some apps not supporting our job, or we will see some issues with the system performance. So it is better to monitor the systems once they have been updated, how they are behaving, what is their performance. Okay, but overall, these are the 6 stages we have from creating a baseline to monitor. So most important thing is for us, like okay, performing vulnerability assessment, it's a very small thing, but risk assessment and remediation is something which is very important. So before we go to the vulnerability scanning, three important things: CPE, CVE, and CVSS. These are the three things which are going to play an important role in terms of report review, that is risk assessment. Okay, so every vulnerability, now see, we have something called, I was showing you something, NIST NVD. So now this is a national vulnerable database. Now every information we are going to get it over here. So what are the recent vulnerabilities which were trending, what were the things, and remember, every vulnerability will have something called CVE ID, common vulnerability exposure. So if you see here, see, for example, not every natural disaster will, they'll give some names, like for example, some of the climatic attacks, maybe cyclones, maybe some kind of tsunamis, some kind of earthquakes, they will give a name. Not every cyclone will be given name, or not every uh, earthquakes or tsunamis will be given name. Some of them will be given name because depending upon its impact. Same way, here also, some of the vulnerabilities we will have names depending upon its impact, depending upon its nature of infection. But when it comes to the what is a common thing for everyone is CVE ID, common vulnerability exposure, along with a year and along with a unique number of respective to the vulnerability. So every vulnerability we will have a CVE ID that is going to give you the information. Like for example, if I copy this CVE ID and if I check also, the first site every time it refers to is NVD site. Now this is one something which we should give priority to understand. Remaining all you can consider, but first thing which goes to NVD, National NIST site. So they'll provide you some short description regarding what is this vulnerability. And next important thing is score, CVSS, common vulnerability scoring system. So here we are having something called like none, low, medium, high critical scorings. So depending upon this scoring only, we will be giving some importance. Obviously, like critical is something which we need to fix within 6 hours or 12 hours in some organizations. In some organizations, they will give 24 hours time. So high in between like 72 hours or 48 hours, medium again in 72 hours. Like we will have this scoring metrics which is going to help us understanding what is the score of this vulnerability. So if you see this, the one which I opened, it is critical. So 9.8 the score is. So CVSS will help you to understand the score, whether it is low, medium, high, or critical. So critical means it is easy to hack, and also the damage that is going to perform for the system is very high. They will get complete access to the data, they will get complete access to the system, they will get complete control over the system. Like they can even make systems unavailable also. So it's a kind of an impact is high, easy to hack, and also the way once they hack the system, to what extent they can control, depending upon that, the score is like here we have 9 critical, 9.8 is something critical. So CVSS and CVE is something most important. Now when it comes to the CPE, common platform enumeration. Now, CPE is going to something which is going to give you information related to what type of systems are vulnerable. Now, for example, in Windows, we have Microsoft Windows, like we have Windows 7, Windows 8.1, Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows like 2012, like 2018, 2019, 21, like these kind of different flavors we have in Windows. Again, we have Windows Home Basic, Premium, like different types of versions we will have. So CPE is going to explain you which versions were impacted. It's not like complete Microsoft Windows. Under the Microsoft Windows, which one were impacted? Was it impacted on servers? Was it impacted on host? Or if it's impacted on everyone? Like that, The CPE will give you the common platform enumeration, which platforms have been affected and what is their versions. Like if you go and check, every application will have some versions. Even the WhatsApp is having some versions. Okay, so that is something it is showing you, like 10.0.0 to 10.8.4. This information is very much important to understand what is the impact, or what is like whether we are applicable for this or not. Okay, so this is something, these three important things you need to remember. So CPE, CVE, and CVSS. So as I said, in order to perform this scanning, we have some tools. Like one of the tool is Nessus, one of the number one scanner. So coming to the Nessus is something you can even install in your personal laptop also. So for you all, to download into your personal system, just type Nessus download. So Nessus download page. So automatically, according to your system, like if you are using Windows 11 or Windows 10, or if you are using a MacBook, or if you are using any Linux, automatically it will be, platform will be chosen. So as of now, for me, it is choosing this Windows thing. Just click on download. So now this is something, it's already installed in my system. So you can just click on download. Okay. So once you have downloaded, and once you have installed, so go with the Nessus essential license. Okay. Don't go with professional, go with Nessus essential license, and see, the moment you download and install this tool, so it will be opening through this link. Universal, it is common. So yeah, here 8834 yeah, is a port number which is going to be used by Nessus. So it's not a well-known port range. So remember, this is a common, like even if automatically after you download and install, it will be redirected to this site. If not, you all can you all can type manually HTTPS localhost 8834. So it's a web-based access you are going to get. The moment you install, it is not going to show you as an app anywhere. Okay, it is going to give a web-based client. So that means you will be opening through a browser. So you can open this in any browser. So just click on advanced. So everyone, for the first time when you are opening this tool, you will see this, like your connection is not private. Click on advanced and click on proceed to localhost. Okay, so here you will have an option like username and password. Okay, so this is something I already have, the username and password. So here it is going to open like this. Welcome to Nessus Essential. Okay, so you will just close this. Now here, if you see, so the moment when you are installing the tool, it will be taking like close to 40 to 50 minutes to set up. Like it should download all the plugins in the system. Okay, it will open all the, so click on new scan here. So you will be seeing some scan templates. Okay, so you can see some scan templates like host discovery, basic network scan, advanced scan, and see Nessus. Not only Nessus, some of the vulnerability management tools, they will create some templates like with a trending vulnerabilities. Okay, with a trending, like what are the recent vulnerabilities which is most impacting, they'll create some templates. See, for example, during the time of the COVID-19, like when you visit any medical lab, you can either undergo full body scan or you can also undergo the selective scan. Like now, suppose if you go to any medical lab, you can go with full body scan, or you can also go with, you can only have scan related to blood, you can also have only scan related to heart, you can also have scan related to the liver, something like that. Same way, you can also perform full system scan. If not, you can also perform scan related to trending vulnerabilities. So that's the reason these are the templates. Like here, if it is the latest version of Nessus I am using, there will be few more like tool shell. So they'll keep on adding the templates which make more impact. So actually the one you are seeing on the screen, like Spectra and Meltdown, WannaCry, Ripple 20, Zero Logon, Solarigate, Proxy Logon, Print Nightmare, Log4 Shell, very dangerous vulnerabilities. As you see on the screen, so you can select anything. Now, for example, just click on basic network scan. Like if you want to see, you want to do full body scan, like full system scan basically. So the moment I select basic network scan, it is asking me the name, description, and target. So I can provide name like my first scan, and description, performing scanning on my machine. Then provide the IP address, or you can provide any target domain name, anything. How to know my system IP address, especially my laptop IP address, like the one which I am using right now in the Windows 11. Right. So go to the terminal. So you can also, you all also can do this. Go to the CMD and type IP config. This will provide you the IP address. So this is the IP. See, you can provide any website name, any public IP, anything you can provide, but you should make sure it is live. Prior to this only, you should perform port scanning or like ping. Then this will come to know here. So here 10.10.1.11 you can provide. All you need to provide is this information: name, description. Usually description will be according to your organization. Sometimes like I'm talking not in a attacking, but if you're attacking, you can directly scan. But in an organization, when you are doing the job, like description depends upon the company wise. So it depends upon organization to organization. So here I'm writing like performing scan on my machine and my first scan. Just click on save. Now here you can see my first scan and just click on launch. See the scan which I did right now, we call it as an on-demand scan. On-demand scan or ad hoc scan. So what happens in this on-demand scan or ad hoc scan is, like, as we get the request, we will perform this scan. I mean, for example, if Ravi was instructed to do scanning on the servers, then he will immediately do ad hoc scan. If Murli was instructed to do some ad hoc, like some scanning on some IP addresses, that is called ad hoc scan. So right now, like just going to the new scan and selecting basic network scan, and here providing like my second scan and giving the description like performing scanning on host, or like performing scanning on host. So here you can provide like any website name, or like for a time being, I'm providing something like scanme.nmap.org. You can provide any domain name, but it's not ethical. So just provide here. Just click on save and just click on launch. So this is called on-demand scan. In some organizations, it is called ad hoc scan. Okay, so this is the first type of scan we are doing. And what we are doing is like full system scan. We are not doing any selective scan. We are doing full system scan, basic network scan. You can try anything. Suppose if you just click on advanced scan, also same name, description, IP. It's all changes with the plugins that it is trying to do in the background. Suppose if you do any health checkup, it's all about sample of giving a blood sample. Same way, you might be scanning anything. Now, suppose you want to scan spectra and meltdown. All you need to provide is you need to provide the name. Like you can provide either spectra scan or you can provide some description. So what is the description? Like scanning for spectra. And remember guys, I want every one of you to read regarding spectra and meltdown. One of the first hardware related vulnerability. Like there were many, but this was very much impacted. 10 by 10, the hardware related vulnerability. Okay, so my spectra, scanning for spectra and targets, you can provide like this will only scan for spectra and meltdown. This is not going to scan full system. It is clearly providing you the information. This policy is used to perform remote and local host for spectra and meltdown vulnerabilities. They are also providing you clearly CVIDs. That means we are not performing full system scan. We are only performing the scan which is related to specific device, specific vulnerability. So first one, what we did is ad hoc scan or on-demand scan. We usually do this. For example, like you may get questions, sir, when we will do this ad hoc scan or on-demand scan. See, suppose when it's a new laptop which is going to the environment, like suppose there is a new employee going to join today and we are going to give a new laptop to them. First, make sure it is going to pass vulnerability check. Or tomorrow we are going to deploy a new server into the production. So make sure to check if it is having any vulnerability. So in such scenarios, we perform some ad hoc scan. Or if you feel like the system is something behaving weird or the system is hacked, then in that scenarios also, we will opt for some ad hoc scan to immediately get a scanning report. Okay, so the first scan is ad hoc scan or on-demand scan. The second one we call scheduled scan. So if you go to this same format, new scan, basic network scan. So my fourth scan. So performing scheduled scan. So here provide the IP address. What is and anything IP address or domain name, you can provide any IP, any domain, guys. All you need to do is you should be able to ping it. Like this is, I mean, indirectly, the system should be live. If system is not live, this cannot do. So like 10.10.1.19 and go to schedule here. So with the license we have, I can only do one time the schedule scan. Listen carefully. Like here, if you see schedule, you can more 90% of the scans in the organizations we do weekly. So here I have selected weekly scan and I will select the time. Like I'll go for 7:45, right? 7:48. So I will be doing, so this is going to repeat every week on Saturday, 7:48 a.m. starting on Saturday, November 1st. That is, it's going to be happen in next 3 minutes. I have scheduled this scan. So in organizations, they do weekly scans, like scheduled scans. Like every system should go scanning, guys. I mean, it's not like something we can skip. Everything should be scanned. So just click on save. And this should automatically start the scanning at 7:48. We call it as a spectra scheduled scan. So in this, usually, well, like you might ask like uh, some of the best practices. See, usually we schedule a scan on off business hours. When I say off business hours, like when there is like on a during after the office hours or like during the weekends. Like that's the time when we go for this system. So when the system is offline, it will do a reattempt once the system is live. So that's how the scans are prepared in the background. So until unless they have been hit by the scanning and completed, they keep trying on the target machines. The limitation we have, we can, with this license which we have, we can only perform 14 scans. So the license which we receive, only 14 scans we will do. We can do. Okay. So in schedule scan, it's all about, yeah, we will schedule weekly. So every system will go. It's not like monthly. Monthly is very too long. The reason is like we are not sure when vulnerabilities are going to come up. So weekly scans are something which the organizations will prefer to happen. So let's wait for some time. This should automatically start at 7:48. So 90% of our scans in the organizations will be scheduled only. Hardly we will do, very rare, the on-demand scan, like ad hoc scan. So you can see automatically at 7:48 it started. So the scan has been started, and you can see all three scans are running. One scan is completed. Any idea what is the reason? So why Spectra completed very fast? Because it is only the scan that is related to just the single machine. So it is nothing available. Like if it is available, it will show us critical. We'll see the report review. Let's wait for some time to complete these scans. Okay. So in the meantime, the we completed two types of scans. The third type of scan which we have is, it can be weekly or monthly. Some of them will go for daily also, depending upon the baseline. I mean, depending upon their interest. Suppose I have a critical server which is going to do financial related job, then I may do daily. So it depends upon organization to organization, but most common thing is they do for weekly. So third one we have is, so schedule scan, and the third one we call authenticated scan, or it is also called as credential scan. So this is something little bit we need help from the target machine. So like if I say AUTH, authenticated scan, so performing authenticated scan. So here you need to provide the IP address as it is, or domain name, anything. So you have something called credentials. So all you need to do here is you need to provide the system's username and the system's password and the system's domain, like in the company. This should be provided. Okay, so password, username. So this is something very rare, because usually the employees are not going to share any kind of usernames and password. We are not going to store anywhere because it's a bad practice. But still, whenever the organization feel like the system is hacked, or the system involved in some cyber attack, or if there is an insider threat, they want to go through, if there is any vulnerabilities, or if they want to go through vulnerabilities based upon the apps, based upon the configuration, to get some more insights, they go with credential scans or authenticated scans. So if it is a personal laptop, they can do it by providing username and password, but employees are not going to share all the usernames and passwords. Remember, employees are not going to share any usernames and password. Okay, so that is some third type of scan we have. So usually we do that when you feel like systems are compromised, or if you want to get some more information on the target, uh, we go with this authenticated and credential scan. So usually most you use scheduled scan. So these are the three types of scan will be available on any tool. It can be an OpenVAS, it can be on a Qualys, it can be on a Nexpose or any tool. These are the three types of scans we have: ad hoc, scheduled, authenticated. So let's wait for some time to get the reports so that we can discuss what we got in the reports. Then first scan is completed. So if you look into this, whenever you open any scan, first look into the IP. So like if you see here, just yeah. So if you look into it, first look into the right hand side details. Whenever you open any scan template, first look into right hand side details. What are the right hand side? What are the right hand side details? Like the policy, which is going to let you know what type of scan it is. It is like basic network scan, or is it something related to Spectra and Meltdown scan or advanced scan? The scan profile, then status, then score metrics which are performed, local scanner, and start time and end time, total how much time it has been taken. And in the bottom, you have a share for each vulnerability what was observed on the screen. And then you can just click on this. Okay. Now, right hand side, you have some important information. This is something before we actually look into the report, we need to know. See, while doing this scan, did we provide anywhere this laptop belongs to Windows 11? Did we provide this information while doing this, while we are doing the scan? We have not provided anywhere. Okay. But how did they came to know the target machine belongs to Windows 11? Based upon the, even in this will use in the background Nmap to first identify the operating system. So without knowing operating system, like even Nessus will not initiate to the scan, like what exact vulnerabilities will have. So first most important thing is it will look for what kind of operating systems we have. And here, so 10.10.1.11, and this is the operating system, Microsoft Windows 11 Enterprise. So now, okay, now on the left hand side, if you see, this is the actual the report which contains the vulnerability. When it says mixed, it is like under the same application or under the same technology, there might be low, medium, and high. So they categorize as a mixed. So if I just open mixed here, so it is showing me on a same application or on a same service, there are like high, medium, and informational. Usually the informational is something which is we ignore. So like something which has the CVSS scores. Now you see the 7.5 and there is a high, and it will be having a short description, a solution, and see also like additional links where we can study about it. And finally we have like how did the system confirm there is a vulnerability, what are the details we have, like all such things also is considered here. So the important thing is we need to, as a like security people, we will be looking into the solution, like either reinstall, like or like see install new latest version of the OS or make any changes to the configurations. See, this usually we don't perform this, but we will be the persons who is going to pass on this information to the respective teams. Now, for example, this was something we expect it from a server team or the network admin team, because our job is to identify the systems which has the vulnerabilities and one like high, medium, and critical. So based upon the solutions which have they have provided, we will be the persons who is going to contact the respective team and get the issue resolved. It's not like now I came to know there is a vulnerability on this machine which is related to some SSL. I am not going to go and update it. That is something where the control of these objects are available with help of that are completely the administration team. So when you get this, See, there is nothing to worry. All the time, every day, we keep seeing new vulnerabilities coming up. It's not mandatory that every time you should know what is available on the screen and what is available on the description. So every day we see new kind of vulnerabilities. So we usually take at least like 3 to 4 days to understand the reports itself, because we will see some new sets of vulnerabilities, new sets of like attacks. So that's the reason we will read. Now this says like the remote host supports the use of SSL cipher that offers a medium strength of encryption. So like it says like Nessus regards medium strength. So as in any encryption that uses key. So it says something they found as a part of the issue in our SSL, and they're even giving the solution. So like this, we will be having a report, but end of the day, depending upon the criticality, we should be able to contact the respective team and make sure it is getting fixed on a timely manner. Suppose if we are not able to understand or if we are not able to explain to them what need to be done, we can go through this C also, where we will be provided with detailed information also. So every report will contain all these aspects. So description, information and all. So right now there is only high, one high available in this system. Remaining all are medium. Let's see if we can get something critical in any of the machine. Even the second scan is completed. Here also we have only medium, low. So right hand side, the basic network scan, it took almost 21 minutes. So it depends upon the time. It's not like every time 21 minutes, it can go up to 30-40 minutes also. It completely depends upon how the target machine is responding to the user. So in the right hand side, you see it is providing you the IP address. Even we have not provided this IP address. All we have provided is only the website name, scanme.nmap.org. You can see it is automatically providing you the IP address. It is automatically providing you the like OS Linux kernel 3.13 on Ubuntu, like 14.0 at start time and end time, total time it has been taken. And in the left hand side, we have the vulnerabilities. So there is a vulnerability under HTTP protocol, and it says, so all you will see these kind of solutions like configure or install the latest versions. So that kind of solutions we usually see whenever we found any kind of so you do perform scan on some unknown sites. Like, I mean, don't go with well-known sites, you will not get any vulnerabilities displayed. But the moment you start doing it on some small sites or unknown sites, you will be seeing some good information. So first, do it on your routers, do it on your personal systems, see how many vulnerabilities exist, like what is the solution they are providing, and if there are something you can upgrade it to the latest version or not. So that is something we have. Now, for example, like in the first scan, we found something high. Okay. Now, in this high, now it is providing us recommendations like this. Okay. Now, the moment I do this recommendations as they suggested, maybe go and change the configuration or use the latest version. So the moment I make any changes to that, yes, then I have properly mitigated the things. So the attack is mitigated and it is properly fixed. So coming to this C also, solution and description, these are the three important things we have. Description. Now, sometimes even after like explaining all this, they will be taking a decision like they are not going to upgrade. They are not going to make any changes. They want to use as it is. There are such situations. Now, I will explain to my team, I'll explain to my like manager, or I explain to this project team, like there is a high vulnerability. The high vulnerability exists on some SSL protocol, or like this is a solution they are providing. Kindly fix this solution with help of some team. But organizations don't accept it. Instead, organizations will not prefer to do it in specific scenarios. Can you think like in what scenarios they won't accept for changing the things or upgrading the systems. Like in some aspects, they won't accept it. So they will not accept sometimes whatever the suggestions we provide. So in that situations, we call it as a risk acceptance. So even though you provide them the information that system is going to hack, if you're not updating it, there will be situations like they won't upgrade it to the latest version. The reason is the compatibility issues. Some apps might not work if they upgrade it to the latest version. Maybe the client connections may lose. Like it depends upon, they will also check if we upgrade. See, for example, some of the banking systems in India still they are making use of Windows 7 and XP. If you check some of the ATM centers, you will still see XP7 being used into the production, like which is very old. Like the reason is it's not about they cannot upgrade to the 11, but the code which is present in that systems, it is only acceptable by 7 and it's only acceptable by XP. So they say we can't change them. If we change them, we need to have a new code. So the thing is, the only thing is we say it's like a situation where you are risk acceptance. Like if tomorrow if the system is hacked, we are not the responsible persons. That is something we need to make sure we take with a proper evidence, and we make sure to modify the severity. Now, for example, I got a confirmation that they are not going to upgrade this or they are not going to make any changes, but they want to continue with as it is high. They are also aware of this. They're accepting the risk. They just want to modify it to informational. The reason I am doing this, and we should do this, because if every week the report is showing you high again and again and again, this will impact our organization audit or report. Like they will clearly ask you questions like auditors, why are you not taking action if high is coming every week? So we after we perform the risk acceptance, we will start changing the things. We will make it the informational, not hide it from the results. Informational, suppose sometimes they will give a deadlines like we are not going to change till 2026. Like they gave a strict deadline saying that by 2026 March they are going to finish this update. So we can give that expiration date also, but we call this concept as a risk acceptance. Suppose whatever the suggestions, whatever the recommendations we are providing it, and they are properly fixing them, we call it as a risk avoidance. So where whatever the suggestion, like the risk mitigation, like whatever the solutions we are providing, if whatever the recommendations we are suggesting, if you are following them and if the changes are made accordingly, you are avoiding the risk. There is no need to like worry, the systems will not be hacked because you have updated to the latest patch and latest versions. This is how the scan, like, and also in the corner you have an a report option. You can even download it in the form of a HTML. You can download in the form of PDF. You can download it in the form of CSV also. So like if I download it in the form of PDF, generate report, like we can also have a report. Okay. So like this will provide you information. So when they are see, all we try to take is when they are not accepting, like we'll make sure like the system should not be exposed to internet, or system should have a good monitoring, or having a good anti-malware tools. Because when you are going with a system which has a risk and vulnerabilities, we should take care alternatives like having a system security and make sure it is only useful for a business purpose, not using for a personal purpose, not installing any third party apps. Like all such things will be considered, but it's not going to happen, because once it is into the production they can use it for any purpose. So we saw some scenarios where they have accepted the risk, but due to not proper maintenance of the system best practices, they even involved in the compromise also. It leads to, but we got clear confirmation we are accepting the risk. So we will see this OpenVAS. I'll show how OpenVAS will look like. How can we perform scanning with OpenVAS? So OpenVAS is something pre-installed in the Parrot OS. It's a open source, like it's free to use, no licensing cost. So if you go to application, Pentesting, vulnerability analysis, OpenVAS service. So provide Tor. Even this one also will open through the link only. Now you can see they have provided the link. So same thing applies here. Advanced, accept the risk and continue. Okay. Here we have admin password. Like that is something when you're logging for the first time, you can set up. Okay. So here you can see this is the landing page of the OpenVAS. So when you see Nessus, we have templates. So here we don't have templates. So there are no templates, guys. So that is one disadvantage. But we can configure on our own. But that is again additional work we need to do. But as you see here, if you click on scans, you'll have something called tasks. So under these tasks, here task wizard. So this is a place where you need to provide IP address or the domain name to perform the scanning. And most important thing, scan engines are not that fast. It will take a little bit time. Like how, if suppose Nessus took 10 minutes, this will take 15-20 minutes to perform the complete the scan. So you can see. So all you need to do is click on scan task wizard. Now this will directly ask you the IP address, or this will directly ask you the host name. Okay, like so this is something we have. So here also, apart from this, like if you are expecting to perform schedule scan, credential scan, click on advanced task wizard. Now this will help you to perform the ad hoc scan or schedule scan. You can see here, create a schedule. You can give the name, you can do scan, you can give IP address, you can create a schedule also. You can select the time as per your requirement. So we have this under the advanced task wizard. So like you can see the difference. It's all about UI difference, but the scan types are same. So either ad hoc scan or on-demand scan or like this credential scan. Like what we did right now with help of the task is this is ad hoc scan or on-demand scan. Okay. So this is how OpenVAS will look like. Let's wait. It will take a lot of time, like to generate a report. But these are the different types of scans we have. So apart from this vulnerability scanning, something which you all need to be reading apart from like to do some work is some everyone should read about first what is WannaCry, then what is Spectra and Meltdown. Number 3, zero logon. Number 4, proxy logon. Number 5, print nightmare. Number 6, tool shell, the one which we got recently. Number 7, log for shell. At log for shell. These two are common, WannaCry and log4shell, everyone should read about this too. But out of this remaining 5, you can pick any one, because it's mandatory when you say you are having knowledge of vulnerability assessment or vulnerability report reviews. So these are the few things that you should remember related to the vulnerability management. So next we will be looking into the module 6, system hacking. In this system hacking concept, we will be looking into gaining access, number 2 we will be looking into maintaining access, and also clearing tracks. So 3 important areas: gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing tracks. Okay, so this is something where we will be looking into how exactly we can gain access to the system, how we can maintain access to the system, and also at last, how can we clear the tracks. So there are different tools like Metasploit, Meterpreter, okay, and also some of the tools related to the password cracking. So they all are going to help us in doing all these 3 activities in the module 6. So see, it's not how much important to gain the access, that much important to maintain the access also. It's not like you'll hack the system, that is not the goal. But after the hacking the system, what is your expectations? Like, do you want to copy the data? Do you want to delete the data? Do you want to modify any configuration? That can only happen if we maintain the access. And finally, clearing all the traces. Okay, so when we talk about this gaining access, there are multiple ways. Now, not only it is restricted to module 6, even we can gain access with help of malwares, even we can gain access with help of social engineering attacks, even we can take access with help of some application related attacks, but there are many. So the first thing we will be looking into something system password cracking. So like Windows password cracking, like when we talk about now what is password cracking. Yep. So the password cracking, yes, the one word is like password guessing, or like this unauthorized access, to gain unauthorized access. It can be to an application, it can be to a system, because today we are seeing like password is something like a mandatory in multiple places. So it's all about guess the password, gain the access, all. So where can we perform password cracking? Like where can we perform password cracking? It can be on an operating system, like it can be on a Windows password cracking, or it can be on a Linux password cracking, or it can be performed on a server, like some remote services like SSH, Telnet, or RDP, and also some application like on a login page, and also Wi-Fi password cracking. So like these are the different types of places where we can perform password cracking, and we will also learn accordingly, like OS password cracking, remote server password cracking, or like application password cracking and Wi-Fi password cracking we will learn. So like there are multiple modules which are going to cover all this variety of password crackings, because every one of them have a different set of tools. Every one of them have a different methodology to crack. Like OS password cracking is different from like server password cracking is different from application as password cracking is different from Wi-Fi. So all of them have a different methodology, different tools, and different techniques. But the concept of attacking is some of the common attacks, like the password methods is dictionary attack. So dictionary attack, now this is a methodology where the password cracking is only with a combination of alphabets, like with a combination of alphabets or some well-known usernames or most commonly used usernames. Like all here is the password cracking is only depend upon alphabets. Like for example, anything in the dictionary words or anything like for example like QWERTY, like these kind of things. So dictionary attack means when they are trying to crack the password with help of only alphabets, then it is like dictionary attack. Now for example, like if your password is made up of with only alphabets, then they use dictionary attack. Now, is there any website today which is allowing us to use only alphabets as a password? Like, is there any website which helps me to use password like this? Like, can we use only alphabets in the password today? So the dictionary attack is an old methodology which is going to work if a website is only using password which is made up of alphabets. But today it is very rare. Like we don't have much sites where we are allowing only using alphabets. Most of them are using the complex password, which is having a combination of capital letters, small letters, special character, alphabets, numbers, all this. But if at all you came across a situation where you should crack a password which is only made up of alphabets, that is called dictionary attack. So the example of passwords will be only with alphabets. So that is called dictionary attack. But today we have something called number two, brute force attack. Like which is nothing but it is called trial and error method. Here it is going to try all the possible combinations. Like all the possible combinations where we will make attempt with help of like where the password can be with capital letters, password can be with small letters, 0 to 9, it can be even with a special characters also. So when password is made up of with this, they will perform brute force. So it's a time taking process. We need some good system process also, process speed also. Because it's a there will be multiple combinations. So it's not just alphabets, it's like complex password cracking where we have password which is made up of capital letters, small letters, alphabets, and all this. Okay, so now this is something we call it as a brute force attack. So trial and error method where we'll try all the possible combinations. Today also 99% of websites or applications are allowing us to use only password with combination of capital letters, small letters, and special characters. Number three, we call it as a rule-based attack. Rule-based attack. It is nothing but like sometimes if you know about what type of policy they are implementing, like they are only using capital letters, they are only using numbers, then like rule-based, like according to the password they use, we will be performing the attack. Now, if they are using complex password, that is fine. But rule-based is something completely depending upon the so next comes fourth one, hybrid attack. Like it is a combination of dictionary and brute force. Combination of dictionary brute force. It's a common hybrid attack. Number 5, we call it as a PTH. It is also called as pass the hash attack. Okay, this is most important today. So today, most of the servers or most of the operating systems, they even Wi-Fi also, they don't store passwords in plain text. Like when I say plain text, like it's like a human readable. They don't store passwords in the plain text. Instead, they store passwords in the form of ciphertext, like which is like this, like where we cannot even understand. It's a encrypted format. So what happens in this pass the hash attack technique is like in we can capture the hash and crack the hash. So we call it as a capture the hash and crack the hash. So this is something we call it as a PTH, pass the hash attack. So capture the hash and crack the hash. So these are the few different types of techniques we have. Like it's every technology uses different methodology. So dictionary attack, brute force attack, rule based attack, hybrid attack, and pass the hash attack. Okay, so if you came to know they are using password which is a combination of alphabets, capital letters and small letters, then we will use brute force attack. If they are using only alphabets, then it's a dictionary attack. No, they are using password which is made up of only numbers and alphabets or numbers and special characters, then rule based attack. So sometimes we will try combination of both. PTH is pass the hash attack. So here the passwords are stored in the form of hash. So capture the hash and crack the hash. We will. So when it comes to the when we do Windows password cracking also here. So we will be doing concept of PTH attack. It is called pass the hash attack because Windows will not store passwords in the plain text. They will be stored in the ciphertext. So pass the hash attack. When we talk about the Microsoft authentication, like especially as I said, it goes through the hash format. So yes, it will be stored in the system32 folder. We call it as a SAM. Okay, SAM DB. The full form is Security Account Manager database. So this is a place where our credentials are being monitored. So we will perform the pass the hash attack. So in Windows, we are going to perform two techniques of password cracking. One is with help of uh, using black box concept, and there is also something called password audit. Like password audit is something which is coming under white box pen test. What is white box pen test, guys? So in white box pen testing, you will be provided with all information. That's correct. So a password audit, if you want to do, we need to have password white box. We will see that. But first we will see what way we can crack a Windows password. If it is like having a password protection, what is the tools and what is the technique we can follow. So let me turn on the lab. See what is the process that is going to be followed in Windows password cracking is pass the hash attack. So we should capture the hash and crack the hash. So all we need to do is like where we need to capture the hash value of the password. Like as I said, Windows go through a password mechanism. It is not going to store in the plain text. It is going to store in the form of hashes. So log into the Pareto. So we have a along with this Windows 11 also. So let's go with JSON. So what is going to happen, especially with help of ParrotOS, is remember we are not going to do multiple attempts. Like by end of this course, we will be learning multiple password cracking attempts, like Wi-Fi password cracking attempt, the password cracking attempt on application, password cracking attempt on a server. See, everyone have different set of tools and different set of methodologies. Now, actually speaking, many of them will think we will do multiple attempts. No, in some places we don't do multiple attempts, especially when the passwords are expected in the form of hash. So here we need to capture the hash and crack the hash. So first important thing is try to type IP config. You need to know some details. So IP route, like you need to know details like what is the IP address of your system and what is the interface you are receiving, network ETH0. Okay, ETH0 is the internet you are receiving here. So if I type sudo su, or the tool name is responder, okay, hyphen I ETH0. This is important. Now how did I came to know ETH0? Because I have connected to the same ETH0 network. Okay, so now here, so responder high ETH0, hit enter. See, this is a tool which is especially designed for capturing the login activity which is happening in the network. So if anyone is trying to log in, or if anyone is trying to take access to the systems, this tool is designed to automatically capture the hash and crack the hash. The only way we can, it's not like doing multiple attempts. Now what is happening, imagine I have visited some coffee shop. Okay, I have visited some coffee shop. Now I want to crack some of the Windows machine, or I want to know some passwords of Windows machine. So what is the concept we will try to do here is we will try to open ParrotOS, type this command responder hyphen I ETH0. So what is this tool specialty is? This tool specialty is it is going to capture login activities from the systems which are mentioned on here, like HTTP server, HTTPS server, auth, like SMB server on the top, some of the protocols. So it has that capability to capture any kind of communication that is happening in the background. So what happens when you turn on this and when you sit back, relax, like, I mean, you just ran this command in your ParrotOS. Now, if anyone is logging into the system, or if anyone is trying to connect anything which is making some authentication, automatically it will capture all the details. You can see here it shows listening for the events. So automatically it is going to show you the information here. So when it comes to the Windows, like intentionally I'm going to do something just to generate some kind of authentication. Like intentionally I'm trying to generate some kind of traffic here. Now if you see, this is called the hash. Okay, so what is going to happen is this tool is going to especially wait and check. Okay, so until someone tries to log in, and it is going to provide you which IP address, what is the username of the laptop, what is the operating system of the laptop, and what is the hash. Now this is the hash, it is not in the plain text, it is in the cipher text, like which human cannot understand. That is how the password communication happens in the this. Okay, so what is all we need to do is here I intentionally went and logged in, but in real time we need to wait for someone to log into the system. So this one, now we have a hash. Now what can we do with the hash? So just you can see, like this is the password login which happened. The moment it happened, it got captured here. Now what we need to do is we need to copy this hash. Copy this hash. So once you copy this hash, so you can just save it. So save it in the text file. So once, okay, the tool name is John the Ripper. So the tool name John the Ripper, which is going to crack the hash. So what you need to do is just provide the tool name John and provide this text file which contains the hash value. Okay, so and hit enter. It says no password hash found. Let's see something wrong with hash value. So you can see. So once I have provided the password, it cracked the password. So what I have provided is the hash value I have provided to the John, and it created the password. See, remember, this completely depends upon how complexity the password is. If it is a complex password, it may not even crack. It will show you like this. So no password hash is loaded, or like it was not found. So it completely depends upon the password hash. So as this is like for a knowledge purpose, like we used very easy one, but in the real time, it completely depends upon the password complexity. If they are using a strong password, this may not even work, because like you can clearly see, like this is a process, like we need to capture the hash and crack the hash. Like it is easy, but completely depends upon how complex password they are using. So we are converting this hash, which is not a human readable, into human readable by using the tool name called as John the Ripper. So the John the Ripper is a specialized tool that can crack the hash values. Okay, so it's all about when you are doing this responder, that whoever tries to log into their systems, and if their systems are having the concept of hash, it is going to show you clearly with all the details. That is how the responder tool is designed. So responder dot this tool is designed in such a way to capture the hashes. So with if they ask you question like what is pass the hash attack, it is all about capture the hash and crack the hash. So that is possible with help of these tools. Like here, I have captured the hash, and to crack the hash, just save it into text file and use the tool name called as John the Ripper. And if they are using complex password, even this is not going to happen. Okay, now there is something which we actually do in the pen testing a lot, that is called as password audit. Now what is password audit is, there is slight difference between password cracking and password audit. Now password cracking is a bad intention. See, what is this password audit is, see, I have 40 students. Now what I'll try to do in password audit is, I will try to check all these 40 students, anyone is using weak password. So I will be given access with all information, like who all our employees are. I will be given access with all their passwords. I will be given with access to all the information. So what happens here is, I will try to check if anyone is using weak password. See, in a company, I may have 1,000 employees. I want to see out of this 1,000 employees, if anyone is using weak password or if anyone is using password which can be cracked easily. That is something we call it as a password audit. So we will do with help of a tool name called as low path crack. And remember, in order to do password cracking, we need administrator information. It is only possible in white box pen testing. It is not possible in hacking. In order to do password writing, remember, it is only possible in white box pen testing, number one, and because it needs information related to the organization administrator. Okay, if you are not provided with any information, password audit cannot be done. Okay, password audit, we need the admin rights, admin privileges, and also we need access to their network. This all will be only provided in the white box. Like white box pen testing, full access. So give me 1,000 employees. Out of this 1,000 employees, I will say who is using weak password. So this usually happens in the organization for every 3 months. Okay, so let me show you. Let me perform the practical on this. It is this method responder is not possible for password audit. The method which we are doing right now is possible for password audit. So the responder method is not for password audit. Responder method was for attacking the system. Okay, the method which we are going to do right now, that is going to help us in the concept of if there are any n number of employees, how can we do the password audit. So all these tools comes under the same category: low path crack, O path crack, or rainbow crack. So same category, same methodology. So if you look into this low path crack, you can even download from your direct Windows also, direct system also, but it's already available in the iLabs and the toolkit. So just click on next. So here you are seeing some options on the screen. So password audit wizard, just click on next. So if your organization is using Windows systems, select this. If your organization is making use of Unix systems like Linux, Mac, FreeBSD, you select Unix like. Right now, like our organization is using Windows, click on next. This is one of the most important. So where are the details available? Like all your usernames, all your employees details. Usually it will be in the Active Directory. So a remote machine or a local machine. So you should be able to have access to a remote machine where you have all your employees information, either 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 1 lakh, 500, 200, how many employees you have, where is that information available? That should contain all the information related to the employees and their password hashes. That is something, if it is present in the own system, you can select the local system. No, it is present in a different system, select a remote machine, and it is going to ask the details of the machine where you have, where this username and passwords are available, where these details are available. Like if you see here, I need to provide the system where the information is available. Like this is a machine 10.10.1.22 where the username information is available. And as I said, in white box pen testing, you will be provided with these details. Some of you might get doubt, sir, how can we know the system where the usernames and passwords are available? In white box pen testing, they will be providing. If they don't provide, we cannot do the audit. Not only information related to the IP, you should also be given with a username and password. So administrator, and also I need to provide the password also. So this all information will be provided in the white box pen testing. First, you will be provided with the system where the details are available, that system username, that system password, and just click on next. So here it is asking you quick password audit, common password audit, thorough password audit. So I want to do strong password audit. I cannot do. It is like only for licensed versions. So I can do till thorough password audit. Like it will try for maximum of 24 hours with all the possible combinations. Like it will be trying up to 10 characters, like 24 hours it will be trying. So just click on next and just click on next and run the job immediately. And what is going to happen? It is going to extract all the employee usernames first, and it will try to crack the password. But let's wait for some time. Okay. Now you can see right now we are having only 6 employees. One is guest and one is system account. One is Martin, Sheila, Jason, administrator. These are the different usernames I have. And out of that, guest, there is no password. Guest is not using any password. Mart, like this one also, it's still not cracked. It is under process. If you look into the Martin password is Apple and it is cracked. Sheila, the password is not yet cracked. It is still going through the process. Jason, the password is cracked. He is using QWERTY. It just cracked in 10 seconds. Administrator is using password like this and it was cracked just in 10 seconds. So still it is going on. The Sheila password is getting cracked. The service account password is getting cracked. This will try up to 24 hours. That means till tomorrow, this time, it is going to try all the combinations. If anything is successful, it will display like this is a Sheila password. If it is nothing, then I will say Sheila is using a strong password. We cannot crack. Now in this scenario, the organization or I will reach out to the Martin, will reach out to the Jason, will reach out to the administrator saying that why you people are using weak password, why you are using password Apple, why you are using password QWERTY, why you are using, because they can be easily cracked. If I am having 10, 20, 30, 50 employees also, all employee details will be shown here. Now this is a kind of a tool which is going to check the password strength of the users. Okay, so this required special privileges, guys. That is the reason I said we need admin access, and this will only possible in the white box pen testing. This is not possible in the black box and gray box because we will be not provided with full information. So low path crack, this is still going on. Let's stop it. So it's already installed now. Low path crack. So open. So password audit wizard. Click next. So if it is Linux, select Linux. If it is Windows, select Windows. So if your where details are stored, and so this IP address will be provided by the organization and use credentials. So you should provide RD. Just click on next. So thorough password audit, next, and run job immediately. So this will perform password cracking. You can see first it pulled all the users and it started cracking. First everything is in not cracked state. but the moment it is going to crack, it will display the names. So you can see it cracked. So still it is going to crack for Sheila. It is going to, if I am unable to crack for Sheila till tomorrow also, I will confirm she is using a strong password. Even she is also using a weak password, it will display here in the red in color. So this is what password audit, guys. Here we need to check the password strength of all our employees. Exploitation like Metasploit tool, like we will be learning by using Metasploit how can we hack a system, how can we control a system, like gain the access, maintaining the access, clearing tracks, like all this we can try to do with help of a single tool, Metasploit. So let me turn on the lab, we will see. So you can see here the first command is sudo su. So once you type sudo su, the command is msf console. So this command is going to open the Metasploit, like will give access to the Metasploit. Yes. So you can see on screen it says Metasploit. This kind of logo, it depends from every system to system. I mean, every time the moment you call msf console, this is a landing page. This theme is going to change maybe, but the reason why I'm saying, because some of you will try and say you are seeing a different logo, because that is expected. So you need to look into the, like, first what is the version you are using, like Metasploit version 6.3.44. This is the version we are using. So this might be some old. You might all see the latest one in your Parrot OS, which you installed recently, or the iLabs version of the Parrot OS. And it is clearly giving us information like total, how many exploits, like auxiliaries, scans. See, this is a combined set of tool which can help you to exploit the system, and also which will be where you will be able to control the system, where you will be able to bypass some of the security controls also. Like it is all inbuilt, we can control all these things from this. So now exploits are helpful for taking control of the system. Auxiliaries are some advanced scans, some payloads which are going to help us to take control of the remote machine, and the way we are going to send it to the third party or a secondary machine. Encoders will help you to, like encoders, evasion, these techniques will help you to bypass the security controls which the user is having. So all such things, they all are combinedly available in the Metasploit. So the command which we are going to use is msf console. So here, first we need to learn here how, what is the process to select a vulnerability, what is the process to hack. This topic with Metasploit will completely depends upon your target machine. Like we will focus of learning the process which I follow to hack a system may not be applicable for you. I mean, the vulnerability which I pick to hack a system may not be applicable to you. Process might be the same, but the selection of vulnerability, the selection of exploit will completely depends upon some factors like the target system, what operating system they are running, what services they are using. So primarily we need to focus on learning how to pick right vulnerabilities, or how can we pick right attacks. So it will contain out 2376 exploits. But out of this 2376 exploits, how can we pick a right vulnerability? So that is something we will focus. And also I'll be showing you some of the vulnerabilities, how they will help us to in compromising the systems. Also, we will be seeing. So let's go to the Parrot. So in this system hacking model, especially, you will be given access to all the systems. You will be given access to Windows 11 server, Ubuntu, like all other modules might not have these many systems. But if you observe, this is going to have access to the all systems. So let me go to the Parrot security. So the command is sudo su dot. Previously, I was running in my system. It was 6.3. Now you see it is 6.4, and the logo also completely changes, and it is showing you 6.4.8 version. So it contains total 2400 exploits, auxiliaries, and all. So here, first command is show exploits. Okay, the first command is show exploits. Now this is something going to show you all 2400 exploits which are present in the Metasploit. So if I go to the top, let me zoom out a little bit uh, for a time being. Zoom out. So, so you can see here, we will have number, name, disclosure date, rank, check, description. These are the four important things we have: the name of the vulnerability, the disclosure date, the rank, the check, and description. So in which year it was disclosed, what was a rank? Rank is nothing but, like, we have excellent, good, normal, and like you can see manual. What is this rank is going to let you know is, rank will let us know like two factors, like how easy to hack and what kind of damage it is going to happen if at all system compromises with this. Now excellent means the hacker will get complete access to the system and they can control complete data. Like it is like moreover easy to hack also. The rank excellent is something which is which indicates that this attack is more powerful, and if at all we use this exploit and hack a system, we will get good access. And what is this check yes is? Check yes is nothing but it is related to the Metasploit team has tested this manually in their environment or not. So if they have tested, the check is yes, and they'll also give you a short description. So these are the total four important parameters we have: name of the vulnerability, disclosure date, rank, check, and description. For all 2300, whatever we have the list here, for everything, we will have the names here. If you start looking into it, the starting one says exploit is a common word for all 2300. Exploit is a common word, but the one which is in the second category, AIX, this is going to indicate the operating system name, like AIX, and if you see here, it shows Android. Okay, it shows Android till bottom. It shows Android and it starts with Apple OS. So the second one indicates which operating system it is applicable for. So starting in an alphabetical order, AIX, Android, the Apple, and also if you see something called FreeBSD, okay, Firefox, like the different for every operating system, we can find the vulnerabilities over here. And you can see it started with Linux, IRIX, like Linux for every operating system. If I keep scrolling down, like slowly, like Linux has most, then it will start with multi, like and it will start with next Ubuntu. You can see if I keep scrolling down, like it start with multi, like all the operating systems we have. So it starts with Ubuntu and it is having something called OS X. uh, it's something related to MacBook only, the Mac OS X. So if I keep scrolling down, Solaris is also one kind of operating system. Okay, and Unix is also one kind of operating system. Like if I keep scrolling down, yes, so Unix operating system. So so altogether, till 1235 we have vulnerabilities for all the operating systems. I mean, from 1236 it started Windows. From 1236 to bottom of the line, from 1236 to 247, 2417. That means almost 1200 vulnerabilities we are having only for Windows. listen carefully. For all operating systems combinedly, we have 1200 vulnerabilities. For just Windows is having 12,000 vulnerabilities. Now, according to you, which operating system is more prone to hack? So, after seeing this list of exploits, which operating system do you think it's more vulnerable? Like after see this 2,400, think like they are exploits which are going to help to hack a systems. So for every operating system, we will have the exploits available here. Which operating system is most vulnerable? See, the reason attackers are also very much interested to attack Windows is, see, if you take this class as an example, we have total 40 learners. Out of this 40, I can clearly say at least 35 people will use Windows. Maybe 5 will be using Mac. I expect very few people using Linux as their primary operating system. So when I am trying to attack also, I want to attack 35 people instead of 5 people, because the majority of people are using Windows. So when majority of people are using Windows, this kind of attack is expected, and this kind of like compromise is expected. So because majority of people are using Windows, so the attacks do happen. So if it is something majority of people are using Mac, maybe attackers are more interested to create Mac OS related vulnerability. So it's not like some people will say MacBook cannot be hacked, or iPhone cannot be hacked. It's all about matter of selection, like prioritization. So attackers are very much prioritized here Windows because the large number of users are from Windows. So there is a possibility if by chance Windows system is hacked, like by chance if we create a Windows exploit, we can target many people. Like out of 35 people, at least I can attack 5 people, 2 people, 3 people, or 10 people. When I am only targeting 5 people, I may not be successful. Okay. Now that is number one part is most important. You should able to identify your what operating system you are trying to hack. Okay. So here if you see on screen, let me show you. So suppose uh, I have been selecting this 3 vulnerabilities. Okay, I'm selecting this 4. Okay. See, if I give you an option, out of these 4 vulnerabilities, select one to hack a system. Which one will you select and why? Like imagine like I'm showing you 4 guns and their properties, and I'm asking you to pick one gun to perform this shooting. So which one will you pick out of this, like out of this 4? Will you pick the first one, or second one, or third one, or fourth one? Like there is something I have selected 4. Out of this 4, like which one will you select and why? We should go with the latest vulnerabilities to attack a system instead of going with a outdated. You can try, there is nothing wrong. But imagine there will be no one without updating a system for 22 years. If you are selecting 2003 vulnerability to attack, there, like imagine there will be no one using a system which is from 23 years old. So I would say here, like from this list which I showed you, first most important thing is blindly, if you get a doubt, sir, out of this 2400, which one I need to pick if I want to hack a Windows machine, go with the latest vulnerabilities. Like it's if you have been given some so latest vulnerabilities which are recently released, like 21, 22, 23, at least you cannot go beyond 20, because like it's something when you try with latest vulnerabilities, if they are not updated, maybe the systems can be hacked. One of the most important thing to pick the vulnerabilities is, one, you need to find out your target operating system. Either you have been given with IP address, or either you have been given with a domain name, either you have been given with any host name. The most important thing is, first you need to find out the operating system. Suppose if I give you a website name called as olp.com, or if I give you an IP address like this, how to find operating system of this? So if you all remember, like, you should nmap -o operating system, nmap -a will reveal the operating system of target machine. So remember this, guys, important. So the concepts which we learned from the information gathering are going to help in the Metasploit. In the information gathering, you can come to know operating system from Shodan. You can come to know operating system from the census. You can know operating system from the like the nmap scanning, port scanning, or vulnerability scanning. So operating system detection is first most important thing. Whatever the target you are trying to hack, try to find out, find OS. Second, select the exploit. Okay, so you should select exploit accordingly. For time being, like, as we all have, like, here we made a decision to select, which one is that, 1515. So just copy this, copy. So scroll down. So once you have selected the vulnerability to attack out of this 2400 list, so you can first command is info. So first you need to do research or try to learn about what is this vulnerability. So we have an inbuilt command in Metasploit. You can either use internet also. You can go to the Google and ask, what is this exploit? Explain me and how to attack. Give me step-by-step process. See, either of the technique you can follow. Sir, I feel like all this is difficult. I mean, going, selecting the exploit and attacking. I feel like all this is difficult. I want to have some, like, you can also go with a methodology, go to the Google and try to ask how to attack a Windows machine with Metasploit. Not just type how to hack a Windows, you might not get an answer, but how to exploit a system with help of Metasploit. Then you will be getting some right answers, some right articles, some right blogs that will clearly show you which one you need to automatically pick. But no, sir, I want to go on my own. You can also pick by scanning and by looking into the different types of exploits. Now, here it is clearly showing you the name, module, the platform, architecture, whether it's a privileged, and license, who has tested this, and what was the rank, when was this disclosed. And also they have provided the information, like in which year, like who provided this, who is behind this vulnerability. And also if I scroll down, we have something like whether it's going to crash down the server when we are hacking. Yes, it is possibility of crashing. And also you can see they are not providing any versions, but they clearly said it is applicable for Windows, but they have not provided some information like it should be applicable for 10, 11, XP, server 2008. Like they will provide you clearly list also if it is limited to only certain operating systems in Windows. But right now it is mentioned for Windows. That means it is applicable for all. So when it comes to the check supported, yes, it was checked by Metasploit team also, and they confirm it with yes. And you see here it says some basic options, like these are something options that need to be fulfilled. Okay, so we have something called rhost. Rhost is nothing but it's a command like remote host. So there are few things here to remember in Metasploit. Okay, sudo su msf console, you will get show exploits. These are the commands. See here, in order to specify the target, okay, see in Nmap we'll just type Nmap IP address. Okay, so in order to specify the target, there are some terminologies called rhost, rport, lhost, lport. So R host means remote host. R port means a remote port. Lhost means local host. Lport means local port. So in R host, it is nothing but the target machine which we are trying to hack. R port means the target machine IP address we need to provide, IP or domain. Same way, R port means it is remote port, that is nothing but the target port which you are trying to attack. Local host, it's your own system IP address, like whether you're attacking from Parrot, whether you're attacking from Mac, or whether you're attacking from the any Linux machine, it's your local laptop, your own laptop IP address. So these are the the parameters which helps you to specify the target. So right now, if you see in the Metasploit also, here our host is left blank. That means you need to provide the target host, like which IP you want to attack, which domain you want to attack, you need to provide here. So like this, the first most important thing is it's not about directly selecting the vulnerability and hack the system. First, go with the command info. So once you have provided the command info and you have made a decision, okay, uh, to use this vulnerability because it is compatible for me, my target machine is also Windows and I want to attack this. Like they also give you additional links also. You can see they are providing a short description and they are providing you the reference links, like which are referring to NVD NIST. Like if yesterday, if you remember, I was clearly saying everyone refers to NVD NIST for any vulnerability information. So once we have decided to, okay, sir, I want to try this on my target machine because it is also belongs to the Windows, the command is use. Okay, the command is use. Now we can just type set rhost and we can provide like 10.10.1.22 or 19, like any IP address or any domain name. So once you click on now, like info, like you will see previously the R host was empty. Now you see R host is provided. So once you feel like you have provided every information which they are asking, especially with required yes. Okay. So once we have provided all the information like R host, R port, this will automatically picked. Here they are saying SRV host or local host, both are same. Okay, that is something related to the local laptop, so the terminal, the Parrot OS systems. So once you feel like every information is ready, okay, then just click on run or exploit, and this will try to attack the machine and it will try to provide the access. Now you see here it was trying to attack, and you can see like it was first running some checks, and this is a most possibility scenario if remote machine is not vulnerable to attacks, or if it is properly up to date, we will be unable to hack the system. Okay, it's not 100% we will be able to hack. It completely depends upon target machine security. If they are up to date, we may not be able to hack, but still we need to show such kind of proof that yes, I have tried all the latest ones and this is a proof. We even tried this vulnerability called print nightmare, but we were unable to attack. So it's a kind of a place where we need to try all the possibility vulnerabilities. This is a place where actually penetration testers or hackers will spend a huge amount of time, because out of this 2300 or 2400 exploits, we need to try multiple. not sure which one will give us access or which one we will become success. So the thing is, like the one which is working for one system, it might not be work for other system, because it completely depends upon target system, how vulnerabilities and target system is not updated. But you need to properly select the vulnerability according to the latest trends and according to the target matching windows. Usually most of the junior penetration testers, what mistake they will do, that their target machine, it belongs to Windows, but what they will do, they will select vulnerabilities related to Linux because of lack of knowledge or lack of awareness. Like they will think, sir, this is something like 2024 or 2025, but this is completely wrong. If you are trying to attack Windows, you need to only select Windows related exploits. It's not like you are selecting the exploits which are, this is correct. But what mistakes they do is, if you are selecting Windows, if your target machine is Windows and you are trying Linux vulnerabilities, that is not going to hack anytime. Okay, so print nightmare was critical only, Ajit. It was 9 score. So the thing is, like it all depends upon the target machine vulnerability. If target machine is having loopholes, if target machine is having bugs, yes, we will be able to hack the systems. If the target machine is not having any bugs, or if the target machine is not having any loopholes, we will end up receiving these screenshots. But this will act like a proof of concept. I mean, what is a proof that you have tested? What is a proof that you have checked all the vulnerabilities? Means this end screenshot will be our proof. Yes, I have tested the recent one, print nightmare, which was trending, but unfortunately it was not happening on your servers. So like this is something which we need to, but we need to try many, but that completely depends upon your research. Right now, like I have selected random, like 2021, which I feel new one. But in general, this selection of vulnerability depends upon the research we do in the Google or something. You take help of some blog, like something. It completely depends upon your target machine and selecting the right one. So for time being, let's see. Okay, and there will be two types of vulnerabilities. The nature of the exploits also, the two types of nature. See, some one is most dangerous. We call it as a RCE, which is nothing but some of the vulnerabilities will have a feature of RCE. RCE is remote code execution. Very, very dangerous. See, in remote code execution, okay. Second one is payload based. This payload based, it is also dangerous, but it is completely 50-50. The reason is, in payload based, we will be getting some links, we will be getting some PDF files, we will be getting some exe files, or we will be getting some Excel files. We should make user to click on them, then only systems will be hacked. In this, literally we don't need, no interaction from user is needed. It means no help from user is needed. All the help I need is the system should be live. Now suppose I want to attack Ajit machine. All I need is Ajit machine should be live if I am selecting vulnerabilities which fall under remote code execution. But if I am selecting payload based, I need help of Ajit. I will send a link to Ajit. Ajit should open the link, download the file, install the file, then only system will be hacked. So here I need interaction of user. That's indirectly I need help of user. Now, after seeing this two nature of, which one do you think most dangerous? Remote code execution is most dangerous, or payload based is most dangerous? In payload based, I need help of the user. I mean, I may send an email, I may send a link in the WhatsApp. They should click on the link, they should open the link, they should download the file. All they should do in the payload based vulnerabilities. But in remote code, you do nothing. All you should do is your system should be live. If your system is live, we can hack. So that is called remote code execution. Like that is end of the day, remote code execution is most dangerous. So if any vulnerability from this list is having remote code execution, we should directly see this. It will clearly mention in the description. That's the reason I asked you to, we should read first info. What is this vulnerability? How it is going to perform? What is the description? So if it is a payload based, you will be getting a some PDF file, or you will be getting a some document. Now you should share that with 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. Whoever is going to open that, they will hack. So we will see one of the payload based vulnerability. We will see one payload based, like we will generate some exe and we will share that exe. If anyone installs that, we will get control of the system. So that is also possible in MSF console. So we will see how can we generate. Okay. So how can we generate the payload? And so here, let's try. So we call something called MSF Venum. Okay. MSF Venum is something which is going to help you to create a payload of any file name or anything. Suppose I am creating for a Windows machine. So type the same thing, Windows meterpreter reverse TCP. This is common for everyone. Reverse TCP. L host. What do you mean by L host, guys? Local host. Good. Local host is nothing but your own laptop Parrot OS IP address. So here the local host 10.10.1.13. So this is something we have L host, and L port is also local port, like which you want to use on the personal system. So local host and L port, and hyphen F stands for the output file, in which format you want. You want PDF file, or you want exe file, or you want to have a document file, like whatever. So I'm expecting an exe file, and it should be created on the home attacker desktop. I want to use something like ch test.exe. So I want to use this as a name. The reason I am using this name, because maybe a few people will think like this is something related to ch test and will install. I can give any name like Diwali gift or Christmas gift, or something like related to ch books, like according to the context. So I can create any name here. So all I am trying to do here is I am creating a bad file name called as ch test.exe. So whoever installs this test.exe, like I will be able to like control them or attack them. Like whoever downloads the file which I'm going to share. Now you can see it has been created. Okay. So now you can pass on this file with help of the email, or with help of the pen drive, or with help of the WhatsApp. Like there are multiple mediums how we can share this. Okay. For now, like I'm creating some local share. So this is not required. This is nothing related to Metasploit, but I'm creating some local share. Okay. So it is. mm, This is nothing but I am just creating some local share, guys. Usually they spread through email, or they spread it through the chtest.exe. So now I have created some local share. See now, okay, that is now here the come back to this. Okay, sir, we have created chtest.exe, a bad file. So I have created a bad file with help of this MSF Venom. Maybe I created something like Diwali gift, or you created some like payment.pdf. Okay, so it is local port that is going to useful for this attack. So local port means local port of Parrot OS. You can give any port number. That's your own system. Okay, I am giving port. So now the concept here is, okay, sir, you created the file. Number two, we will share the file. But how to know who opened it? I prepared the file. Okay, I will share it with WhatsApp. I'll share it with email. Like I'll share it with some pen drive. But how to know who opened it? How to know who installed it? For that purpose, so we have something called Meterpreter. Okay, so which is going to help us in identifying if anyone installs or if anyone downloads the file which we have created. So use, this is going to be common for everyone. Use exploit multi-handler and set Windows. So here you need to provide what are the ports you have given. Set lhost, like local host 10.10.1.13, and set lport 444 and click on run. Now what happens is, this is going to help us to understand if anyone's download this file, it will automatically show here. So this is something I have created a listening platform. Listening platform is something which we can create with help of Meterpreter. Okay, like Meterpreter. Now we have created the file. I hope you understand the problem. The problem is we created the file. That's fine. We can share it with any email or pen drive or WhatsApp. But how can we know if someone opens it? How can we know if someone installs anything? That is something with help of these commands. These are the standard commands. I think you can take screenshot. Only thing is you need to replace your laptop IP address. Okay. Okay. Now let's go and install this or open this ch test in one of the machine. So you can see here chtest.exe. Now this was something I started sharing locally, but in general, in real time, we do receive these kind of files with the help of email or with help of, yeah, you can use Python also, anything you can use, or with help of WhatsApp, anything. Nothing can do firewall also. It's not about firewall. Actually, the why fire Google Chrome is detecting it as a bad, because like I am downloading from this path, like especially if it's a local path, something which is recently created, it is happening. But the same file, if we download it from Firefox, it happened. Okay, and you can see the file is downloaded here. Okay, so the moment the file is downloaded, and when the user try to open, it will automatically show you here. See which user opened, at what time they opened, from which laptop they opened, and it clearly says you are right now in the downloads folder. This is the concept. Now, C drive, I am in the C drive of the Windows. The moment anyone downloads the file and installs the file or double clicks the file or try to open the file, automatically you will see here. The moment you see this, this is a confirmation the system is hacked. Okay, so the system is hacked. You can see clearly I am right now in the downloads folder. Like if I click on here dir, like it will be showing you all the files which are available in the download folder. I can also click all the Windows commands directly. I'm having access to the command prompt, so I can just click on dir. It is going to work. It is going to show me all the things which are available on the system. So the thing is, here it is going to show you all the activities, like whatever the system is trying to do. The right now I'm having the meter preter access. For example, if I type system info, I should be able to get the information of, okay, sys info. So I will be able to get the information related to the system. So especially in the meter preter, what is the specialty of meter preter? Suppose if I type help, this is going to show me what all commands I can execute. Okay, what all commands I want to execute on the system. Suppose I want to see what are the things running in the background, just type background. Suppose if I want to kill anything in the system, I can just type bg kill. If I keep scrolling down, if I want to shut down the system, I can also do it shut down. If I want to download anything from the system, download it. If I want to edit any file, type edit. If I want to like upload anything, I can just type upload. Or if I want to do something like networking commands like ARP, ipconfig, ifconfig, even I can do this. Apart from that, what can I do? I can also suspend the system, reboot the system. I can like execute anything. Okay. Suppose if I scroll down, I can also take the screenshot. I can also take screen sharing. I can also take access to the mouse. I can also get access to the complete system. See, I can also see if I type record mic, it will also record the mic. If I type webcam list, it will show me all the list of webcams. If I type webcam stream, it will stream the live camera of the user. Suppose if I type now screenshot, this will provide the screenshot of the system. You can see it provided the screenshot also. If I copy this, let me see if I can open with Firefox. See, this is a screenshot. If I type screen share, this will provide me direct link. Oh, where is this? So it is providing me a direct link where I can watch the live screen sharing. Like if I copy this and open in the Firefox, I can watch the live screen sharing. Now suppose if I go to the Windows 11 and let me open other apps. So it is going to show me the live screen share, whatever the user is trying to do. The parrot security, it says it is right now the status is playing and all the information we have. So like this, like whatever the command I want, I can control from this system. So once we have a meter preter access, that is like very much dangerous. Like it's almost we have access to the entire system from here. So this is something what meter preter can do once the system is hacked and once we get the control. So meter preter is something most like dangerous part. So just click on Control Z. So background session, yes. Okay. So now I hope you got the point. So it's all about once the users should install. So once the users install, we can do anything. See, this is all the negative sides of the Metasploit. But in penetration testing, usually we will only stop here. Like we will only stop here. We don't go beyond this. Like going beyond this is something going to reveal the confidential information related to the user. So, but attackers do perform this. Metasploit will help you to hack the system. Meterpreter will help you to control the system. Like Meterpreter has multiple commands, but the challenging is here. It all depends upon how you are going to get the access, how you are going to convince the people to install the file you have created. If they are not going to create, it is not going to provide that. So it's all about how we are going to make them install. Nothing, user will not get any notification. You can clearly see this user has no point of information that the system is already hacked or involved in the compromise. Nothing, no point of information. So that's how the Meterpreter is powerful, guys. So okay, now uh, in my laptop we will see to attack without iLabs. Like we tried with iLabs, we'll try in my laptop to attack the systems. Now sudo so okay. So how can we know the IP address of my system? Okay. Now next question is, how can we know how many systems are, like how to know the router IP? IP route. Now next question is, how can we know how many machines are connected to this router? How many machines are connected to this router? How can we know? See, whatever I'm trying to do here, you all can replace that IP address or domain name with a public exposed. Again, I'm saying the same thing. I'm trying only targets which are mentioned by EC Council. We are restricting to the trainings. In the place of these targets, you can produce any public IP, any domain name. All you need is the target system should be live. If target systems are not live, not providing you any information, we cannot attack. How can we know how many devices are connected to this router? See that this is what, like if you're not doing Nmap, I'm giving a hint. Hyphen small s n, provide the router IP 172.20.10.1 hyphen 255. This will provide me the list of machines which are connected to the same router. So you can see there are multiple machines which are connected to the same router. Okay. Now, if I do this, it will provide me with all ports. So according to this output, like which machine will you select to hack? So there are 3 machines and their port status. Like if you are doing pen testing on my network, which machine will you select first to attack? The first target for attackers or the first target for pen testers will be this machine. What is the reason? The greater the ports open, the greater the possibility of being attacked. So that acts like an entry point to attack the system. So if we consider here, so the command is nmap -a 172.20.10.7. Like, why I'm doing this? Because I want to know the operating system of the target machine which I'm trying to hack. Because if I know the operating system only, I can pick the vulnerability. If I don't know the operating system, I need to give some alternate tries. So first nmap, find out the machines. Same thing, IP, what I'm trying to do, replace with your remote IP address, whatever you have, or remote machine, remote domain. Uh, First scan for the open ports, scan for the open operating system. So what is the operating system of the target OS? So the target machine is Windows 7. It clearly shows. Okay. So now let's MSF console. So show exploits. So show exploits here. So we'll pick this one. So use, the command is use, and paste it. The first thing is info, because I want to study regarding this vulnerability. So what exactly this vulnerability is, to which platform it is applicable, what was the year it was disclosed, and who prepared it. It was prepared by Equation Group, Shadow Brokers. They are the attacker names, and it is applicable for Windows 7, Embedded 7, Server 2008, 8, 8.1, Server 2012, 10 Pro, 10 Enterprise Evaluation. And it is check supported yes. Okay. And also it is saying I need to provide R host. So all I need to do is set R host. Okay. Like R host 172.20.10.7. So just click run. Now the system, it will be trying to attack. So you can clearly see here, it says the target is vulnerable, the host is vulnerable. Now it clearly created Metasploit. So if I just type like screenshot, it will create a screenshot. If I type screen share or like sysinfo, I am getting system 32 access. System 32 is something only administrator will have access. Sysinfo here. See guys, this one we don't even need any help from the target. All the help I need is the target system should be live. It is not going to create any payload. It is not going to create any exe file. It is not going to create any link. If a target machine is live and if target machine is running on the respective OS, it will straight away hack. Now you should understand how powerful the remote code execution is. Remote code execution vulnerabilities don't need any support from the end user. Till now, I have not even shown you the Windows 7 where it is. All we did through only Parrot OS. We scanned my network. We we picked one of the IP address. We came to know the operating system. We selected the vulnerability and we attacked. And it also says, see, this all looks easy when we do some research. It is not happened in 2007. It is Windows 7. We have something called clearing tracks. That is nothing but clearing all the logs. Okay. So in Windows laptop, in general Windows laptop, we have something called event viewer, like which is responsible for storing all the logs, like when did this system start, when did this system shut down, when did this system applications are installed, everything we will have event viewer, which is available in every Windows laptop. Yeah, application logs, system logs, everything. I can directly clear those from here. I don't want to get remain, like they don't want to know my traces. So the command I can type is clear ev. This will clear all the logs. See, wiping all the records. I will show you the system if you want. So this is the system which I attacked, the Windows machine. There will be no traces, guys. The Windows system user will also be not aware that this system is hacked. So that powerful remote code execution vulnerabilities are. So this user is not even aware that the system is hacked. Like they are generally browsing the system. So like event viewer, now this is a place where all the logs will be available, all the logs will be present. See, Windows logs. Now this actually helps the forensics department or investigation to do some. But unfortunately, as a part of last step of hacking, we cleared the logs. Like everything can happen from meter once the system is hacked. Usually in the pen testing, we will only stop here. Yes, the target is vulnerable. Here only we will stop. Okay, but as we are learning the attacking, I'm showing you here. Okay, so this is all about the Metasploit, the next module, malware threats. So in this module, the different types of malwares. Yes, malware stands for malicious software. It's a bad file which is designed for compromising the host. Like there are multiple activities can happen, like malware can give access to the complete screen, give access to the data. Like there is a full range of malware like that's going to degrade the performance, like different types of malwares we have today. So if you it's all about malicious software, the full form of malware. And if you see the different types of malwares like worm, trojan, virus, adware, botnet, ransomware, scaryware, spam, like there are many more. So we should have a clear understanding of each and every malware type, how it is going to behave and how it is going to impact the systems. Like there should be a clear understanding, because see, as a technical people, we should have a clear knowledge of how system behaves if it infects with a ransomware. Because when normal users or when employees infected with a ransomware, we as a technical people know it is a ransomware, but don't expect that knowledge from developers or don't expect that knowledge from the marketing team. They don't know, they'll just explain behavior. Hey, my system is becoming slow, or I am seeing unexpected restarts, or I am seeing some multiple ads, but we will give a proper name to it. Now, for example, for a doctor, if you explain your symptoms, then they will come up with a disease name. Same way, if you explain the system nature, we should think, okay, this might be this kind of malware which is infected in the system. The first thing which we can discuss regarding the malware is virus and worm. Okay, like this is something I hope virus and worm. Virus, now this is something today, the main intention of virus is to impact on the performance, impact on performance, like system will become slow, unexpected restarts, duplication of files, and like unexpected like copying of the files, like it will impact on the performance. Same worm also will impact on the performance. Both have the same nature. If your system infects with a virus, it will become slow, unexpected restarts, too much of lag, copying of the files in multiple places. Like you will feel uncomfortable to use the system. Same with worm also. But what is the primary difference between both? Like what is the primary difference between both is, so like virus and worm is, virus, it is something no self replication, no self replication. It needs human help. It needs human help. That means, like when you are trying to transfer files with pen drive, or when you're trying to transfer files with any like when you're trying to share something through a network, then only the file transfers from one system to other system. Like suppose Ajit's system infected with a virus, it will only spread from one system to other system if Ajit is transferring some files through a pen drive or from through network. There is no self replication. But when it comes to the worm, it is having nature of self replication. When I say self replication, like suppose if my laptop infected with a worm, there is a nature, all my systems will in my home will also get infected, because we all are connected to same Wi-Fi, same internet. Okay, so this is something which is related to, called as self-replication. If my system is infected with a worm, automatically all other systems, because we all are connected to the same Wi-Fi, same network, maybe there will be some file sharing activity going on, some data sharing activity going on. It will automatically spread across the systems. But when it comes to the virus need human help. If my laptop is infected with a virus, it is not going to spread on its own until unless I am sharing something through a pen drive. Suppose if I connected a pen drive, I'm copying a movie or I'm copying a games, I'm copying some documents, then virus from my laptop will be attached to the pen drive. But worm has a self-replication. If one system infected in your organization, entire all systems can be impacted. That's a primary difference between virus and worm. The first one comes adware. This you might have seen in recent times. So it's all about, the main intention is infect the system with adware and generate multiple pop-ups. Like you will see multiple pop-ups as an ads. So it's a special type of malware, like which is used to advertisements. Now what happens if you just click on them? They will be getting paid. So they will be redirected to some pages. They will be redirected to some ads. Like the whole idea behind infecting this system is infecting the system with adware is to generate some ads so that they will get some financially supported. Again, this is not a direct revenue generation. They need to link with some advertisement agencies. So the moment how many clicks they make, that much payment they will receive. So it's an indirect revenue generation for the hackers. They have created this adwares. But recently also, with the proper security things from Chrome and Firefox, even those websites are not allowing the advertisements to be displayed. At one point of time, without knowing to us, if we visited some websites, it used to create multiple pop-ups in the background. Like without knowing to us, there will be multiple ads which will be available in the backend. Like the moment I close the browser, I'll come to know. But today, because of this browser security, it is not happening. They are just restricted to the browser and their web page. So the Google Chrome, Firefox, these all are like, we don't see any much ads nowadays, but at one point of time, too many ads in our backend, the pop-ups used to come and see. So the major agenda of adware is infect the system with adware, and the moment they click on them, they will generate some revenue. So that is called adware. Coming to the spyware. Spyware, the name itself says spy. The major intention behind this spyware is to steal confidential information like email ID, passwords, financial information, browsing habits, user settings, or like all user behavior, Especially they are designed to steal confidential information from the system. It is going to be very difficult if a system infects with a spyware to identify. Okay, if a system infects with a virus, at least it will become slow. You cannot do your job very fast. You will see multiple shutdowns or restarts, unexpected closing of the apps. But adware, you will at least see some pop-up of the ads. Spyware is a silent killer. You won't see any indication. You will only come to know if your information is misused in the online. If your information is misused in somewhere in the online, someone posted something regarding you, or someone is trying to log in, that is something happens in spyware. Coming to the next, browser hijacking software. Browser hijacking software is something I am expecting few might at least experience this. See, after installing some softwares in the laptop or in a system, without knowing to you, complete browser settings will be changed. Like your browser settings will be changed to google.com, sorry, bing.com, ask.com, or duckduckgo.com, or some third party search engines will come up. Your complete browser theme will be changed. Like even you are not aware of that. But it happened because of you installed some software. Because of that, the complete browser settings has been changed. Not only changed, they will completely copy your browser settings, like your history, your cookies, your saved passwords, history of downloads, everything they will copy. Next one, Trojan horse. Again, now this 100% few will be experienced these questions. They can steal cookies also. There are malwares which are designed to steal cookies. Okay. Coming to the Trojan horse. This is something we'll discuss. Trojan horse. If you look into the images, we'll can. So there was the Troy movie. It's all about a war. So there was a war between like two countries. So now country A wants to stop the war in the name of peace. So now country A has decided, let's stop the war in the name of peace. So what happened? In the name of peace, country A said, we will gift a horse as a recognition of this war. Like as a peace, accept this gift, horse. Okay. Country B said, okay, I'll accept. Now what happened? Unfortunately, the country A has completely loaded this horse, wooden horse with, they have gifted a wooden horse with all army troops, army weapons, and tools that helps to attack the city. So what happened? The country B has accepted this horse as a name in the name of peace. But once they are into the city, over the night time, army troops they came out with the weapons and they started attacking the city. So what happened here? Country B believed the horse and accepted the horse, but unfortunately, the horse was built up with with a bad intention. That is the specialty of Trojan horse. Now coming to the next, scaryware. The name itself says scaryware. So you will see some pop-ups, like automatically the phone starts vibrating and it says your phone has 13 serious virus and within you should respond within 2 minutes 52 seconds. People think this is real and they will respond to them. They will download the apps suggested by them. They will buy the premium suggested by them. This is something comes under the category of scaryware. So it says like your phone has 13 serious virus. And if we maintain some kind of common sense, I mean, like if we look into this some kind of basic knowledge, this says Google, but if you look into the picture, it says turnade.com. So this is a clear indication it is coming from a fake site, but many of them don't have this knowledge until unless they are security experts. So that's the reason like we see online scamming happening. People get infected and get a call to the fake call centers and they make them to pay or buy some coupons. So these are scary ways. They make you threaten and install the files. Next comes keyloggers and rootkits. Keyloggers, now today, some of the banking sites, they will provide you the on-screen keyboard. So like if experienced any time, like they'll provide us some on-screen keyboard. They'll ask us to log in from the, like if you see this bank, like what is the reason they provide this on-screen keyboard? We already have a keyboard, but still they'll provide a keyboard like this. The reason is there are some malwares which are going to steal each and every keystroke, whatever I am typing. We call them as a keylogger. In the background, every single keystroke is being monitored. Every single keystroke will be monitored and pushed towards the hacker for every 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Even I'm typing an email, even I'm typing a username, even I'm typing a banking details, even I'm typing a passwords, everything. That is something called as keylogger. So there are many keyloggers available in the market which are made up of Python. They use it and try to attack. Then comes rootkit. Rootkit is a malicious software. Yeah, System32 is a root folder. So what happens? They design some of the malwares to take root level access. They will design some malwares to take system level access. So root is nothing in Linux environment, and in System32 is something in Windows environment. So some of the malwares are designed in such a way to get root level access so that they can completely control the system. Okay, so ransomware, it's a malicious software. Yes, it's a malware, but it is designed to get direct revenue generation. When I say direct revenue generation, here, like there is no middle person in between you and this victim. They will directly pay you the amount. So what is concept going to happen here is there are two types of ransomwares. One is locker ransomware. It is also called as a computer locker. In this locker ransomware, if your laptop infects with this locker ransomware, your laptop will be locked, your passwords will be changed. In order to get back your logged system, you need to make the payment. Maybe they'll ask for $500, $1,000, $2,000. It's up to them. This was a failure ransomware, the locker ransomware or computer locker, because people opted for alternatives. They choose for directly resetting the system or contacting the support team to get the password or use the forgot password options. So they were able to clearly get back the password. So locker ransomware also was not that great, but the idea behind this is infect the system and lock the computer, like change the password and lock the computer. That's the whole idea of the locker ransomware. When user is typing, entering to the system, he will be not able to access any files. He need to basically they will be not able to clear the login. But as I said, this one is also outdated. But today we have something called crypto ransomwares. If your system infects with a crypto ransomware, all the files in the system will be encrypted. You can't even open them. So you can't even open them. Like when you try to open them, like there will be all your important files, personal documents, personal files, photos, everything will be encrypted in your system. Like when you try to open them, any of the file, you will be redirected to some payment page. Like all your files in the system will turn out to be something like this. Like all, like your photos, your documents, your personal files, everything, they will become like this. Like you can't blank, you can't even open them. The moment you are trying to open them, they will be first asking you to make the payment. So the overall, the concept is here, when system gets infected with these kind of ransomware, none of the files will be accessed because there will be no options to the users, either pay or lose the data. There is no other option. Are you going to pay, make the payment, or are you going to lose the data? And there are situations even after making the payment also, like it's not 100% guarantee you will get back, because like we may not directly reach out to them. They may again ask extended amounts. The only solution for this is active backup. If you are having a backup, then you are half safe. I mean, like once you, because you have a backup, now you can completely lose this data, delete the data, like completely take a new system or perform this malware cleaning and come back again online. But if you are not having a backup, there is no anti-malware or there is no solution which can help to the ransomware if it is completely new. none of the tool can help, none of the system can help, because every ransomware is prepared with a new motive, with a new techniques, with a new script and codes, encryption strategies. Okay, so that's the reason this is a malware direct revenue generation. Infect the system, expect the payment. There is no one in the middle. How malware enters into the system or a mobile phone? Okay, we discussed about different types of malwares which we have, but now the point is how malware will enter into the system. So which is a combination of when we when a user clicks on a link, or when user opens some websites unintentionally, like knowingly or unknowingly, some bad files will be downloaded in the background. So that is something called as drive by download. And some of the, with the help of hacked websites, or through a hacked or compromised servers, so they start spreading a bad files, because suppose Simplilearn site is hacked, so everyone believes Simplilearn, because Simplilearn is an educational site. So whatever the files that are being shared from Simplilearn, they will directly download into the system, because because it's a learning platform. If unfortunately Simplilearn site is hacked, what attackers will do, they will take this as an advantage, and they will start uploading bad files to the Simplilearn website. So hacked websites, compromised servers, they will start sharing the bad files. And one of the common technique through USBs, that is like through external external drives, the malwares will be shared. And four, yes, the phishing emails, also one of the common way. Emails, like today, most of the malwares enter into the organization via emails, like an email attachment. And today, something we call it as a malvertising. So what is this malvertising is? Spreading of malware with ads with help of advertisement. So for example, if I go to some browser, okay, and type something like HP mouse drive download, something, if I keep this, okay, right now it is showing me all HP sites, okay, or else let me try VMware, or like 123 player. See, if I do this 123 player download, like sometimes, as of now, my laptop is not showing you. Sometimes you will see the sponsored sites. Okay, the sponsored sites, like they will make you to land on a different website, or they will try to sponsor to make like on the to appearing on the top. So what happens today? Attackers are using that as an advantage, because people have a tendency to click on what is coming on the top. So like this happens, like if suppose if I type Splunk, so what happens is they'll sponsor it here. So sometimes you will see directly in the bracket sponsored, sponsored, sponsored. So what is happening over here is the attackers are using these kind of advertisements to spread malwares. So they are sponsoring and making the searches available on the top, and making them believe, okay, this is something. And but actually speaking, we need to download only from the original site. Suppose now VLC download we have. So actually speaking, we should download only from this website. This is official site I am getting, because my browser has a strong settings. It is only showing. But in general, if you go and type same thing, you will see some third-party websites like Softonic, or you will see some third-party websites like Download It. So, like you will see some up to down, some third-party websites coming on the top of. So people think, okay, this is also original file. Let's download it. So malvertising is nothing but they are spreading malware with help of ads. Like we will get some sponsored sites on the top. People think, okay, this is something real, and they will try to download files from there. But later they will realize this is not the original file, or this is something. Okay. So these are the few ways how a malware can enter into the system.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course introduction. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining and keep learning with Simply Learn.